The story begins at a square inside the imperial palace. The emperor sits on a high platform under the morning sun, looking down at the crowd of officials and soldiers below. There was a man who received an order from the Absolute One, the first to unite the continent, and set out to find the secret of immortality. That person believed that even if he had to travel all over the world, he would definitely find the secret to immortality, and that person would not return until the Absolute One died and the empire fell into decline. He gradually faded from everyone's memory, and all that remained were countless rumors. And after a long time, no one knows exactly how long in a certain mountain range, jagged peaks hid among the clouds. On one of the peaks, there was a horse-drawn carriage, and two figures standing there looking into the distance and sighing, "It's been such a long time." The old man said to the young man carrying him, "Look there, a Sula that over there is the Trung Nguyen continent. That is the place I, your leader, left a long time ago after receiving the emperor's order to find the secret of immortality." The young man followed his words, gazing thoughtfully into the distance without speaking. After a moment, he suddenly blurted out in frustration, "I'm so hungry, leader." The old man angrily scolded, "You and your mouth, you've ruined the mood. It's rare that I get a chance to reminisce about the old days." The scene shifts. In the endless darkness, the sound of constant panting can be heard. This sound was coming from a young woman lying exhausted on the ground. A weak voice sounded in her ear, "Run, master, take the Qui Dien Than Kiem and run quickly." She looked up startled because head steward Ha, who had always been with her, was now lying before her barely breathing. After saying those words, he stopped breathing and passed away. The young woman looked up ahead. There, her remaining subordinates were being slaughtered by several monsters. The sound of terrified screams and fresh blood constantly echoed, creating an incredibly tragic scene. The woman's eyes widened, and she was sweating profusely from the tension. A middle-aged man saw an opportunity and swung his saber, wanting to strike the monster's body. He unleashed the Bich Fa Tram, using all the strength he had accumulated in his life. But even so, this attack did nothing to the monster. On the contrary, the moment his long saber collided with its body, it was shattered to pieces. The monster opened its giant mouth and lunged to bite him. The middle-aged man had no way to react in time and was bitten by the monster just like that. One by one, very quickly, all the men were dealt with by the monsters. Not far away, a man was sitting on a tree branch, watching and laughing with great amusement. You should have ambitions that match your station. What can trash like you possibly do with the Qui Dien Than Kiem? While feeling smug, he was suddenly startled by a realization. He immediately turned his head to look back and remembered, where is the Qui Dien Than Kiem? Behind him, the woman holding the Qui Dien Than Kiem was now fleeing at an extremely high speed. She had taken advantage of the monster's struggle with her men to escape with all her might. The young man on the tree crossed his arms, watched her retreating figure, and sneered, "Do you think you can escape?" Then two green bina quickly emerged from his body. They then shot off at an incredible speed, chasing after the woman. They continuously leaped between the tree trunks. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind the woman. She also sensed something was wrong and turned her head to look. She then drew her sword and swung it at their heads. The two bina were immediately decapitated by her. But then, something unexpected happened. Despite being cut in half, they could still move and lunged forward to bite her hand. The woman screamed in terror as the poison quickly spread through her body from the bite. In her panic, she lost her footing and flew off the cliff's edge. The Bina's poison was extremely potent. The woman's eyes immediately became hazy and rolled back in her head. Her body went into a free fall from the cliff. The scene shifts to some dilapidated ruins in a forest. The bright dawn quickly emerged, dispelling the gloomy night. Atop a pillar, a figure was sitting. This person was the leader, the one Atula carried yesterday. He sat there enjoying the sunrise and reciting a poem, "All worldly affairs are but a spring dream. People who watch videos without liking them are heartless." After a moment, he sighed again. "There is nothing to see here. It seems we must go to other places. Time to watch stories on the Hugo Review channel." Just then, Atula returned, carrying another person. The leader turned his head in confusion. "What is that?" Atula replied, "It is a body. I found it unconscious by the cliff over there." Hearing this, the leader quickly jumped down. He walked towards the body. "Let me see." This body was the woman from yesterday who fled with the Qui Dien Than Kiem. Her body was disfigured from the poison, now withered and shrunken, her state of life unknown. The leader checked her pulse for a moment, then said, "At a glance, she appears to be dead, but her pulse is still faintly beating. Human life is indeed more tenacious than I thought. Coincidentally, we need someone to ask questions. Let us treat this child and ask her for directions." He then stood up and reached into his robes searching for something. After a moment, he pulled out a talisman. He quickly clapped his hands together over the talisman. The talisman quickly curled up like a small vortex in his palm. It grew larger and larger. After a moment, a vial of medicine appeared in his hand. For an external wound like this, it is of course Long Kot-chan Dik. Atula was confused. Long Kot-chan Dik. The leader explained, "That is right. You might not know of it. Do you know the daughter of the Bakhai Long Vuong?" Atula asked again, "Is that a mermaid?" The leader explained, "Yes, a mermaid. Long ago, the Dragon King owed me a favor. At that time, one of the mermaids had fallen in love with a human boy. However, because she was a mermaid, she could not appear before the human boy, so she was incredibly sad. Feeling sorry for her, I used a technique to change the child's lower body into a pair of human legs. To repay me, the Dragon King gave me this bottle of Long Kot-chan Dik. It is made from the marrow of the Tamhai Engu Long, so it is an excellent medicine for external injuries. As soon as you apply it, it will be absorbed and new skin will form immediately." As he spoke, he opened the medicine bottle. Atula sat down to observe the woman and asked, "What about the mermaid? Did she get married and live happily?" The leader's answer disappointed him. No. Due to complications from the surgery, she lost her voice and could not confess her feelings. Later, she heard that the boy had married another girl, and that child killed herself. Hearing this chilling ending, Atula could not help but shout, "Damn it! What the hell kind of story is that? Why such a strange ending? What on earth did you do?" The leader sighed. "So disrespectful again. Now stop talking nonsense. This child has many wounds. Come and lend me a hand." After a moment, the leader exclaimed excitedly, "Look, the color is returning to her face. Indeed, at this rate, it is as if she has been reborn. This child is very fortunate." The woman groggily opened her eyes. The two of them sat there silently staring at her, waiting for her to wake up. As soon as she awoke, the woman shot up with a start, screaming. She completely ignored Atula and the leader, frantically looking left and right, shouting, "The Than Kiem! Where is the Than Kiem?" She then rushed to their horse cart, rummaging through it and throwing pots and pans everywhere in search of the Qui Dien Than Kiem. The two men standing behind her were utterly baffled. Qui Dien Than Kiem sounds like a blade. Hearing their voices, the woman was startled and turned her head. The leader smiled kindly and raised his hand. "Hello, miss." Atula, unconcerned, turned to call his horse. "Hey, you spotted beast, come here and get harnessed." The woman frowned, looking at them seriously, her face tense. The leader continued, "It seems you had a nightmare, miss. Are you all right?" Before he could finish speaking, the woman lunged at him and pinned him to the ground. "You damn thieves! Where did you hide my Than Kiem? Hand it over now." Atula was shocked to see this leader. "Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing, lady?" A moment later, Atula was busy searching for something in the bushes. The woman still had a tight grip on the leader's neck, holding him hostage. She shouted at Atula, "Have you not found it yet?" Atula exclaimed in frustration, "Is this then Kiem thing even real? I have been searching this whole time and have not seen anything." The woman tightened her grip on the leader's neck, causing his face to turn red. "Stop talking nonsense and find it if you do not want to see your leader die. If you do not find it in 10 minutes, this old man's life will be over." Atula angrily threw the handful of grass away. "Damn it, we save your life, and this is how you thank us." Just then his warhorse approached, carrying a sword in its mouth. Atula excitedly grabbed the sword and held it up. "There is something that looks like a sword here. Is this it?" Seeing the Qui Dien Than Kiem, the woman was ecstatic. She then released the leader and clutched the precious sword. Atula quickly ran over to untie him. Model. The two of them then packed their things into the carriage, preparing to leave. "Is everything packed? If it's done, let's go. I'm afraid I'll see her again in my dreams." But to their surprise, the woman had somehow jumped onto the carriage as well. She ignored their attitude and ordered, "Take me towards Tien Vu Kok." The leader became furious, and a light began to glow from his body. With her back to them, the woman was completely unaware, calmly ordering, "Tien Vu Kok, I have to go there." The leader's eyes narrowed, his killing intent obvious. "What did you say? I was only lenient because you're the first connection I've made in my homeland, yet you dare to be so insolent. Get down before I kick you off." Atula from behind held him back, stopping him from doing anything rash. Just then, a disgusting cackle echoed from the sky. That young man had caught up to them, hanging upside down from a tree. He looked at the people below and exclaimed, "So you're here. I'm quite surprised you're still alive. To think you'd be casually traveling in a place like this, even knowing that this Jatuan is looking for you, it's truly unbelievable." The woman looked up at him and cursed under her breath. Damn it, I thought I had lost him for good. Atula and the other man also looked up in confusion. What is that, a talking monkey? It's not a monkey, it's a person, he's even wearing shoes. Should we throw it a bunch of bananas? The leader said, damn it, where are we supposed to find bananas now? You stop with the useless chatter and let's go. And you brat get the hell down for me. Ja Tuan quickly jumped down from the tree blocking their path. Hey, you two over there, what was all that racket you lumps of meat were making earlier? How about we let some snakes swallow you alive and see if you can keep running your mouths then? The two of them just stared at him with confused expressions, not answering. Atula turned to the old man for his opinion. That guy over there seems to be insulting us. Let me teach him a lesson, leader. The old man nodded without hesitation. Okay. Just then, the two of them were startled and turned their heads to look back. The woman they couldn't get rid of was now getting off the carriage on her own. I can't let ordinary people get involved in the affairs of the martial world. While I hold him off to buy some time, you two should get as far away from here as possible. The two men were stunned by her sudden display of righteousness. The woman walked forward and let out a breath. She reached for the hilt of her sword, thinking to herself, I don't know how long I can last, but I have to hold out at least until those two get away. If only I could borrow the power of the divine sword right now, that would be great. Just then, Atula, holding a long staff, stepped in front of her, telling her to back away. It's rare for the leader to let me fight. What's this lizard doing getting in the way? The woman shouted in panic. I told you to get out of here quickly. What do you think you're doing? You can't possibly fight someone like him. Suddenly, she was startled and looked down. The Kui Dien Tan Kiem in her hand was now vibrating intensely. Atula, who was moving forward, was a bit startled, because he saw several giant snakes appear and coil around Ja Tuan. Seeing these giant snakes, Atula started to believe what the man had said earlier. He said something about a snake's mouth. It seems he wasn't just bluffing. Ja Tuan sneered contemptuously. The price for running your mouth is to die in hellish agony. With that, he waved his hand, ordering the pythons to charge. The giant snakes slithered forward, rushing towards Atula at incredible speed. Seeing this, he raised his staff. But just then, the woman's Kui Dien Tan Kiem hit him on the head. Atula didn't expect her to attack him, and couldn't dodge in time, getting knocked flat on the ground. Even the giant snake rushing towards him was stunned into a daze. The leader sitting in the carriage was completely dumbfounded, not understanding a damn thing. He finally couldn't hold back anymore, rushing over to grab her by the collar and demand, "What do you think you're doing, you insolent brat?" She didn't care, shoving him away and shouting, "Use that sword. Nothing else can pierce the scales of those monster snakes." From a distance, Ja Tuan's face now showed clear signs of tension. Is that the Kui Dien Tan Kiem? Atula now had a lump on his head. He sat up and looked at the sword on the ground in confusion. Is this that divine sword thing from before? Ja Tuan shouted his orders to the giant snakes. What are you standing there for? Stop him quickly. The great snake quickly opened its wide mouth and snapped at Atula. Unconcerned, Atula remained seated and slowly tore the cloth wrapping from the Kui Dien Tan Kiem. The moment the cloth was slightly parted, the two eyes carved on the divine sword flashed, emitting a blinding white light. Atula was surprised to see this. The leader in the distance was also surprised by the light and turned to look. The woman thought to herself, they say the Kui Dien Tan Kiem chooses its own master. It reacted to that kid, but how could a boy like him be chosen by the Kui Dien Tan Kiem? To Ja Tuan's shocked disbelief, Atula slowly drew the Kui Dien Tan Kiem. Then he turned and swung the sword. The great snake, lunging with its mouth open, was immediately struck by the slash. Its scales, harder than steel, were like thin meat before the Kui Dien Tan Kiem, and its body was easily sliced in half by Atula's swing. The woman who witnessed this was completely agape in shock. The leader beside her, however, remained calm, seemingly unsurprised. The single slash was so incredibly powerful that it diced the great snake into 8 bloody pieces. Sweat poured down the woman's face like rain. She could now completely confirm that Atula was the master of the Kui Dien Tan Kiem. After dealing with the snake, Atula looked down at the sword. I'm starting to like this sword. He then swung the sword again, looked at Ja Tuan and said, let's go again. His eyes narrowed as he coldly channeled his power. The Kui Dien Tan Kiem in his hand actually began to grow larger. The woman was shocked yet again. The sword is getting bigger. Atula then leaped up, swinging the sword and shouting. Ja Tuan was terrified, thinking he was about to be attacked. But unexpectedly, like a total idiot, Atula continued to hack at the dead snake's corpse. He just kept slashing at the snake's corpse over and over from top to bottom. Soon, the snake's corpse was chopped into countless small pieces. While he was busy chopping away, the Kui Dien Than Kiem suddenly broke in two. Everyone present was stunned by this. The woman collapsed helplessly to the ground, clutching her chest and crying, "Oh my God, my heart!" Attila looked at the broken sword for a moment, then decisively tossed it aside. Good grief, was it a single-use sword? The woman couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Hey, you idiot! Do you have any idea what kind of sword that was? I'm going to kill you, you damn brat!" The leader behind her held her back, trying to calm her down. "Just let it go. Let it go." Sha Tuan, watching from the other side, couldn't help but laugh until his whole body trembled. "I'm saved. Your stupidity saved my life." "Ha ha!" Unconcerned Attila walked over and picked up his staff. Sha Tuan then waved his hand, urging the remaining snakes. "It's a shame about the Kui Dien Than Kiem, but playtime is over. Go, my children, avenge your brother, who was so brutally slaughtered." Attila watched the snakes charge wildly at him, without a hint of fear, standing his ground defiantly. The woman on the carriage had completely given up. She quickly grabbed the reins, trying to make the horse flee. "This is bad. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." But no matter how she urged it, the horse refused to move even a single step. She couldn't help but scream in frustration, "You stupid horse." The leader behind her reminded her, "It's useless. That little fellow won't listen to anyone but us." Hearing this, the woman spun around and grabbed his collar. "Then you drive, hurry." The old man angrily pushed her hand away. "This kid is unbelievable. Our boy is still in the middle of a fight." The woman reached out and pulled at his face again. "We can look for his corpse later. If we don't leave now, we're all going to die." Suddenly, a loud impact was heard from behind them. Startled by the sound, the woman turned her head to look back. Behind her, Attila had swung his staff and caved in the head of a great snake. His one blow drove the snake deep into the ground in a bloody mess, causing the earth to crack. Sha Tuan was horrified. "I can't believe it. What?" Another great snake opened its mouth and lunged at Attila. But before it could bite down, Attila smashed it right in the snout with his staff, sending half its teeth flying. The impact sent its body flying. Just like that, the enormous serpent was sent flying into the distant mountain cliff, while another was finished off by Attila, smashed into the rocks. As soon as one fell, another fearlessly lunged forward with its mouth wide open. Attila gave it a cold glance. Immediately after fresh blood splattered out again, Sha Tuan watched intently, wondering if Attila had been bitten to death by his great serpent. But to his disappointment, fresh blood then gushed violently from the serpent's body. Like a god of death, Attila relentlessly swung his staff, pulverizing the serpent's body, and as he destroyed it, he charged towards Sha Tuan. Sha Tuan had no time to react and was hit instantly. Attila struck him in the center of his chest, with the staff sending him flying backward. The young man flew freely until he hit a tree, which seemed like it would stop him. But as soon as he hit the tree, it collapsed. Several large trees behind it also shattered one after another. The battlefield was a desolate wreck littered with the corpses of the 4 great serpents. Attila looked at the distant rubble and said disdainfully, "Nothing special at all, just all talk." The woman in the carriage broke out in a cold sweat, frozen in place. Sha Tuan lay amidst the wreckage, unconscious, his fate unknown. The hilt of the Kui Dien Than Kiem lay on the ground, still trembling violently. Atula's group then spurred their horses and pulled the carriage away from the scene. The woman traveling with them had a complete change in attitude, sincerely bowing to the two of them. "I am the master of Tik Gya Trong Tik Tiu Dan. I failed to recognize your eminence and have offended you. Please forgive me." The leader's face was grim as he waved his hand. "I forgive you, so please get out of my carriage now." Tik Tiu Dan did not get out and continued, "If you'll give me a chance to atone, I wish to host you both at Tien Vu Kok." The leader said angrily, "I already said it's fine." Tik Tiu Dan said again, "Then I will take that as a yes. I will lead the way." The leader yelled helplessly, "Hey, didn't you hear me? I said we are not going, so get out now." Unable to get rid of her, the leader helplessly tried to negotiate again. "I will say this one more time. I am only taking you to Tien Vu Kok." The woman nodded, "I know." The leader added, "Once we are at Tien Vu Kok, we go our separate ways, no strings attached." The woman nodded cheerfully. "All right." Attila, who was driving the carriage, suddenly turned and asked, "What if she changes her tune then, and clings to us?" Tik Tiu Dan yelled angrily, "Hey, you bastard! I even let it go that the Kui Dien Than Kiem was broken, so who is clinging to whom? You want to see how I can cling to you?" The leader quickly waved his hands. No, I don't want to see that. Please spare me. Teenagers are just grumpy like that. You will have to forgive him." He then turned and yelled at Attila, "And you shut your mouth." "All right then, it is settled. Let's head out. We have already been on our way for a while. And so the three of them followed the path towards Tianvukok. After some time, two more people arrived at the battlefield. Sha Tuan was still alive. He emerged from the wreckage and knelt before them. After hearing his story, the two were startled, a scrawny old man and that kid in the carriage. They beat you and the Tiet Jiabve into this state and even destroyed the Kui Dien Than Kiem. Sha Tuan struggled to sit up on the ground and answered, "That is right." The hooded man picked up the hilt to examine it, assessing to dare destroy a divine weapon like the Kui Dien Than Kiem. What kind of ruthless devils are they? Silver hair, could he be an accomplice of the Tik Jia Trong master Tik Tiu Dan? Sha Tuan shook his head. I do not think they are accomplices. The silver-haired man slowly stood up. I understand. Leave dealing with them to me. Seeing him about to leave, Sha Tuan called out loudly. I remember their faces. Please allow me to track them. The hooded man stopped him. No, you must stay and recover. Sha Tuan turned and pleaded with him. This trivial wound is nothing. Please give me the chance to avenge my fallen brothers with my own hands. The hooded man grabbed his head, his voice cold. Don't you understand me? The entire Tiet Jiabve was wiped out. You could not even protect the Kui Dien Than Kiem, and you still have the face to ask for another mission. Having said that, he tightened his grip. Sha Tuan's life force was then frantically drained from his body. Tok Bok went ahead to investigate. He looked at the tracks on the ground and muttered, "These are carriage tracks heading towards Hoang Moksun." He stood there in thought for a moment, then turned to look back. By now, Mu Trum Dao had drained Sha Tuan into a dried-up husk. Tok Bok asked doubtfully, "You're saying that by absorbing Sha Tuan, you can gain his ability to control the Tiet Jiap V?" Mu Trum Dao replied, "That's right, but with no Tiet Jiap V left alive, I'm afraid it's impossible to test." Tok Bok added, "Well, since things have come to this, let's just deal with those two suspicious guys and head back." And the scene shifts to an inn in the forest. Atula's group's carriage is outside. They probably stopped for a rest and some refreshing tea. Soon, a group of men approached from the front. Every single one of them carried a sword looking like they were from the martial world. They headed towards the inn, their intentions unknown. The innkeeper didn't seem surprised to see them enter. The leader asked him in a low voice, Tich Jia Manor's master, Tich Tiu Dan, did she bring the Kui Dien Than Kiem with her? The innkeeper replied quietly, she wasn't carrying it when she came in. I haven't checked thoroughly, but it's probably hidden in the carriage outside. The man snorted coldly. We'll find out soon enough. The men then spread out around the inn. They didn't make a move right away, instead finding tables to sit at. Atula's group of three was also at a corner table enjoying a meal. After hearing Tik Tiu Dan's explanation, the leader remarked approvingly, the martial world, huh? Guaranteed autonomy by the royal family and the imperial court. What a unique worldview. It sounds a bit like the divine cult, Atula said as he ate. The leader reached into his robes feeling for something. The divine cult is a different matter entirely. That's not a fair comparison. He quickly pulled out a small cloth pouch and handed it to Tich Tu Dan. In any case, this is for you. I was just going to take you to Tianvukok and be done with it, but you were so enthusiastic with your explanation. Consider this a thank you gift. Tich Tu Dan took the pouch, looking at it with suspicion. What is this? The leader explained, those are seeds I tried to modify with Bat Lao Tao, but failed. It might even be more useful than that single-use Kui Dien Than Kiem of yours. Hearing him mention the Kui Dien Than Kiem, Tik Tu Dan angrily shouted, who said it's single use? Hearing the words Kui Dien Than Kiem, everyone in the inn immediately looked over. Did he just say Kui Dien Than Kiem? Yes, I heard him loud and clear. After a moment, Tich Tu Dan calmed down and sighed. I get it. I'll be careful with it. Not that I know anything about planting anyway. The leader exclaimed in alarm. What? If you plant this, people could die. Weren't you listening to me? Tich Tu Dan didn't seem to care, sipping her tea casually. Yes, I know, Atula said with a sigh. Should we take it back from her? Tich Tu Dan changed the subject anyway about what you said earlier. What's the name of the person you two have been searching for? The leader replied, who said we were looking for someone? I never mentioned a name. Hearing this, Tich Tu Dan looked completely bewildered. Just then, a hand shot out from behind and slammed Atula's head onto the table. Those men finally couldn't hold back any longer and made their move. Seeing this, Tich Tu Dan jumped to her feet, but before she could do anything, a long sword was pressed against her neck. Calm down, miss. Losing your temper won't solve anything. And that old man better behave himself too. I hate wasting time, so I'll get straight to the point. I know you have the Kui Dien Than Kiem, miss. Hand it over, and I'll grant the three of you a painless death. Tik-Tu-Dun's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face like rain. He stared at Tik-Tu-Dun for a moment, and when she didn't respond, he spoke again. Didn't you say you hate wasting time? It seems Manor Master Tik doesn't understand. Perhaps I should cut off an arm to make things clearer. The leader sitting beside her was startled. What? Atula, who was pinned to the table, suddenly spoke up. Leader, I've had enough of this. Can I deal with them now? The leader casually sipped his tea and agreed. Hearing their conversation, the gang leader thought to himself, what a bunch of bastards. With the leader's permission, Atula, who was being held down on the table, immediately sprang up, despite the brute still using all his strength. Then he swung his fist straight into the man's face. This single punch was incredibly powerful, not only smashing the man's teeth, but also sending a whole group of his underlings behind him, flying. A third of the bandits were knocked to the ground by Atula's blow, unable to get back up for a while. Tik-Tu-Dun also took this chance to punch the young man holding a sword to her neck. Atula raised a cloth to wipe his face, then tossed it aside, looking incredibly imposing. The remaining bandits quickly ran to help their leader up. Chief, are you all right? Boo-hoo my face, you bastard. He sat up, pointed at the group, and screamed, get them, kill every last one of them for me. Atula wasn't scared at all. Instead, he just smiled. That's right, this is how it should be. Tik-Tu-Dun picked up a longsword. I guess we have no choice. The leader waved his hand at her. Young lady, please sit down and have some tea. That Atula guy hates it when people interfere in his business. Let's just sit quietly and drink our tea. The remaining bandits quickly charged towards Atula all at once. Atula had no intention of dodging or anything. He just stood there calmly. The corner of his mouth curved up his face, showing clear excitement. Outside, his warhorse was facing two of Jia Tuan's top men. After observing the carriage for a moment, Hooded Man spoke. Judging by the wheel tracks, this is the one. To dare to stop and rest just a short distance away, they've got some nerve. Silverhair added, do you think they believe the demon-faced divine sword is broken, so no one will chase them anymore? As they were talking, they suddenly heard a tremor from inside the inn. The entire inn was shaking violently. Tables and chairs from inside were sent flying out. The two of them quickly went in to check. As soon as they entered, a scene of terrible destruction met their eyes. Everyone inside the inn had been taken care of by Atula lying in a pile in the corner. He stood there proudly like a god of death. The leader and Tik-Tu-Dun were sitting on one side, leisurely drinking tea. She was startled when she saw the two newcomers. The two men couldn't help but smile when they saw her. We finally found you, Tik-Gia-Trang's Tik-Tu-Dun and two suspicious individuals. After speaking, Hooded Man leaped forward. Atula glanced at him, slightly surprised. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Atula. Are you the ones who broke the demon-faced divine sword? Let me see just how strong you are. Tik-Tu-Dun slammed the table in alarm and shot to her feet, shouting, no, don't let him touch you. Just as she finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed Atula's head. The young man looked triumphant, the corner of his mouth curving up. He then tried to drain Atula of his life force, just as he had done to Jia Tuan. But something unexpected happened. Atula suddenly swung his arm up, knocking the man's hand off his face. Then he swung his fist straight into his opponent's face. The young man was no different from the others. He was sent flying into the corner of the room by that single punch. Fresh blood gushed continuously from his mouth. Silverhair, who was standing to the side, was utterly horrified by the sight. Although Tik-Tu-Dun had seen it a few times, she still couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Atula angrily wiped his face. How dare that filthy hand touch him? The hooded man quickly crawled out from the crowd, retching constantly in extreme pain. The arm that had just touched Atula's head was now deformed. He couldn't believe his arm was crippled just from being pushed away. His piercing scream then echoed throughout the inn. Atula snorted coldly, so he wasn't just a passerby. He then remembered something and turned to look outside the door. The silver-haired man who should have been standing there was nowhere to be seen. Atula asked, where is the other one? Did he run away? A few of the men who had been beaten were now groggily waking up. As soon as he woke up, his eyes widened and the veins all over his body began to bulge. Immediately after, his face contorted, showing signs of being drained dry. The terrified screams of the men then rang out continuously. Their bodies all began to wither at an incredibly fast speed. Hearing the commotion, Atula turned his head to look. The area was now shrouded in a deathly aura. Very quickly, all the men were drained, leaving only their clothes. Then a pitch-black figure slowly stood up. After absorbing the life force of those men, the hooded man had become a giant monster. His arm, which Atula had just broken, could now move again. Atula glanced at him, his face still extremely calm. The monster slowly narrowed its eyes, glaring at him. Atula asked him, "Do you devour others to increase your strength?" He then turned to look at the leader. "This seems to be." The leader put down his teacup and nodded. "That's right, that's it." Thick Tu Dan, who was behind them, also spoke up. "It's Hap Tin Ma Kong." The old man turned to her in confusion. "What Hap Kong?" What Thick Tu Dan repeated. "The martial art he's using is Hap Tin Ma Kong." The old man asked again. Hak Ta Than Thick Tu Dan said angrily, "It's Hap Tin Ma Kong." It's the martial art of Tiet Bai Huyet, the assassin patriarch of Tevuong, which can absorb an opponent's life force and internal energy to strengthen oneself. The old man still looked extremely confused. "So that's what the martial art is called." Thick Tu Dan continued to explain. "They say that one who masters Hap Tin Ma Kong to a certain level will become immune to blades and spears. The more internal energy they absorb, the more immortal they become." The old man turned and snorted coldly. "Immortal, who do you think you are?" Atula then turned again to look at the monster behind him. "Immune to blades and spears." The old man held out his hand to Thick Tu Dan. "Perfect timing. Give me this. It's those seeds modified from the Bat Lao Tao." The monster quickly began to walk towards Atula. Each of its steps on the ground caused it to sink. Atula bent down and picked up a saber. "Let's see how big you can get. I thought the martial world was boring, but it turns out it's not." The monster raised his fist. "I will crush you." Atula became even more excited. The martial world is truly interesting. Just then, the leader walked over, slapped him across the face, and told him to get out of the way. He held up the cloth bag and said, "I've got them. Let me show you all how to use it." Thick Tu Dan shouted in fear, "What are you doing at a time like this? Hurry up and run!" Just as she finished speaking, the monster's fist was already striking down in front of Atula and the leader. The old man quickly took a seed out of the cloth bag. Then, without hesitation, he flicked it towards the monster. The seed flew and stuck to the monster's hand. Immediately after, a terrifying suction force was released. In the blink of an eye, the monster's hand vanished. Next came his entire arm. His body then began to deform. His body seemed to turn into countless tree roots, all of them sprouting up towards the roof. Thick Tu Dan's eyes widened, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. The inn was silent. Immediately after, the roof was shattered. The seed using the monster's body grew rapidly into a colossal tree that soared into the sky. Its roots destroyed the inn, spreading outside and digging into the ground. The great tree was terrifyingly massive, even taller than the mountain peaks. Just like that, amidst the dense mountain forest, a gigantic tree suddenly appeared. The leader sighed, looking at the tree. Good grief. What kind of modified Bat Lao Tao seed is this? It's completely useless. What was I thinking? Anyway, did you see that? In critical situations like this, you just need to take one seed. He stopped midway through his sentence. Where did the girl go? Atula was confused. She was right here a moment ago. Just then a curse rang out, "You bastards." The two looked up and saw the silver-haired man standing there. Thick Tu Dan had also been captured by him, held by his side. He stared at the two of them threateningly. "I'll remember your faces." Just as he finished speaking, a blade appeared embedded in the middle of his forehead. The killer was none other than Atula. The leader cursed angrily. "I was planning to capture him alive for questioning, but you ruined my plan." Atula stammered in explanation. "Hey, now my hand slipped. I was just aiming for his clothes." As the two argued, they did not notice that the silver-haired man's body was becoming translucent. He had not been killed by Atula. He uttered coldly, "We will meet again." And just like that, both he and Thick Tu Dan slowly vanished on the spot. Seeing this, the two of them looked on startled. A moment later, Atula searched the area and returned to report, "Leader, he's gone. I have looked everywhere, but there is no trace of them. I have no idea where they went. Should we get Bao Ki Dong to find them quickly?" He was referring to their golden-maned warhorse. The leader remained silent, withholding his opinion. That girl really is a nuisance. The scene changes to a fortified base deep in the mountains. Thick Tu Dan was brought here tied up. They showed no mercy, throwing her into a jail cell. Before leaving, the silver-haired man reminded his subordinate, "I will be back soon, so watch her carefully." Thick Tu Dan's face was flushed, and she was extremely tense. The silver-haired man quickly went outside, heading towards the main hall in front of him. Cutting back to the foot of the great tree, the leader sighed at the warhorse. "Cleaning up this mess is exhausting. If I could, I would not want to borrow this little guy's strength. But with the situation as it is, there is no other choice." He then took out the bag of seeds he had given Thick Tu Dan earlier and let the warhorse sniff it. "Can you smell this and find that child's scent?" The warhorse sniffed for a moment, then snorted. The two quickly jumped onto the carriage. "That is more like it. Let us get going." As soon as they were on the carriage, the war horse neighed loudly. Atula sat in the front, gripping the reins tightly. The war horse then charged forward as if flying. The space in front of them quickly began to change. A black hole slowly opened up there. The wider the black hole opened, the stronger the pull from within became. The leader sitting behind Atula grabbed his clothes tightly. The carriage charged straight into the black hole, traveling through space. The scene shifts back to the silver-haired man's base. He has now entered the main hall, paying his respects to another person inside. After hearing his report, the person on the throne exclaimed in shock, "The Kui Dien Than Kiem has been shattered, killing Zatuan and the Thiet Jiabjia and turning the Huyet Loi Tu Thiet Bai into a giant tree. Am I understanding you correctly? This person is the leader of the Tiksat Don, which belongs to Devuang Tan Bak Vi Tien Tu Chu Huang." The silver-haired man nodded. "That's right." Chu Huang asked, "But you're the head of the Tiksat Don's intelligence division, yet you let your subordinates fight those strange beings, only secured one hostage, and then ran away." The silver-haired man replied, "This subordinate prioritized reporting the situation over fighting a battle. I wasn't sure I could win." Chu Huang narrowed his eyes and said nothing more, just sitting there and staring at him. The silver-haired man also stood there calmly waiting. After a moment, Chu Huang spoke again. "I'm not entirely satisfied, but I understand your difficult decision. For you, reporting intelligence is your primary mission. But that hostage, Tik Tu Dan, the master of Tik Gia Trang, isn't she from Tien Vu Kok, a remnant force of the Vo Lam Min?" The silver-haired man quickly replied, "As far as I know, yes. I will find out the details after interrogating Tik Tu Dan, making her reveal the identities of those strange people, their relationship with her, and the extent of Tien Vu Kok's involvement." Chu Huang said nonchalantly, "Just kill them all." The silver-haired man was startled, huh? Chu Huang continued, "The Kui Dien Than Kiem is concrete evidence. What's the point of dragging this out? After you take care of Tich Tu Dan Pin, everything, including the deaths of our 2 elite members on Tien Vu Kok. If those oddballs are related to them, they will show themselves before Tien Vu Kok is annihilated." The silver-haired man stammered nervously. "But Devuang Tan forbids blatant armed intervention against the remnants of the Vo Lam Min." Chu Huang poured more tea. "That order does not apply to rebels. The rumor about Tien Vu Kok secretly gathering martial arts relics confirmed by the Kui Dien Than Kiem isn't that proof of a rebellious plot from those who started the rumors. We must strike quickly and decisively, crushing the rebellion before they figure out our plan." Saying this, he shouted outside, "Guards summon Than Ma and Shich Nguyet." Inside the spatial rift, the warhorse carrying A2 La and his group continued to speed along. Soon a light appeared up ahead. It seemed to be their destination. Atula held the reins tightly, his face grim. The scene changes to the prison where Tik Tu Dan is being held. She remembered being captured by the silver-haired man and felt incredibly angry. "I'm always so careful. I'm not one to just run away, but I let my guard down for a second and he got me. This is so infuriating." In her agitation, she struggled, and the ropes binding her snapped. She was surprised herself that the ropes broke so easily. Are these ropes rotten or something? Why did they break so easily? Suddenly, she sensed something and turned to look. Atula's warhorse was coming out of the wall next to her. The entire carriage quickly emerged inside the prison cell. Going too fast to stop, the carriage skidded and slammed into the wall. The leader yelled angrily, Hey, can't you land more gracefully? It's not my fault the bronze key is making this pony dizzy." Tik Tu Dan was left completely dumbfounded by this scene, unable to believe her eyes. "What is going on? How did you all get in here?" The leader sighed. "You're in a mess like this, and that's what you're curious about." Atula went to the iron gate to look around. "Where is this a prison?" The leader urged everyone onto the carriage. "Hurry, we need to leave before the bronze key is exhausted." Atula replied, "But we don't have room to gain momentum. We have to get outside first." Outside the cell, the guards heard the strange sounds from within, and one volunteered to go in and check. But before he could even enter, the prison cell was blown to smithereens. The one responsible for this was none other than Atula. They walked out and exclaimed, "It's so nice and open out here." The leader sighed. "I said we should make a quiet exit." Panicked voices immediately erupted. What was that? Where did that loud noise come from? What direction was that? The scene shifts to the main hall. 2 more people were there now, looking like professional assassins. Chu Huang ordered them, "Therefore, I'm sending one of you to take care of Tien Vu Kok. Which one of you will it be?" This scarred young man is the pursuit team captain, Tan Ma Luk Truong Kim. As soon as Chu Huang finished speaking, he volunteered for the mission. "If you leave it to my tree Satdoi, we'll wipe out all those rats hiding in Tien Vu Kok within 10 days. Chu Huang wasn't very pleased. 10 days. The other person, Phi Sat Doi Captain Shich Ngu Yit. Triu Hak Min finally spoke up. Tien Vu Kok is a much larger and more treacherous place than you think. Compared to the Trui Sat Doi, who specialize in fighting on open ground, my Phi Sat Doi is a team that specializes in combat in such regions. Just give me 3 days and every living thing in Tien Vu Kok will be wiped out completely. Tan Ma, with a look of clear anger on his face, turned to look at Shich Nguyet. Chu Huang raised his hand. 3 days. Just then, the entire Grand Hall suddenly began to shake violently. All 4 of them were startled by the sudden tremor. What's happening? In front of the prison, the ground was torn apart, smoke and dust filled the air, and bodies were scattered everywhere. Seeing how powerful Ah-Tu-La was, the rest of the men no longer dared to attack and just watched from a distance. Chu Huang and his men quickly went outside to see what was happening. Looking down from their high vantage point, they could see the entire disastrous scene below. The silver-haired man exclaimed in fear, "It's them, the ones I mentioned before. They killed Tiet Giap Sha and Tiet Bai." Below, the leader on the cart angrily scolded, "Atula, I told you we needed to leave quickly." Atula pointed to the men ahead and replied, "I wanted to, but those guys just kept attacking." The leader angrily grabbed the reins. "This is no good, we have to go." Seeing this, Atula hurriedly ran over. "Wait for me, I'm coming." Just then, an arrow came flying from behind. Atula, who was running, suddenly stopped. He glanced back in confusion. To everyone's surprise, an arrow had hit him in his rear. Those men couldn't win in close combat, so they had switched to bows and arrows. "Don't get close, everyone just keep your distance and shoot at him." Atula cried, tears streaming down his face from the pain. The old man tried to reassure him. Hey, just hang in there. Your leader will pull it out for you right now." Atula turned around and swung his club up. With an incredibly powerful swing, he smashed his club straight into the ground. Because of that one strike, the ground immediately began to shake violently. Immediately after, the entire plaza was leveled, and even the Grand Hall where Chu Huang and his men were standing was destroyed. Those minions could no longer fire their arrows, and they fell one after another into the fissures in the ground. The warhorse pulling the cart immediately leaped to avoid the cracking ground. This place had become a wasteland because of a single blow from Atula. Chu Huang stared at them horrified. Just where in the world did they come from? He shouted an order to the subordinates beside him, "Capture them. It doesn't matter if they're dead or alive. Even if you have to mobilize every available soldier, you must capture them." After venting his anger, Atula, with the arrow still stuck in him, ran back towards the other 2. Chu Huang was still shouting from his position, "Besides the matter with Tien Vu Kok, whoever captures them first, I will make them the vice chief." Hearing this, Tan Ma and Shich Nguye excitedly jumped down to join the battlefield. The leader, shaken from the tremor and so angry his eyes were bloodshot, screamed, "I'm going to have a heart attack because of you. I told you to leave as quietly as possible. How many times did I have to tell you?" As he spoke, he kicked Atula repeatedly. He tried to explain, "But I did do what you said." After a moment, he calmed down and jumped onto the cart. "I'll deal with you once we get out of this place. Now, hurry, get us moving, go." Atula quickly hopped on Yes Leader. Just then, Tik Tiu Dun spoke up from the back. This box rolled out. It was already open, so it must be empty inside. The old man and Atula were startled and turned to look at the box. "What box?" After looking at it with the old man for a moment, Atula exclaimed, "What is this? I don't think I've ever seen it before." Just then, they both heard a squeaking sound. The 2 of them looked up. There, on the roof of the cart, was a red salamander. Seeing the horrified look on their faces at this tiny creature, Tik Tiu Dan couldn't help but be confused. They were in a complete panic. "Run! No, that's not right. We have to catch it." "Hey, Kiki!" The salamander ignored the 2 of them, quickly jumping off the cart and running away. It ran for a moment, then stopped, turning its head to look back. Atula had also jumped down from the carriage by now. He tried to coax the salamander, "Our Kiki, do you miss your big brother? Come home with Big Brother, okay? Big Brother is very gentle." The salamander stood there staring intently at him. Just as Atula was about to get closer and grab it, something suddenly shot towards them from the front. An axe chopped off the salamander's tail, and it roared in agony. Atula's eyes widened, and blood vessels began to appear in them. The leader sitting on the cart was also tense and drenched in sweat. Tan Ma then swung his hand, retrieving the axe. "Tisk tisk. The chain is too short." Atula angrily cursed, "You idiot." Tan Ma paid him no mind, shouting orders for his subordinates to charge. At this moment, Jich Nuye also arrived from another direction with his men, but the other guy beat him to it. The warhorse sensed something and immediately took off. It decisively bit Atula's collar and bolted. The salamander, its tail now severed, had gone berserk. A terrifying golden light continuously radiated from its body. Tang Ma's men, who were charging aggressively, were immediately enveloped by the golden light. Immediately after, all of them died, blasted into smithereens. The same thing happened to Shich Nguye's men. Chu Huang, standing on the great hall in the distance, was horrified. What is this light? The two of them also died under that light right after. The terrifying golden light quickly engulfed the entire mountain fortress. Then it covered the entire surrounding valley. It didn't stop there, continuing to spread across the whole mountain range. Wherever the golden light went, the trees were burned to ashes. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light finally began to recede. The area had been flattened into a deep pit filled with smoke and dust. Below, the red glow of fire was still visible, not yet extinguished. On a mountaintop not far away, Atula and his group were standing observing the pit. They were completely silent. Suddenly, the warhorse whinnied and staggered, then collapsed and fainted on the spot. Tik Tu Dan wanted to run over and check, but Atula waved her back. "It's just sleeping, leave it be. It's exhausted from teleporting twice." The old man covered his face and sighed helplessly. How did things turn out like this? Atula walked over and patted his shoulder, making him think he was there to comfort him. But when he turned his head, Atula had his butt pointed at him. "Leader, pull out the arrow. Pull it out in one clean go and apply the medicine right away. Okay, that way it won't hurt. You can use that long Kot-chan ditch too." The leader, already sad, was now even angrier. He then forcefully pulled it out, causing blood to spurt from Atula's butt. "All right, then here's your long Kot-chan ditch." The group then continued on their way. As they were walking, a long spear suddenly flew through the air towards them. It landed in front of them, blocking their path. From a distance, a warning voice rang out, "Stop! This is a restricted area for commoners. If you dare to advance any further, don't blame us. Turn back now." Atula exclaimed angrily, "They dare to block my path. Should we take care of them?" Leader Tik Tu Dan stopped him in a panic. Don't. She then put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled. Then she decisively jumped off the vehicle, telling the 2 of them to wait a moment. The 2 men didn't say anything, quietly standing there watching her back. After she was out of sight, Atula spoke up. "I bet she's going to make us stay for a grand feast for a few days." The leader agreed 100%. Grand feasts are always such a hassle. It's a tradition in this land. I used to get stuck in them all the time. Atula sighed, "I hate these things the most." The leader continued explaining, "The people here don't know when to stop. They'll roast, stir-fry, and deep-fry every cow, pig, dog, and chicken they can find." Atula was drooling. "That sounds pretty tempting, though. How about we just have one meal and then go?" The leader cursed, "You glutton. But fine, we can just grab some food to go, and then leave quickly." As the 2 were wiping their drool, Tik Tu Dan ran out again. "Sorry for the delay. It took a while to convince the people in Tianvu Kok to let me see you 2. I actually wanted to try and keep you here longer, but a promise is a promise. I won't bother you 2 anymore." The 2 men, who thought they were about to get a huge meal, were stunned, and their faces fell. Tik Tu Dan clasped his hands with a serious face. "If we are fated to meet again, I hope you will give me a chance to repay you. I wish you both the best." Then she went to say goodbye to the warhorse. After that, she decisively turned and went back inside the valley. Atula and the leader didn't say a single word the entire time. After a moment, he asked angrily, "Should we take care of them, leader?" The next day, by a stream somewhere, Atula's group had stopped to rest. The warhorse lay on its side as if it were exhausted. The leader sat to one side, examining something with 2 sticks, and exclaimed, "Here it is! Is there something wrong with its head? How are we supposed to track anything with this?" Atula, who was eating in the back, asked sadly, "By the way, where did Salah go, leader? I miss him so much." The leader angrily threw the thing in his hand at him. "I told you I wanted to seal it away back then, but you insisted on raising it. Stop being so sentimental. Hurry up and pack. It's time to go." The 2 argued, completely unaware that not far away, a young man was watching them. As the young man was intently observing the 2 of them, the person in front of him urged Truong Hao Wei, "What are you doing? We're done resting. Let's go." The young man was startled and turned around. "Yes, sect master." The sect master asked doubtfully, "See something interesting?" Truong Hao Wei explained, "Oh no, I just saw some people with strange clothes. There's no shortage of strangely dressed people. What's so surprising about that? We have to reach Kui Han Lam before dark today. We must get there before sunset." Darkness fell quickly. Deep in the forest, those 2 were still on the move. The young female sect master, despite her age, seemed very calm. Truong Haove glanced around and exclaimed, "Few people dare to venture into this Kui Han Lam forest even during the day. Rumor has it that a great master over 100 zhang, tall proficient in 108 divine skills, Tai Sun Chan Nan, lives in seclusion here. But we haven't seen any signs of life so far. It must be a baseless rumor. How about we go back, Sect Master?" The girl shook her head resolutely. "No." Truong Haove continued to persuade her, "But it's easy to get lost if we keep going." The girl was a little annoyed. "You're so annoying. We've come this far and you want to give up. I must meet Tai Sun Chan Nan." Truong Haove smiled and stammered, "How about we come back tomorrow when it's light out?" The girl sighed helplessly. "You're so stubborn. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself." Just then, a strange sound came from the distance. A giant stone figure appeared right before their eyes. Both of them were so shocked by this sight that their jaws dropped. "What is that? What in the world is that? Could it be that Tai Sun Chan Nan is real?" The girl quickly flew towards the stone figure. "I've found Tai Sun Chan Nan." Truong Haove, sweating profusely, warned her, "Sect Master, be careful." A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from within the mountain range. It was followed by countless explosions stretching out as if someone was fighting. A section of the forest had been completely flattened, a scene of indescribable devastation. The figure of the stone man could be faintly seen within the dust cloud. Its body had been beaten to an indescribable pulp. Then countless cracks appeared on its body. After that, it shattered into many pieces. Not far away, a figure holding a staff stood there. This person was none other than Atula. He was about to strike again when the leader came over and told him to stop. "Step aside." He slowly walked over to the stone man's corpse. "A species that went extinct is still alive. Did you really think I wouldn't find you hiding here?" Just as he finished speaking, a cold scoff came from within the stone man. "They say all the messengers have disappeared. I can't believe there's still one left." The leader also scoffed coldly. "Who told you that? Have you ever met someone who called themselves a messenger?" The stone man replied, "No, I just heard the birds talking about it." The leader narrowed his eyes, staring at it. After a moment, he asked again, "Do you have anything else to say?" Just then, a loud voice shouted from the distance, "Tai Sun Chan Nan." The newcomers were Nu Hai and her companion. Seeing the devastating scene before her, she was horrified. "Tai Sun Chen Nanan. Those lunatics killed Tai Sun Chen Nanan. Truong Haove, you deal with those two. I'll check on Tai Sun Chan Nan." Atu La and the leader turned their heads and gave them a confused look. Truong Haove moved past Atu La and the leader with incredible speed. No one saw how he drew his sword, only that Atu La and the old man were both slashed and covered in blood afterward. Seeing this from behind, Nu Hai was extremely excited. "Well done, Truong Haove." But that was all in their imagination. In reality, both of them were lying on the ground with large bumps on their heads from Atu La's staff. Atu La looked at them confused. "What's with these lunatics? They suddenly rushed in looking for a fight. I had no choice but to take them down. Are these two traveling together?" "That's right." Soon the sky brightened and sunlight filtered through the trees. Truong Haove woke up and called to Nu Hai, sect leader, "Wake up. It's morning." Nu Hai groggily sat up and rubbed her eyes. Truong Haove reminded her, "We have to go to Kui Hoa Lam today. We need to leave early." Nu Hai was startled. Oh, right. The sun is already so high. "Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Why are you only waking me now? I wanted to, but you were sleeping so soundly." "Sect leader?" The two then continued along the path. "On the way to Bak Shao Fu, if we see an inn, let's stop and rest." Not far away, Atula was watching them. "Are those two okay?" The leader replied, "I erased their memories of the past day, so they'll be fine. Now let's get going too." The protective circle of the celestial realm. This treasure was received by the first ancestor of my clan from a blue-eyed immortal. Using it grants extraordinary power, but it can also cause an irreversible disaster. Remember this well. Unless you must trade your very life for it, you must never use this treasure. Two people were walking down a road when they suddenly came across a person buried in a pile of rocks and dirt on the side. The person was covered in blood, a truly tragic sight. The middle-aged man on the horse couldn't just ignore it. He then put the person on his horse and led it away. They quickly returned to their manor. The burly man, who was rescued by the middle-aged man, had now regained consciousness. Although his body was still covered in bandages, he was able to help the master of the house chop firewood. The middle-aged man and a servant who were bringing medicine were startled to see this. He hurriedly ran over and told the burly man to stop. He then placed the medicine on the table, told him to drink it, and started a conversation with him. The two of them chatted very cheerfully like close brothers reuniting after a long time. After a period of recuperation, the burly man's injuries finally healed completely. One day, an eagle was seen circling in the sky above the manor. A group of men with long swords on their backs approached the outside of the manor. They then pushed open the gate and filed inside. As soon as they saw the burly man, they all bowed their heads in unison. The burly man then bid farewell to the master of the manor and left with his brothers. The master, still unaware of the disaster about to strike, cheerfully saw him off. The burly man glanced back at them with a smile. The group proceeded along the mountain path. Just then, a young man was seen rushing towards the manor from up ahead. The burly man recognized him immediately. He smiled and raised a hand to greet him. This was the servant who attended to the master. Upon seeing the burly man, his face turned pale with terror. He then composed himself and bowed his head to the burly man. The burly man exchanged a brief greeting with him, then led his brothers on their way. The stout servant waited for them to leave, then panicked and continued running toward the manor. The burly man who was walking suddenly stopped. He glanced back at the servant running behind him, a thoughtful look on his face. A short while later, the stout servant returned to the manor and reported some news to the master. What he brought back was a wanted poster for the burly man. He was a vicious criminal guilty of murder, arson, and escaping from prison. The reward for his capture was 300 taels of gold. The stout servant explained this, frantically gesturing wildly in his terror. The master calmly took the poster. He handed the poster back to the servant and pointed to give him some instructions. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The stout servant went to open the door, and his jaw dropped in horror. The visitors were the burly man and his followers. They had returned to the manor. The master and the people of the manor, now knowing his true identity, were all extremely tense. The burly man walked out slowly, his face dark. I just wanted to leave a bit of goodwill behind. But what a pity, my second brother. After that, a massacre took place there. Throughout the manor, bodies and fresh blood lay scattered everywhere. The master struggled to drag his broken body into a secret room. He was filled with regret. It's my fault my kindness in saving an unknown murderer has caused my entire family to be slaughtered. He crawled towards the box containing the immortal's divine artifact. He looked at the circlet in the box, remembering the words of the one who had given it to him. Now was the time he had to trade his very life. He slowly placed the circlet around his neck. As soon as it was on his neck, the circlet immediately tightened. He was in agony, trembling and groaning endlessly. Soon, the voice of the big man called out from outside, "Second brother, I know you're in there. Don't drag this out. It will only bring more pain. Stop being so stubborn and open the door." After speaking, he stood there silently waiting to see if the man inside would surrender. When no one came out after a while, he motioned for his men to step forward. The man with the axe quickly moved to the front. Just as he raised his axe to strike, the door suddenly swung open. Seeing this, the axe wielder smirked. "I honestly don't know if I should call you naive or just stupid." The moment the words left his mouth, something clawed him into a bloody mess. The big man and his followers behind were stunned to see their companion killed. Soon the sound of footsteps echoed from inside. Before their horrified eyes, a monster slowly walked out. Seeing the monster, the entire group instinctively backed away. What the hell is that? The only sound from the monster's mouth was a hissing screech. The entire secret room was then smashed to pieces. Hearing the noise, the men outside who were torturing the manor's residents all stopped and turned to look. The big man was then sent flying from inside out into the courtyard. The monster slowly emerged from the shattered room, holding 2 corpses in its hands and a third one in its mouth. The big man's face was a mask of indescribable terror. With no will to fight left, he immediately turned and ran. Seeing him in such a panic, his men shouted in confusion, "What is it, Dai Duongjia?" Before the big man could reply, the wall behind him was shattered. The monster's enormous figure appeared through the dust cloud before their very eyes. What is that thing? The big man didn't waste any words shouting at them to get away. The men quickly followed his lead and turned to run. Another loud explosion erupted as the monster smashed down the entire wall. Men fell one after another under its claws. The more it killed, the more frenzied the monster became, letting out a blood-curdling roar at the fleeing men. Not far away, a Tula and an old man stood on a rooftop watching. "I've found it. Is this it, leader?" The old man replied, "The necklace of Than Kuyen, guardian of the underworld. That's it." Down below, the big man was crawling on the ground, beaten to a bloody pulp. His men up ahead were looking back at him in absolute terror. Seeing their expressions, the big man turned his head to look back. The monster had appeared behind him without him noticing. The terrified men scattered, screaming, "Help! Someone help me!" Thon Kuyen bared its sharp fangs, staring intently at the big man. Just then, Atula leaped down from above, slamming the monster's head into the ground with a single palm strike. Thanks to that, the big man's life was spared. But Atula couldn't hold it down for long. Thon Kuyen quickly got to its feet again. Atula warned it. Hey you haven't completely transformed. If you don't stop now, you'll never be able to become human again. Then Kuyen's eyes widened as if in a moment of realization. But when it saw the big man behind Atula again, its eyes turned frenzied once more. Then it ignored Atula completely and lunged toward the big man. Lying helpless on the ground, the big man could only watch as the monster charged, unable to fight back or get away. All he could do was raise his hands, close his eyes, and scream at the sky. But before the monster could even take a bite, Atula sent it flying into the wall with another punch. This punch sent it crashing through several walls before it finally stopped inside the building behind them. This time, the monster could not get up right away and just lay there struggling. Witnessing the terrifying power of the young man before him, the big man was completely stunned with fear. Atula stood there and sighed. Looks like I might have hit it a bit too hard. The big man behind him stammered, "Thank you so much." Atula turned his head and glanced at him. The group of men now stood there trembling as they watched him. Atula observed them for a moment, then said, "If you do not want trouble, then get lost." After saying that, he turned to face the monster again. The area was still covered in rubble with no sign of movement. Beneath the debris, the monster's bleeding body could be seen. Along with that were its pained moans. Atula slowly approached. No matter how stubborn you are, you cannot change anything. On the contrary, you will lose your life. Just give it up. Now, if you let me take off your collar, you can return to your human form. As soon as he stepped inside, he was startled to see the pile of human corpses in the corner. There were old people, young people, and also women. Atula seemed to understand why that person was so determined. The collar on its neck once again glowed brilliantly. Thon Kuyen stood up again. With a growl, its bloodshot red eyes filled with visible hatred. All the rubble and wooden posts on top of it were quickly thrown off. It had now completely transformed into the form of a black dog. The pupils in its eyes had also completely changed. Seeing this, Atula knew that there was no turning back. Outside, the group of mountain bandits was still frantically running away. They had just about reached the exit when the silhouette of a black dog appeared above them. Thon Kuyen quickly landed in front of them. The men could no longer continue to flee and were forced to stop. Thon Kuyen's eyes were blazing red, filled with killing intent as it stared them down. The men were all indescribably terrified by this scene. Thon Kuyen stomped a foot down, and several men died instantly. It showed no mercy, continuing to swing its claws. More men fell, their blood splattering everywhere. The big man stood frozen, watching his brothers die so tragically one after another, not knowing what to do. He had completely given up on the idea of escaping, because he knew he could not get away no matter how he tried. After dealing with all the men, Thon Kuyen walked up to him. It did not attack right away, but stood there watching him tremble. Facing Thon Kuyen's terrifying gaze, he could not help but begin to plead. "Little brother, it is you, is it not? I was wrong. Please spare my life, little brother." Thon Kuyen showed no mercy as it opened its mouth and lunged. Fresh blood splattered everywhere once more. The others were only killed by it, but the big man was eaten alive. Its revenge complete, it raised its head and let out a long howl. Atula then slowly approached. "I have been waiting for you to finish your revenge. Now, you can take off that collar." The divine hound turned its head to look at him. It had no intention of letting Atula do as he pleased and snarled at him viciously. Atula's expression was calm, but not entirely unconcerned. "You have killed too many people, so now you can never return to being human. I don't know if this was the right choice." The divine hound didn't care at all, opening its mouth to roar. Atula drew his staff. "It seems you can no longer understand what I am saying." The leader sat on the roof observing silently, not making a move from beginning to end. Seeing Atula about to strike, the divine hound leaped up. Then it roared loudly, opening its mouth to snap at him. Atula fearlessly swung his staff. Before the divine hound could bite down, he smashed it across the snout. Without stopping, Atula raised his staff again. He brought it down squarely on its leg. The divine hound was immediately crippled by his blow collapsing to the ground. Atula raised his staff again, aiming straight for its head. A powerful blow smashed down on the divine hound's head, driving it into the ground. It didn't end there. The shockwave continued to spread outwards. Half of the manor was then leveled to the ground. The divine hound and Atula were in the middle of a deep crater. The leader, who was leisurely watching from the rooftop, suddenly plummeted down as the entire building collapsed. After a moment, when the dust settled, only a desolate ruin remained. At that moment, the warhorse appeared from somewhere. Held by the collar in the horse's mouth, the leader was angrily cursing. "All right, I really don't get that kid. Why can't he control his own strength?" At the bottom of the crater, the divine hound had now returned to the form of the manor lord. Attila stood there silently looking at him. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. He felt fulfilled now that his family's great revenge had been achieved. His figure then slowly faded away. As he disappeared, the divine hound's collar fell to the ground. Attila quickly picked it up, then walked over to the leader. Seeing him approach, he asked, "Is that the collar? What happened to its owner?" Attila handed him the collar. "That person is dead." The old man took the collar and looked at it, falling silent for a moment. He then took out a talisman and placed the collar on it. The collar quickly disappeared into the talisman. There are 3 such collars in this world, but now only one remains. The 2 of them then cremated all the bodies here. The manor and all its people were cremated in one place. Attila stood in the distance, observing with a sigh. "Before he died, that person thanked you." The leader was puzzled. "Who are you talking about?" Attila explained, "It was the man who wore this collar. He thanked me for freeing him from this monstrous existence." The 2 of them then continued on their journey. The scene changes to another place where a flock of crows is tearing at the flesh of some creature. Not far away, a person in a black robe stood watching. This was the place where the giant snakes were killed by Attila. The man observed for a moment, then noticed the tattered clothes on the ground. He quickly walked over and picked up the clothes to examine them. Next were the tracks of a horse-drawn carriage on the ground. He followed the carriage tracks and soon arrived at the tavern. The great tree left by the leader was still standing tall here. The man in black observed for a moment, then turned and left without taking any other action. Meanwhile, the assassin's fortress here had been completely flooded by water from the mountain stream. This was the man in black's next destination. He followed the trail left by Attila and his companion, visiting all 3 locations one by one. By this point, a tense expression was clear on his face. Night fell. Somewhere in the forest, Atula's group was sleeping and resting by a campfire. Suddenly, the warhorse smelled something. It immediately jolted awake from its slumber. Something was now appearing in the fire in front of it. It was the salamander whose tail had been cut off the other day. It crawled towards Attila. It climbed onto his face, smiled, and made a small sound. Then it hugged Attula's face with great delight. The sleeping Attila was extremely annoyed by this, but the salamander found it amusing. Seeing what it was, the warhorse paid it no mind and went back to sleep. The scene changes to a land of ice and snow. Fresh blood was splattered all over the snow here. A figure stood there holding a broken blood-soaked staff. Countless corpses lay around him. On his back was the image of a spider. The image was so vivid, it looked like a real spider was hidden beneath his skin. Suddenly, he glanced back, his pupils a terrifying blood-red color. The scene shifts again. On a rooftop, a one-eyed young man was looking at a piece of paper. Damn it! Even though it's been over 12 years, the wound on my right eye still throbs with pain every time I think of that bastard. The thing in his hand was a map. I went through so much trouble to find a clue about that object, but when I get here, it's just a pile of ashes and ruins. I wonder if the object is even mixed in with this rubble. Just then, a voice called out, "Captain." One of his subordinates came up from below to report I have finished inspecting everything here. The place they were standing was the estate where Attula's group retrieved the divine hound ring. Aside from the bodies of the estate's residents that Attila had cremated, the corpses of the mountain bandits were still scattered everywhere. The one-eyed man jumped down from the roof. "You all did well." One man spoke up. "Yes, but there is one thing. I previously sent a carrier pigeon back to headquarters to report on the situation here and what needed to be done. But for some reason, it's been over 10 days, and we still haven't heard back from them." The one-eyed man was startled. So it's been a full 10 days, and there's still no reply. The man continued, "That's right. The longest I've ever known it to take was only 3 days. I think something must have happened." The one-eyed man reassured him, "Have you forgotten at our Shichqui headquarters, besides the guildmaster, we also have the 2 captains Tan and Shichqui. No matter what's going on, nothing bad could have possibly happened, understand? All right, in any case, our mission here is complete. We need to return to headquarters to report anyway, so we'll find out what happened when we get back. However, before we head back, there's one place I need to go first." Hearing this, the crowd was startled and utterly confused. One Eye's expression darkened as he began to remember. "I must meet the one who caused me to lose an eye back then." Nguyet Ha Than Nu is a mysterious woman said to have saved Hoa Kok Thon from a famine. According to the investigation, when the famine struck, she happened to pass by the village, sharing food with the poor and hungry and healing the sick. She did many good deeds for the villagers, so they built a shrine to worship her and even formed a group of handmaidens. They revered her as a god and followed her. In addition, the village of Hoa Kok grew prosperous as many refugees hearing of her fame came to seek shelter. One Eye and his men were standing on a large tree observing the village. The village was situated at the foot of a mountain range with a stream flowing by, making it ideal for farming. One Eye looked at the village and sneered, "A mysterious woman and the Nguyet Hatha Nu, huh?" In a manner within the village, all the servants were women. They were bringing food to their master when a voice suddenly called out from outside, "No, you can't enter without an appointment." The handmaidens in the courtyard heard the commotion and turned to look. One Eye led his two subordinates, breaking down the door to enter. "We're here to see Nguyet Hatha Nu. Where is she now?" The handmaiden stood there, stunned, unsure of what to do. Just then, another scolding voice rang out, "You are so disrespectful." The speaker was someone who had just come out of the house. She spoke coldly to One Eye's group. "I don't believe I've met you before. We are not receiving unexpected guests today. Please come back another day." The corner of One Eye's mouth twitched into a cold smile. The old woman was a bit confused by his demeanor. Immediately after, he sent her and the handmaidens beside her flying into the house. One Eye and his men then entered, much to the astonishment of the handmaidens. Although terrified, they still stood protectively in front of their goddess. One Eye chuckled, "Goddess, are you in here?" Seeing him advance, the frightened handmaidens shouted, "What are you doing? Get out of here!" The goddess behind them sighed, "It's no use, please step aside." The women quickly obeyed, moving to the sides so she could face One Eye. The goddess asked doubtfully, "Do I know you?" One Eye narrowed his eye, staring intently at her. Then, without any hesitation, he swung his hand and slapped her. The goddess had no way to dodge, and the force of his slap sent her flying, spitting blood. The surrounding handmaidens rushed to help her up. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" In response to their question, an incredibly terrifying killing intent emanated from One Eye. He shouted coldly, "Interfere again, and I'll kill you without mercy." The handmaiden's eyes widened, and they broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to make another sound. The goddess spoke up again. "It's all right, all of you, step back." One Eye then crouched down in front of her. He grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up and asking, "You don't remember me?" After saying that, he decisively tore the goddess's clothes. The upper half of her body was immediately exposed to everyone. Each of the handmaidens gasped in horror, covering their mouths with their hands. One Eye glanced slightly at them, then back at the goddess. "This reaction is strange. There is no way you don't recognize me." It was then that he noticed the tattoo on her back. It was a black spider. Seeing this tattoo, his eyes narrowed. He grabbed Than Nu by the hair and lifted her head. "If you do not remember, then I will destroy everything you have, and I will slowly torture you to death. I mean what I say, so you had better believe it." After saying that, he once again threw her to the side. He then turned and walked away, and only then did the handmaidens rush over to check on Than Nu. "Quick, bring water and a towel, hurry." As Mac Triot walked away, he thought to himself, unable to understand. It is also a black spider tattoo. But the tattoo he saw back then was a black spider with 8 long, sprawling legs, not a timid-looking one like this. The shapes of the two marks were vastly different, and he began to think he might have the wrong person. "No, it cannot be. Those are clearly the eyes of the monster I know. One day, I will make you tear off that mask with your own hands." Inside, Than Nu was being carefully tended to by her handmaidens. No one noticed that the demonic spider mark on her back was starting to stir. 8 legs quickly appeared. The eyes on its head also began to glow brightly. The scene shifts to the forest, where 3 figures appear to be hunting. The 2 kids behind called out to their leader, "We have to go back, Big. Bro Than Nu told us not to go too far." The leader turned around angrily and scoffed, "That is why I said I was going alone. Why do you guys always pester me?" They explained, "I just thought that if I went deer hunting with you, I would get to eat venison." "You gluttons. You have to find a deer before you can hunt it." Suddenly, the youngest kid pointed ahead and said, "There is a rabbit." The leader immediately turned his head. "Where?" "It is real. Are we going to eat rabbit meat now?" "Let me have the rabbit skin, okay? I want to use it to make underwear for Than Nu." "Shh, be quiet." "Oh no, it is running away. What are you doing? Shoot the arrow quickly." Without hesitation, the leader immediately shot an arrow, but his arrow missed. The kids sighed in disappointment. "It got away. You are always bragging about being a perfect shot, yet you missed a rabbit as big as a pig." "I only missed because you guys were too loud." "We were not loud at all. We were talking very quietly. When you shoot, you cannot even breathe heavily, let alone talk understand." Before he could finish, the other two told him to look behind him. Standing there was a bear 100 times their size. The brown bear lowered its head and let out a deafening roar at them. The kids were instantly terrified, their jaws dropping in fear. But unexpectedly, the brown bear then collapsed in front of them. By now, the kids were all crying, trembling so much they could barely stand. Just then, a figure slowly walked up over the bear's body. A Thula walked over and picked up the arrow the kids had shot at the brown bear. "What is this?" "Did you guys shoot this arrow?" The terrified kids stammered. "Yes, yes." Athula sighed, "And here I thought I was the one who hit it. So, where do you live? Give me some of the meat, and I will take you home in my carriage." Athula quickly followed the two kids back to their home. As soon as they got to the yard, they shouted, "Mom, Dad, our big bro hunted a bear and brought it home." They kept calling, but no one answered, and when the kids went inside, they found no one was home. Where could they have gone? Atula walked over and asked, "Is anyone home?" The kids nodded, yes. Suddenly, the youngest kid pointed into the distance and shouted, "There is smoke!" Not far away, the village was engulfed in a sea of fire. The kids hurriedly ran towards the village. "It is on fire! It is on fire! Our parents must have gone to put it out. Let us go too." Atula stood there watching their retreating figures in confusion. The leader also walked up and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. After the kids left, the place suddenly fell silent. Over at the village, the fire grew larger and larger. The villagers were still trying to put out the fire with buckets of water, but the fire was just too big. There was no way they could extinguish it so quickly. The elderly women and children of the village had all been moved to a safe place. Their eyes were filled with sorrow as they watched the village they had lived in for so long be destroyed just like that. Just then, the divine maiden arrived. When the kids and the villagers saw her, they all clasped their hands and began to plead. The divine maiden looked at the raging fire before her. The flames gradually filled her pupils. Not far away on a mountaintop, Matchot and his brothers stood watching and remarked, "It is a refugee camp, but it is so well organized. If we leave it like this, the fire will be put out before it can spread as planned." Matchot reassured them, "Do not worry, that was just a small greeting." The other person was still worried. That may be true, but Matchot cut him off. "You have been hesitating for a while now. Is there something you want to ask me? Stop beating around the bush and just say it." Someone who looks like he has never killed anyone, not even an insect, could destroy the most powerful sect in all of Bakvo Lam. "Are you asking if he really killed my father, Bish Luk Kiem, the Sword Emperor of Habak? Or is there something else you are curious about?" The other man stammered, "That is not it. This subordinate would not dare." Matchot shook his head. "It is fine. Anyone would think the same thing, just by looking at him." The Hak Chu Don was an assassination group that spread terror throughout Bakvo Lam. They took money and killed ruthlessly without regard for right or wrong. The war between our Tai Kukiem Mon and the Hak Chu Don began with the death of my martial uncle. He was their assassination target. Contrary to the predictions of the entire martial world, the Tai Kukiem Mon won an overwhelming victory, and all the assassins of the Hak Chu Don were annihilated. Even the Dakko clan suspected of being behind them was destroyed. From a newly established sect, the Tai Kukiem Mon rose to become #1 in Bakvo Lam. In the process, my father, who was previously only known as a master swordsman, was given the title of Sword Emperor of Habak. But from that day until his death, he never drew his sword again. The Hak Chu Don was not completely wiped out back then. There was one kid left. Bringing home the only surviving kid from the Hak Chu Don was like taking a war trophy. At the time, I just thought he was a pitiful child who had been sold into slavery by a poor family. Even though he was young, he was very hardworking. He could do everything from chopping firewood and sweeping the floors to even feeding the pigs. He was even very good at helping me bathe. One day, we went on an outing together. It was his first time outside, so he was very curious about the world. Back then, I asked him what his dream was. Guyet An was catching a weasel, and upon hearing that, he turned his head in confusion. A dream is a goal or a wish you want to achieve in the future. Right, my dream is to surpass my father's fame and become the strongest sword emperor in the Trung Nguyen. Surely you must have a dream of your own right. Guyet An smiled. "I have never thought about it, hehe." How silly. As a man, you should think about your future. It was not until much later that I learned, on the day he brought Nguyet An here, my father had implanted a poisonous insect called Ku-Tik Kodak inside him. That insect would gnaw on its host's internal organs, and my father could kill Nguyet An at any time he wished. On a freezing winter day, snow blanketed everything. Today marks exactly 10 years since the Ku-Tik Kodak was implanted in Nguyet An. If my memory serves me right, the lifespan of the Ku-Tik Kodak is 10 years. Has it been 10 years already? Time really flies. So we must implant the Ku-Tik Kodak in him again before it's too late. No, I don't intend to use the Ku-Tik Kodak anymore. It has been 10 years. Isn't that long enough to observe him? Nguyet-an is just an obedient and gentle child using the Ku-Tik Kodak, or not won't change anything. But he is from the Hung Ma Tak. Have you forgotten what the Hung Ma Tak is? Even if you raise a wild beast with livestock, they can never live together in harmony. What if all his actions are just an act to deceive people? The Ku-Tik Kodak is different from other poisons. It allows the user to accurately detect even the slightest emotional changes in the host. If he had any intention of deceiving us during all this time, I would have noticed it from the very beginning. Based on his actions so far, he surely doesn't even know he has the Ku-Tik Kodak in his body. A pitiful child who knows nothing. When will he be freed from the sins of his clan? Let's stop this here. I understand. If you have made your decision, I will not object. At the very least, please keep Nguyet-an away from the young master. What are you talking about? Do you think my son Tan Jiang could be harmed by a child like Nguyet-an? That is not my intention, but he is from the Hung Ma clan. What if? While they were arguing, Tan Jiang happened to be passing by outside. Hearing the voices from the room, he turned and left. I came here to learn about the operations, but it seems I should come back later. He then went out hunting in the mountains with Nguyet-an. He was in charge of shooting arrows, while Nguyet-an would run to retrieve the game. Nguyet-an looked like he was thoroughly enjoying this game. Tang Jiang asked him, "Have you ever heard of the Ku-Tik Kodak before?" Nguyet-an replied never. Tang Jiang turned and gave him a serious look. The corners of Nguyet-an's mouth were still in a bright smile. It seemed he really did not know. Tang Jiang sighed. "I have a bad feeling about that thing. They say you have the Ku-Tik Kodak inside you." Huang Ho Papsu said that the lifespan of the Ku-Tik Kodak is 10 years, after which it will disappear on its own. That's why it needs to be implanted in you again. But it seems the sect master has no intention of doing so. What else did he say to you? Never mind. I only overheard snippets, so I didn't really understand anything. From behind, Nguyet-an suddenly spoke up. After 10 years, so it's today. Startled, Tan Jiang turned his head to look back. At this moment, Nguyet-an no longer wore a happy smile on his face. Instead, his expression was dazed and confused. His face then became extremely ferocious. The door that was never supposed to be opened has finally opened. That thing called a dream seems to have just become a reality. Seeing his expression, Tan Jiang's face immediately tensed up, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Nguyet-an then rushed toward him at full speed. Before Tan Jiang could even draw his sword, his hand was blocked. His other hand then swung towards Tan Jiang's face. Right after, Tan Jiang's vision turned into an endless black. Fresh blood stained the white snow. It formed a long trail leading toward the manor. Inside the manor, a fierce battle was taking place. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. The architect of all this was Nguyet-an with the black spider mark on his back. With every sword strike he made, the demonic spider mark on his back seemed to move. After fighting for a while, he was covered in fresh blood. But it was not his blood. It was the blood of the people before him. Almost the entire Tai Kukiemon was wiped out by him. He stood among the piles of bodies in the courtyard, looking at the main hall ahead. Suddenly a sound came from the gate. Startled, Nguyet-an turned his head to look. He slowly walked toward Tan Jiang. "I broke all of your joints, yet you still managed to crawl here, as expected of the young master of the Tai Kukiemon. Your entire clan has been wiped out. Now you are just like me. At first, I was going to kill you. But thanks to you, my dream has come true, so I will spare you this time." By the time Matt Chot finished his story, it was almost dark. The other man replied in confusion, "Captain, I find this a bit hard to understand. Can't we just take care of that guy right now?" Matt Chot shook his head. "That wouldn't be satisfying enough for me. I want to see that guy suffer. The same mental anguish that I had to endure. Only then will I slowly kill him. Everyone needs to scout the terrain carefully. The attack will be tonight." The other man nodded. "Understood, we subordinates understand." Matt Chot continued to delegate. I wonder how he'll react when he witnesses the villagers here losing their lives like this. Just then, another voice came from behind. "Captain, I have something to report. There are some suspicious things at the edge of the forest, so I hope you will come and take a look." Matt Chot and the other man turned their heads and looked down below. "What did you discover?" Night fell quickly, and the fire was brought under control and extinguished by the villagers. Inside the manor of the Than Nu, the injured and those who lost their homes were all resting here temporarily. The Than Nu went to ask about, reassure, and encourage each person one by one. In the forest, Matt Chot and his subordinate were following the soldier somewhere. I was scouting here and noticed a few strange things. In the past, the mountain bandits attacked this village so many times it left the villagers in constant fear. Matt Chot replied, "This village is in a remote place without the protection of soldiers, so it's not surprising that it became prey for those robbers." The other man continued, "That's right. But the strange thing is that when the mountain bandits were pillaging the village, they only listened to a few words from Nguyet Ha Than Nu. And yet, for some reason, they voluntarily returned all the spoils they had stolen. Later, I heard they never came back to rob the village again. I thought they were exaggerating the power of Nguyet Ha Than Nu, but that wasn't the case at all." Hearing this, Matt Chot fell into deep thought. After walking a little further, the subordinate in front exclaimed, "Captain, this is the place." Over at the manor, all the villagers had now fallen asleep. The lights had been completely extinguished, and it was quiet. Suddenly, something rose up from the rooftop. A figure quickly appeared there. This person was Nguyet Ha Than Nu. He stood there silently, looking at the distant mountain range. On the side of the cliff, a group of people were holding torches. On the ground was a shriveled corpse. Matt Chot walked over and asked doubtfully, "A corpse? What's so strange about that?" The other man replied, "The mountain path is difficult, especially at night, or when it's rainy and slippery, so it's not strange for someone to fall to their death. I thought the same as you before, but please look down below." The group looked down and saw hundreds of other bodies piled up there. "Oh my God, how could this be?" Matt Chot exclaimed, "Are those the mountain bandits who used to rob the village? This is the reason why they could never return to plunder the village again." Just then, a strange sound came from the top of the mountain. The group was startled and turned their heads to look. Is that a whistle? Is it the signal to attack? Which direction are they coming from? It's too far to judge from here. How could the enemy attack us in a place like this? Elsewhere, his underlings were being cut down one by one. The assassin was none other than Nguyet Ha Than Nu. After dealing with the men here, he turned to leave, but suddenly sensed something that made him look back. Not far off, another group of people was rushing toward this location. Seeing this, Nguyet Ha Than Nu stopped to wait, no longer leaving. The corners of his mouth even turned up in a slight smile. Not far away, a blue eye was observing the area. These were the leader's high-powered binoculars. As he watched, he exclaimed, "I can see it clearly now. It's definitely on the move." I was trying to figure out how to lure him out, but I did not expect him to just come out on his own. Are those mountain bandits the reason he came out on his own? Nearby, Atullah was already fast asleep and snoring completely oblivious to his surroundings. While he was sound asleep, a foot kicked him right in the face. "Get up, you brat!" Atullah sat up, clutching his face in pain. The leader continued watching through his binoculars. "That bastard came out on his own. Wake up. We need to get moving, kid." I was just wondering how to lure him out, and he came out all by himself. "Do you hear me?" Atullah mumbled while holding his face. "Is it true?" The leader explained, "When we arrived at that village, I thought the villagers were his prey, but it turns out he was after something else entirely. By using the villagers as bait, he could lure treasure hunters to him, who would then become his food. However, those predators had no idea they were being manipulated by a spider pulling the strings from behind. Of course, for those predators, the only outcome was death." Atullah yawned and said, "But it's so late, can I just rest for a bit?" The old man grew angry. "You little brat, do you have a death wish? Are you really going to let a rare opportunity like this slip by?" The scene shifts back to Nguyet Ha Than Nu. Just then, several slashes of sword energy came flying at him. As the opponent's blade reached him, his body suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Before the young man could process what was happening, a hand was already on his head. Nguyet Ha Than Nu effortlessly dodged the slash and grabbed the man's head. Then, with a powerful twist, he snapped the man's neck. Just like that, the young man died and collapsed onto the ground. His two other companions charged at the same time, swinging their blades. It looked as though the surprise attack would slice Nguyet Ha Than Nu in two, but unexpectedly he dodged it with ease by stepping aside. Then he swung his hand and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the young man's neck. Simultaneously, another sword thrust at Nguyet Ha Than Nu's head from the front, but just like before, he dodged it effortlessly. He then leaped towards the one who had just attacked. A heavy palm strike to the chin sent blood flying. All three young men were defeated in an instant. Nguyet Ha Than Nu then suddenly grabbed one of the men by the collar and hoisted him up. Instantly, several hidden weapons were shot at him from the front. It turned out he was using the corpse as a shield to block the hidden weapons. Seeing this, the faces of the people in the forest grew grim and tense. A mocking sneer formed on Nguyet Ha Than Nu's lips. One of them grew so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. "You bastard!" They then continued their desperate charge, seeking revenge for their comrades. Meanwhile, Ma Chuo and his men were also hurrying this way. The moment he arrived, his expression grew cold, because he saw Nguyet Ha Than Nu fighting with his men. These two faced each other, each with a completely different expression. One was grinding his teeth in fury, while the other's lips curled into an amused smile. The leader on the mountaintop said with a grim face, "All right, it's time. Let's move quickly. He's focused on his prey and won't notice us." Atula, with the staff on his back, smiled. "You got it." In no time, the men had all been killed, their bloody bodies scattered on the ground. When Mat Chot's group landed, not a single person was left alive. His followers were utterly shocked by the sight. "This can't be." Just then a voice came from behind them. "It's too late." The terrified men turned around to look. One of them at the back was already dead, a hand thrust straight through his neck. The attacker was, of course, Nguyet Ha Than Nu. He was just in front of them a moment ago, yet he had suddenly appeared behind them to kill one of their own. Nguyet Ha Than Nu's lips curled slightly. "I thought you'd run off. I was just about to head back myself." Mat Chot shot him a cold glare. His men couldn't hold back any longer, furiously drawing their swords and charging forward. Nguyet Ha Than Nu remained completely unfazed, standing there calmly. The burly man, who was always with Mat Chot, also drew his sword to shield him. "I will risk my life to stop this member of the Hung Ma clan." The two men in front had already reached Nguyet Ha Than Nu. The burly man also rushed forward. "Please, boss, finish him off after he's been weakened." Mat Chot quickly shouted to stop him. "No, wait." Nguyet Ha Than Nu made quick work of the two men in front of him. One had his neck snapped and the other had an arm ripped off. Ignoring everything, the burly man charged forward furiously. As he charged, he unleashed the Ladu that Kich. Nguyet Ha Than Nu no longer stood still, starting to weave and dodge the attacks. In the blink of an eye, before the burly man could even execute a second move, he appeared right in front of him. Before the burly man's disbelieving eyes, blood suddenly splattered everywhere. Nguyet Ha Than Nu's hand was now lodged in his neck. The burly man was lifted by the hand, piercing his throat, but even so, he was nothing like the other lackeys. He still had enough strength to raise his arm and grip his attacker's hand tightly. Even Nguyet Ha Than Nu was surprised by this action. Behind them, Mat Chot was also swinging his sword, gathering power for a formidable technique. Tai Abat Thuk, Vokuk Thien Kiem. A rain of sword energy then shot towards Nguyet Ha Than Nu. The entire forest trembled from this single attack. Trees were splintered, and dust flew everywhere. After unleashing the technique, Mat Chot stood silently waiting. In front of him, the ground was covered in countless fissures from the sword energy, but aside from the corpses of his brothers, Nguyet Ha Than Nu was nowhere to be seen. It was bad enough that his men were killed by the enemy, but now their corpses had been sliced to pieces by their own boss's attack. Not seeing Nguyet Ha Than Nu, Mat Chot's expression filled with tension. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang in his ears. Nguyet Ha Than Nu stood on a tree branch behind him, mocking, "Your subordinates are just as ruthless as you are." Like master, like man indeed. Mat Chot immediately spun around and sent several slashes his way. Nguyet Ha Than Nu reacted quickly, jumping up to dodge. The trees around where he just stood were instantly obliterated by that one sword strike. Nguyet Ha Than Nu slowly landed amidst the debris. Mat Chot didn't stop gritting his teeth as he rushed towards his opponent. He continued to swing his sword, slashing relentlessly at her. The sword auras intertwined like a net, but unexpectedly, Nguyet Ha Than Nu's figure had once again vanished from before him. While he was stunned, Nguyet Ha Than Nu's voice came from below his feet. "Your martial arts have improved a lot." Before she could finish, Mat Chot swung his sword down again. But Nguyet Ha Than Nu was faster, kicking him in the back and sending him flying forward. After taking that kick, Mat Chot immediately slammed face first into the ground. He quickly propped himself up with his sword and got back on his feet. Then, without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Nguyet Ha Than Nu jumped up to dodge. Then she kicked him straight in the face again. The young man was sent flying once more by the kick. Nguyet Ha Than Nu did not rush to attack again, instead standing there quietly waiting. Mat Chot struggled to get up again. His face was now covered in fresh blood, but he gritted his teeth in pain, ignoring it. As he was about to reach for his twin swords, Nguyet Ha Than Nu walked over and stepped on them, pinning them down. He was then kicked again, sent flying back into the base of a large tree behind him. Nguyet Ha Than Nu continued to walk forward, raising her foot to step on his chest. Then she pressed down hard, breaking his ribs. Matt Chot immediately spat out a shower of fresh blood. This time, he was completely unable to get up again. Guyet Hathan Nu bent down and picked up a flat stone. I already spared your life once, so if I kill you this time, you probably have nothing to complain about, right? What you do with the life I gave you is your business, but time and time again, you choose revenge. As she spoke, she forcefully crushed the stone in her hand. To me, crushing you or cutting off your limbs is no different than killing an insect. This isn't strength gained through hard training, but the innate ability of my clan. You and I are two different species. No matter how hard you try, you can never close this gap. Revenge is only for those who can win. A rabbit never thinks of taking revenge on a tiger. Your quest for vengeance was a futile dream from the very beginning. Matt Chot just sat there panting, unable to speak for the moment. Guyet Hathan Nu observed him for a moment, then continued. I don't know if this will bring you any peace, but your father was not someone worth sacrificing your life for. It was your father Tai Ta Luan who ordered my clan to assassinate his own elder brother, the previous sect master of Tai San Kiem Mon. My clan was afflicted with the Ko Tuyet Kodok and controlled by him, so we had no choice but to obey. He promised to cure us after he became the sect master, but once he achieved his goal, he slaughtered my entire clan. Only then did Matt Chot raise his head to look at her. Seeing his expression, Guyet Hathan Nu sighed. That look in your eyes says you don't want to believe it, does it? Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Your father was not the good man you imagined him to be. He used the excuse that you were too young to pursue our clan's crimes, but he secretly injected me with the Ku Tuyet Kodok to control me. He even used the excuse of testing whether my emotions were real or fake to torture and torment me every night like a toy. Hearing her words, Matt Chot's eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins. Guyet Hathan Nu said no more, standing there silently and watching him. After a moment, Matt Chot slowly raised his head again. So, father, you knew why this monster was still so ferocious. Before he could finish his sentence, Guyet Hathan Nu swung her hand, sending his head flying. He finally died at the hands of his childhood friend. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Guyet Hathan Nu turned around and saw that it was Atula. He stared at her with a questioning gaze. Guyet Hathan Nu stood there silently watching him without making a move. Atula then wondered aloud, "That's strange, why is this host so lucid? Well, whatever, I'll just control her first." As he spoke, he reached behind his back and pulled out his staff. He quickly swung the staff at Guyet Hathan Nu's head. Although his attack was fast, it didn't hit its target. The strike hitting nothing but air took Atula by complete surprise. While he was stunned, a hand was placed on top of his head. The leader in the distance called out a warning, "Be careful." In midair, Guyet Hathan Nu held Atula's head firmly and asked, "Are you one of their accomplices too?" After speaking, she forcefully twisted Atula's neck. The young man's neck was snapped, his face twisted all the way around to his back. Thinking he was dead like any normal person, Guyet Hathan Nu let go. The moment she let go, Atula swung his staff and struck her hard. Guyet Hathan Nu couldn't react in time and was sent flying into a distant boulder. Her body was embedded in the cliff face, blood splattering everywhere, her eyes wide with disbelief. The giant boulder then immediately shattered into pieces. Atula didn't rush to press the attack. He stood there and slowly twisted his neck back into place, and soon his face was facing forward again. That really startled me. Besides the leader, who else has ever twisted my neck like that? He thought for a moment, then looked again towards the pile of rubble in front of him. The area was still silent, without any sign of movement. Seeing this, Atula looked a bit confused. Did I hit her too hard again? I didn't mean to kill her. But soon there was a movement from within the pile of rubble. The rocks and debris pinning Guyet Hathan Nu down were sent flying. She then leaped out from within. Atula smiled, still alive and baring your teeth. She immediately rushed out and threw a punch at him, and the two began to fight amidst the dust. From throwing fists to throwing kicks. It seemed like this kick from Guyet Hathan Nu would send Atula flying, but it hit nothing but air. Immediately after, Atula's voice echoed from above her head. "You're fast, and your power is nothing to scoff at either." "All right, let's see then." As he spoke, he pulled out his staff and took the initiative to attack. This time it was Atula's turn to attack relentlessly. The two of them continuously exchanged fists and kicks. Guyet Hathan Nu also counterattacked furiously, but it seemed to have no effect. Her attacks were continuously dodged by Atula. After a moment, she seized an opportunity and landed a direct punch to Atula's stomach. It seemed as though Atula would be seriously injured by this punch. However, what happened next was beyond Guyet Hathan Nu's expectations. The corner of Atula's mouth curved into a smile. What a shame, but this is as far as you go. With that, he launched a counterattack, punching Nguyet Hathanu right in the stomach. Taking this punch from Atula left him stunned. Atula looked at him trembling and remarked, "I wanted to play a little longer, but I'll be in big trouble if the leader scolds me." Nguyet Hathanu coughed up blood in agony, horrified. "This is impossible. Could this guy be the same as me?" "No, he is not the same. He is even stronger than my entire clan." While he was pondering Atula's strength, Atula swung his fist again, landing another blow. Nguyet Hathanu went flying, crashing through countless trees and shaking the entire forest. A long trench had been carved into the ground. After a moment, as the dust settled, Nguyet Hathanu's unconscious body was revealed. He could no longer get up, lying helplessly amidst the wreckage. Atula slowly walked towards him. The monster inside Nguyet Hathanu's body had only one thought. This situation is too dangerous. This guy is extremely dangerous. I have to get out of here fast. Atula walked over and was a bit surprised to see Nguyet Hathanu's body stirring. The spider demon inside his body quickly began to crawl out. Atula shouted in excitement, "It is finally coming out." Soon a complete giant spider demon appeared before him. Atula reached behind his back and drew his staff. "You are a smart one. If you do not want to die, you had better come out before the host is exhausted." "All right, bring it on." But unexpectedly, the spider demon did not attack him and instead leaped into the air. Then, with extreme speed, it bounded off a tree trunk and quickly fled. Atula was stunned to see it flee so decisively. He roared in anger, "How shameless! Get back here, you damn spider demon!" The spider demon paid no mind, dashing away, like the wind sometimes running overhead, sometimes landing on the ground, scurrying on its 8 legs. I was too engrossed and did not notice someone approaching from behind. I have to abandon this nest. I must run as far as I can and hide. Right in front of it, not far away, a figure was standing in wait. As the spider demon ran, it was startled to see someone up ahead. The one blocking its path was the leader. It could feel the dense, dark energy emanating from him. This dark energy sent a shiver of fear through it, coming from its very core. It did not dare to be careless and immediately stopped. "What is this disgusting thing?" The leader asked indifferently, "How many souls have you consumed to grow so large?" Just then, Atula's long staff came hurtling through the air from behind. The spider demon's body was impaled by the staff straight from its rear to its head. The long staff then flew past the leader and continued on. Just like that, the spider demon was dealt with, its disintegrating body collapsing to the ground. Before it died, it still could not believe it, crying out, "No, impossible." The leader stood there silently watching from beginning to end. He then took out a talisman and began to collect the spider demon's corpse. Its giant body was slowly absorbed into the talisman. After a moment, it had completely disappeared. He then turned to Atula and praised him. "You did well." Atula replied, "Ah, by the way, leader, the guy controlled by that spider, he is different from the other host. He seemed to still be conscious. Is it possible that?" The leader was startled. The two of them then went over to Nguyet Hathanu to examine him. After a moment, the leader exclaimed, "Ho ho, interesting. This child's physique is truly special. His bone structure and muscles are unusually strong, more like a wild beast than a human. I have heard of an ancient warrior tribe with a similar physique, but he is certainly not a descendant of theirs. In any case, being controlled by a hakchu, a bloodthirsty species of spider, this child's life must have been tragic. Actually, it's against a spider's nature to ignore a delicious meal right in front of it when hungry. This child's willpower must have suppressed the spider's bloodthirsty instincts, which is how he protected the villagers." The leader stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Let's see. Let's call this fate. I shall give this child a gift, sometime later, somewhere in the forest." Here, a beautiful young deer was leisurely eating leaves. Suddenly, it was startled and turned its head to the side. Immediately after, it leaped away because an arrow was shot towards it from that direction. The arrow came from the kids Atula had met the other day. Seeing their leader miss the 2 kids behind him, sighed, just as we thought we had a feeling he would miss. The leader kid turned red with anger. "Hey, shut up." The 2 kids retorted, "What, we were quiet this time." The other kid yelled again, "I told you not to follow me anymore." For some reason, the other 2 kids suddenly shouted urgently, "Boss, look over there." A giant bear suddenly blocked their path, just like the day they met Atula. The 3 terrified kids couldn't understand. It's still alive. Didn't that man take it away? The 3 kids didn't know what to do. They could only tremble and huddle together, covering their heads. But unexpectedly, someone on the bear's back spoke. "Hey kids, I told you not to go too deep into this forest." The kids looked up startled. "Is that the Sanus?" The saintess smiled gently. Honestly, how should I scold you to get you to change your ways? After that, the kids rode the bear back with her. After taking them to the edge of the forest, the saintess told the kids to get down. After saying goodbye, the brown bear returned to the deep forest. The four of them stood there waving goodbye to it like close friends. The leader kid asked doubtfully, Saintess, did you raise that bear? The saintess laughed. I didn't raise it, but I saved it when it was a cub, so now it's close to me. Now let's go home. As she spoke, she picked up the youngest kid. She let him sit on her shoulders. The group then happily walked back. Since the day the village burned down, the saintess had changed somewhat. Before she was also good to everyone, but for some reason, she was very hard to approach. Sometimes people were even afraid of her. Now the kids felt like she was their big sister, as if they had all grown up together. The village, devastated by the fire, was now gradually being restored. Although there was still a lot of rubble scattered everywhere, people's lives were slowly returning to normal. Ever since the saintess changed, their village also began to change. The burnt houses were rebuilt, and the saintess's ancestral hall had now become a school. The council of elders began to appoint people to teach everyone in the village at the school. In the morning, there were classes for children, and in the afternoon, classes for adults. Anyone could attend. The saintess was the one who trained those teachers. She taught them how to plant crops. She taught them which types of mushrooms were not poisonous and could be eaten. She taught them how to use acupuncture to treat illnesses and save people. She guided them in the ways of carpentry. And finally, martial arts. From farming to gathering herbs, woodworking, hunting, and martial arts, there was nothing the saintess couldn't do. She could do absolutely everything. After that night of the fire, the village was completely transformed. Buildings quickly began to spring up again along the riverbank. As time passed, Hua Kok Thon gradually became known as a desirable place to live in Habak, and more people came to visit. The village expanded as a result. One day, the saintess stood on a mountaintop admiring her achievements, and after a while, she disappeared. It is said that while everyone was frantically searching for the saintess, the village head calmed them down and said softly, she must have returned to the place from which she came. The saintess was a gift that heaven bestowed upon our Hoa Kok Thon. Now that she has fulfilled her mission, she has returned to the heavens. That evening, at the three kids' house, one of the kids wasn't sleeping, but was standing in the yard looking up at the sky. It was a very beautiful moonlit night. He stood there pensively staring at the moon hanging in the sky. After a moment, he shouted in anger, "What a load of nonsense! Village head, do you think we're fools?" The scene shifts to Atula and his master. As usual, they were in their carriage continuing their journey across the central plains. Atula drove the carriage while yawning over and over again. He looked both exhausted and sad. While he was lost in thought, a loud voice shouted from ahead, "Stop right there." Blocking their path was a group of burly men, each carrying a weapon. They looked like mountain bandits. The leader had a dark, extremely ferocious expression, glaring at them menacingly. Atula looked completely confused, having no idea what this guy was up to. The leader sighed, "What is all this?" The two sides stood facing each other for a long time, but nothing happened. Atula finally couldn't hold back and said, "We've stopped already." The man snapped his orders, telling Atula and the leader to step over there. Atula and his leader were once again dumbfounded and utterly confused. Not knowing what to do, he turned his head to ask the leader for his opinion. With the leader's permission, he got off the horse, grabbed his staff, and walked toward the group of men. "You must be bandits, right? If you get out of here right now, I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the bandit leader narrowed his eyes. "You think too highly of yourself." Atula snorted coldly. "I already gave you a warning, and you still won't leave." After speaking, he swung his staff at the man without hesitation. The young man couldn't react at all, and was sent flying into the nearby cliff face by Atula's strike. Seeing this, his underlings behind him were scared out of their wits. Atula spoke again. "You should have left when I told you to." Although the three men were terrified, they didn't run. Instead, they drew their swords and charged forward. Seeing this, Atula smirked, but soon he sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head to look back at the young man pinned in the cliff face. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get his staff out, because the young man in the cliff face was holding onto the staff tightly, refusing to let him pull it out. Despite being covered in blood, the corner of his mouth lifted in a smug smile. Seeing this, the leader on the carriage couldn't help but sigh. By now, the remaining men had closed in on Atula. The sounds of battle erupted instantly. Atula didn't move an inch, letting the three men press their blades against his neck. Even with two large blades resting on his neck, his eyes were still fixed on the boss lying in the rubble. Just then, another person emerged from behind a tree, telling the others to fall back. Hearing this, the men immediately obeyed and backed away. Even the one in the cliff who was holding A2La's long staff let go and climbed out. The newcomer paid no attention to A2La and calmly walked past him. He walked up to the carriage, bowed to the leader, and said, "I am Liu Zilin, a member of the Hak Satbo of Devuong Tan. Please forgive my subordinates." The leader's expression remained extremely calm. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. The man continued, "Our chief wishes to meet you two. If you permit it, I will lead the way." The leader asked, "First you demonstrate your overwhelming force, and now you invite us. What if we refuse?" The man bowed politely again and said, "Then I will of course see you two on your way. If we have been rude in any way, I hope you can overlook it." The leader once again fell into deep thought, his mind unreadable. The man held his posture standing there with his head bowed and hands clasped. After a moment, the leader spoke again. "If you keep bowing like that, I can't even stay mad. Fine, a brief meeting won't hurt." Hearing this, the man sighed in relief. "Thank you both. We will do our best to ensure your satisfaction." The large man who had just been beaten by A2La walked over and ordered his 3 subordinates to head back first. Just then, A2La's long staff was placed on his neck. Seeing this, the 3 who were about to leave grew tense, stopping to look over. The man in the hat also frowned and turned to look back. A2La coldly asked his opponent, "You seem pretty strong, huh?" The big man turned his head and glared back the corners of his eyes, already turning bloodshot. A2La's lips curled into a smirk. "Then try grabbing my iron staff again." Hearing this, the big man fearlessly reached out and grabbed the iron staff. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, the man in the hat behind him shouted to stop him. "Vuong Diem, do not be impolite to our honored guests." The killing intent from the big man was still radiating endlessly. He had no intention of stopping. But he quickly calmed his emotions, let out a breath, and released the iron staff. He turned again to ask the 3 men, "Where are your horses?" Startled, the 3 men replied in a flurry, over here, sir." A2La was about to give him a beating when his leader called for him to return. Seeing him still standing there dumbfounded, the leader narrowed his eyes and snapped, "Didn't you hear me?" A2La hurriedly scrambled back to the carriage. I heard you. He returned to his seat and started driving the carriage again. The leader sighed. "I thought you had already learned to control your strength. Or was your opponent just too weak?" Hearing these questions, A2La's face turned beet red, and he broke out in a sweat. "Of course, I was intentionally holding back." The other group of men quickly led out several horses. The man in the hat mounted his horse and said, "Then let's get going. The place isn't far from here." A2La and his leader sat in the carriage, their expressions not looking too pleased. They then proceeded under the escort of the group of men following them. The group soon arrived at a massive complex of buildings on a mountaintop. Seeing the fortress ahead, A2La and his leader couldn't help but be a little impressed. They quickly crossed the bridge and arrived at the foot of the fortress. The fortress gate was then opened for them to enter. As soon as they entered, the two were drawn by some noise and glanced over. Over there, a group of people were being led away in chains. As they walked, they were continuously beaten. "Hurry up, you crawling turtles. Anyone who dawdles, I'll skin them alive." As the two were intently watching the miserable scene, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Even though the world has changed, there are still many who stubbornly resist the rule of Devuong Tin. The duty of us, the Hak Sat Bove, is to hunt down and punish them. These people are all criminals being brought back here. This sight may be a bit disturbing. I hope you two can understand." The leader remained silent and didn't say a word. They then continued deeper inside, having no time to pay attention to those slaves for the moment. They were led to the main hall in the center of the fortress. The carriage was placed in a corner. A2La and his leader went inside with the man in the hat to have some tea. The leader raised his tea with interest to take a sip, while A2La kept looking around curiously. The man in the hat suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "May I ask if you, sir, have ever heard of Doc Lin Thuet?" The leader immediately replied, "Never." The young man continued, "To put it simply, it is the art of reading the memories of objects. It is a secret, immortal art passed down through our family." It seemed A2La and his leader weren't very interested in this immortal art, remaining completely unfazed. The young man continued to explain, "Reading about it is one thing, but it's never as clear as the real thing. It's like trying to see through a thick fog." The more Asura listened, the more bored he became, yawning repeatedly. Looking at these two, the young man was momentarily at a loss, unsure if he should continue speaking. After a moment, he spoke again. "Recently, an organization under the Te Vuong Tin was mysteriously wiped out. We have been investigating this matter, and during that process, I used Doc Lin Thuet and saw a very strange scene. Flashing back to before, when he tracked A2La and the leader using his family's secret immortal art, he actually witnessed A2La's battle. He saw him smash the great serpent's head with a single move. He also saw his entire battle against the horde of monsters. The sight of A2La's frenzied slaughter was laid bare before his eyes. Next was the sky-piercing great tree that the two of them had created. He walked over and placed his hand on the tree trunk. Once again, an image of A2La and the leader appeared before his eyes. The moment they faced that giant monster, and the reason why the great tree was formed. After that was the giant lake on the mountaintop. He similarly witnessed the terrifying scene from that time. After witnessing everything this master and disciple duo had done, he found it impossible to believe. And that is why today's meeting is taking place. Hearing that he somehow knew everything, A2La and the leader became a little interested. He turned to the leader and said, "Reading the memory of objects is quite a useful ability." The leader sighed. "He is talking about us, isn't he?" He didn't seem to care much, casually confirming, "That is right." The young man was stunned and confused. The leader's face turned serious. "Are you saying that we caused all of those things, and you want to hear that answer?" Hearing this, the young man's face clearly showed his tension. He quickly waved his hands and warned, "If you two admit to it, we will be forced to arrest and sentence you, so please think carefully before you answer." A2La snorted coldly. "You want to accuse me of rebellion?" The leader, however, remained very calm and told him to continue. "You've had that intention from the very beginning. How could I not realize it?" The young man couldn't stop the cold sweat from breaking out on his face. The leader continued, "I regret what happened, even though it was not intentional. The result is that we caused it. But we had our unavoidable reasons, and conflicts, big and small, will certainly continue. I wish to avoid conflict, but if this is what you want, then today I will make things clear to you. Even if you have to mobilize all the forces here to capture or kill us, go ahead and try." "Did you set up this formation here to wait for us to walk into your trap?" After listening to him for a while, A2La had a realization. So that is how it is. His expression showed no fear or tension at all. Instead, it was one of pure, thrilled excitement. Witnessing their attitude and words, the cold sweat on the young man's face was now pouring down like rain. The leader continued in a harsh tone, "Remember this well. What happens here today is our warning to the Te Vuong Tin." The scene shifts to outside the manor, in some old remote area deep inside. The prisoners were now being led down to the dungeon. There were many other prisoners here as well. When they saw more people being brought in, they all looked out curiously. This new group was led to a cell holding a group of people dressed in similar clothes. Then all of them were mercilessly kicked inside by the jailer. "Get in there quickly." The group that was kicked in saw the people inside and were horrified. This cannot be. The whole group quickly ran over to reunite with them. Before leaving, the soldiers outside did not forget to warn them, "Hua Shuang Tiu Chan Kin, and the rest of you feel free to discuss things on the Hugo Review channel. But if you cause trouble, do not blame us." Happy to see your fellow disciples even in a situation like this. How ridiculous. The white-haired old man sitting in the middle of the prison cell asked the newcomers, "Were you all captured and brought here too? It's a relief to see you all. But when I think about the state of the Huang Shu Mon, I can't bring myself to be happy." The group fell silent, every one of them overcome with sorrow. The young man kneeling at the front spoke up, "Master, we disciples have come to rescue you and the other masters." Hearing the young man's words, everyone was startled, their faces filled with disbelief. How foolish. A rescue? Do you even know what kind of place the Heijai is? How could you act so rashly? Keep your voices down. What if they come back? The white-haired old man spoke again. "Shuanger, you are usually so careful. Surely you wouldn't act so recklessly out of a moment of anger." Zhu Shuang replied with a determined gaze. "Yes, master. Actually, we went to the Tian Yugu to present our plan and ask for their help." Hearing the name Tian Yugu, the group was once again astonished. Zhu Shuang continued to explain. "Of course, they were afraid of offending the Ji Wang Xing, so they couldn't help us openly. But they gave us a treasure and wished us success." The group was shocked once more. A treasure. Zhu Shuang quickly lifted his long robe. He decisively tore off a piece of cloth that had been sewn inside. Inside was a small piece of wood. He quickly opened the piece of wood, and inside was a seed. "This is a seed from a different world's plant. They said it was a gift from a great master." Everyone quickly moved closer to get a better look. A seed from a different world's plant. Cutting back to Asura's group. "By the way, why hasn't the chief of the Heijai Bu shown up yet? He must be somewhere nearby with his men waiting for a signal to ambush us, right?" After he said those words, a frightening silence fell over the room. The young man waved his hand and explained, "That's not an impossibility. It seems I have acted imprudently. Allow me to formally reintroduce myself. I am Liu Zilin, the vice chief of the Hei Jaibu." Asura and his companion looked slightly surprised. Liu Zilin continued, "I didn't want to reveal my identity so as not to put any pressure on you. If this has made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize." The leader replied calmly, "I'll admit that's a bit of a surprise, but it doesn't change anything. So what if you're the vice chief? The fact remains that one of your allied organizations has been wiped out, and once you confirmed that you should be arresting and punishing us, right? Didn't you say that's what the Hei Jaibu is for?" Seeing that they weren't the least bit afraid, the young man's expression tensed up again. Asura cracked his knuckles with interest. "That's right, I've heard that too." Liu Zilin gave a helpless smile. "This is quite a dilemma. To be honest, after witnessing your power, I have no desire to be your enemy, so I have a proposal. What would you two say to joining our Ji Wang Xing? I will be the one to recommend you." The two were stunned by his words. "Join the Ji Wang Xing." Liu Zilin explained, "Through my investigation, I've learned that you two are outsiders who recently arrived in Zhongyuan, and you haven't joined any faction or sect yet. If you join the Ji Wang Xing, you'll receive support on all fronts. It would be very beneficial for what you're trying to accomplish. It's true you've caused us considerable losses, but that was just a small misunderstanding. It's not like you were deliberately opposing the Ji Wang Xing. If you agree to join, I'll use my authority to wipe your slates clean." After hearing this, the two of them fell into deep thought. After a moment, the leader bluntly refused. "You have no idea what we're trying to do. We appreciate the offer, but you do your job, and we'll do ours." Liu Zilin's eyes widened as he stared at him. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. "I understand. In that case, I will spare you two today." The two of them had faces full of disbelief. "Huh, you're sparing us?" Lu Tu Lam smiled. "As I said, I don't wish to become your enemy. I will find another way to resolve this peacefully." "Oh, that's right. Of course you two don't have to leave right away. You can stay and hang out for a few days if you want." The leader stood up and replied bluntly, "That won't be necessary. If our business here is done, then we have no reason to stay." Not being able to fight made Attila extremely disappointed, but there was nothing to be done. He couldn't disobey his leader's orders. But after they had taken just a few steps, Lu Tu Lam spoke up again. "Oh, by the way, please wait a moment." Hearing this, the two of them turned around startled. The moment they stopped, an iron cage fell from above, trapping them inside. Attila looked up curiously. Lu Tu Lam slowly walked up to them. "I'd like to make a correction. No one who has ever stepped into the Hack Tribo has ever made it out alive. In other words, I will never spare you." Attila paid him no mind, reaching out to test the strength of the iron cage. After a moment, he turned to his leader and said, "This thing is really sturdy." Lu Tu Lam sneered smugly. "That's Van Nien Han Thiet, you kid. It's useless no matter how much you struggle, so just surrender quietly." The two of them once again turned to look at him with disbelief. Attila smiled. "You change your tune pretty quickly, but I like people like you." The large man from before then pushed the door open and entered from outside. Following behind him was a group of soldiers. The cage holding Attila and the leader was immediately surrounded by soldiers. Every single one of them had a murderous look on their face. The scene cuts back to the dungeon where the otherworldly seed had now begun to sprout. It quickly broke through the earth and rocked to emerge. The panicked crowd scrambled backwards. This tree is growing so fast. In the blink of an eye, the prison was completely destroyed by it. Everyone's jaws dropped. What kind of tree is this?" As the tree grew larger and caused the prison to collapse, the shouts of the prisoners could be heard. Back at the hall, the leader remained extremely calm, stroking his beard. "I predicted you would react this way." Lu Tu Lam laughed coldly. "I said I would erase all your crimes if you joined the Te Vuong Tin. I wasn't lying about that. You yourselves threw away your only chance of survival. The tips of their spears are all coated with the poison of the Dakjiak Jia. Even a small scratch is enough to ensure you won't survive. Let's see how long you can last. Men, charge and attack them." The moment he finished speaking, all the soldiers simultaneously thrust their spears into the iron cage. But something unexpected happened, causing Lu Tu Lam's expression to twist. The soldiers were also startled by this tremor, and their deadly attacks halted. Attila and the leader inside the cage also widened their eyes. This tremor came from the otherworldly tree stretching up from inside the prison. Its roots quickly destroyed many of the structures here. The prisoners inside the dungeon scrambled to escape in a panic. "Master, are you all right? What in the world did I bring here? What the hell is going on?" A magnificent fortress perched on the mountaintop was reduced to unrecognizable ruins in the blink of an eye. Panicked screams echoed from all directions. "What the hell is this? Everyone get out of the building now." The sound of desperate screams filled the air as if it were the end of the world. The roots quickly made their way to the main hall. The ground and the roof inside shook more and more violently. Someone shouted, "Everyone watch out, the ceiling is collapsing!" The moment he finished speaking, the ceiling immediately came crashing down on the cage holding Atula and the leader. The entire cage was buried under rubble and pillars, and Atula and the leader were nowhere to be seen. A sound came from within the pile of rubble. The large man who fought Atula then powered through, lifting the rubble to get out. In that critical moment, he had used his own body to shield his men from the falling rubble. As he emerged, he shouted to his men, "What's the rush? Get a grasp of the situation first." The men all straightened up and acknowledged the order in unison. The moment he finished speaking, roots erupted from the ground, killing several men. Horrified screams immediately filled the air. Seeing his men die right before his eyes, the large man couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Just then, Lu Tu Lam, who was behind them, suddenly shouted Vuong Diem. The moment he spoke, his body was engulfed by roots. Vuong Diem screamed in horror, "Vice Chief." Quickly, several holes appeared on the mass of roots, right after it was smashed to pieces. Lu Tu Lam was no weakling to be taken down that easily. At the critical moment, he unleashed his true strength, shattering the roots. Vuong Diem hurried over to him. "Are you all right?" Lu Tu Lam asked back. "What about them?" Hearing that, Vuong Diem froze and looked back. The iron cage was now buried under the pile of rubble. He hurriedly ran over to check on it. As he got closer, he was shocked. What the? The cage was made of myriad-year-cold iron, yet it was broken. While he was stunned, a surprised voice sounded from nearby. The leader and Atula hadn't fled. They were standing calmly nearby, touching the tree trunk. "No matter how I look at it, this seems like one of the seeds I gave that kid with the nickname." Atula nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The leader wondered, "But why did it grow here? Could that kid be somewhere around here?" Atula's face fell, and he remained silent. Just then, a hand grabbed his head as a voice said, "I don't know if he's here or not." To the leader's astonishment, Atula was lifted up by his head. Vuong Diem mercilessly slammed Atula's head straight into the ground, shattering the floor upon impact. Throughout the whole ordeal, Atula didn't react at all, simply letting the man assault him. The leader wasn't too concerned, because he knew this kid couldn't die. Lu Tu Lam shouted, "Get him! No, kill him! And that old man too! What are you all doing? Attack them!" The men, still reeling from the tremor, finally snapped out of it. They then all brandished their spears and thrust them toward the leader. The leader remained nonchalant, completely unfazed. Even as countless spearheads closed in on him, he just stood there with his hands clasped. Just then, something unexpected happened. Before any of them could even touch him, they were all impaled by roots bursting from the ground. Fresh blood and agonizing screams echoed through the area once again. Even after witnessing this gruesome scene, the leader's expression remained unchanged. People think plants can't communicate, but the truth is, while they might be a little slow to react, they can still recognize their master. And once they sprout, these saplings are not slow at all. He then glanced over at Lu Tu Lam. Left with no choice, he could only grit his teeth and channel his power. The roots emerged once more in front of the leader. Then, without hesitation, they shot towards Lu Tu Lam. The terrified young man quickly leaped into the air to dodge. Meanwhile, just when Vuong Diem thought he had Atula beaten, the unexpected happened. Despite the pressure Vuong Diem was applying, Atula seemed to feel nothing at all as he calmly got to his feet. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't stop him. Atula stood up, then shot him a look. "You're dead now." With that, he swatted the other man's hand off his head. He then threw a punch straight into the man's mouth. The young man had no way to react in time and was immediately beaten into a bloody mess. Atula did not stop and threw another punch. Vuong Diem was then sent flying and slammed into the wall next to Lu Tu Lam. Seeing his subordinate getting beaten so brutally made Lu Tu Lam even more terrified. Vuong Diem gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with fury. He is strong, but to this extent. As he said this, he looked over at Atula opposite him. In front of Atula was the other half of his body. Missing its upper half, it finally collapsed to the ground. Startled, Vuong Diem finally looked down. He could not believe his eyes when he saw that only the upper half of his body remained. This cannot be happening. Lu Tu Lam also finally noticed the lower half of his body. While the two of them were stunned in horror, the leader's scolding voice rang out. "Why do you keep letting your emotions control you? Can't you regulate your power properly?" Atula tried to explain no. It was not like that this time. The leader was still very angry. If it was not that, then what was it? As they were arguing, they both suddenly turned to look towards Lu Tu Lam. After witnessing their power, he had decisively broken through the door to escape with no will to fight left. The moment he landed, he started running for his life. The entire city had been torn apart by tree roots. Not a single building remained intact. Lu Tu Lam had only run a few steps before Attila caught up right behind him. He sensed his opponent's approach and tensely turned his head to look back. He no longer intended to flee. Instead, the energy in his body began to erupt violently. Seeing this, Attila was surprised. "What is this?" Lu Tu Lam snarled, "Remember this. What do you think happens when you make an enemy of Huang Tan? I will make you find out soon enough, kid." After saying this, his figure slowly vanished from sight. Attila was completely baffled, not understanding what just happened. In an instant, the large man in front of him had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a piece of burning fabric. As he was staring blankly in thought, the leader's voice came from behind, so he even uses illusions. It seems he has more tricks up his sleeve than I thought. But what did he say before he ran away? Attila replied in confusion. He said to just wait, that he would come after us for revenge soon. But do you think he really means it? The leader stroked his beard thoughtfully. It was not part of the original plan, but I thought that teaching him a lesson would be enough to make him retreat. But I did not expect him to be so determined to chase us, even after what happened. I have a feeling I have just turned a nuisance into a true enemy. Lu Tu Lam had fled, but this place was still being destroyed by the otherworldly roots. Within the ruins, countless people were crying out in agony. A soldier pinned under rubble was trying to free himself when he was suddenly startled, because in front of him, a prisoner was raising a wooden club to strike him. After finishing him off, the prisoner let out a breath. Immediately after, another sound came from behind him. The remaining prisoners from his sect are now rushing over. Hua Shuang asked them, "What's the situation over there? How many do you think are still alive?" One of them explained that the current situation was very difficult, with vines growing so densely there was no room to squeeze through. Another person also spoke up. "If that's the case, it seems everyone on the other side has already been crushed by the vines." Hua Suang said with a serious face, "Even so, we should still check to be sure, set a fire to confirm, and wipe out the Hak Satbo at the same time." Just then a strange sound was heard. Everyone in the group could hear this sound, and they all turned to look into the distance. The sound was coming from inside a pile of ruins not far away. Hua Suang was skeptical. "Didn't you say the vines were so thick that all of them were crushed?" The other person replied nervously, "No, when I investigated, that's definitely how it was." The sound grew louder and clearer. Very quickly, a carriage with Attila and his companion appeared in their sight. Hua Suang's face was filled with tension. Are they moving through the vines? His master then came forward from behind. If there is someone who can move freely within this Hak Satbo, then there is no room for doubt. They must be accomplices. Everyone charge forward and kill them. Hearing this, everyone's face turned pale. The group instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons and drew closer together. As the carriage moved forward, it was blocked by a large boulder and could no longer proceed. Attila had no choice but to get up and step down. He walked over to the cliff wall and raised his fist. Then, without hesitation, he punched the wall, forcefully shattering it. This single punch not only shattered the cliff wall, but also sent tremors through the ruins for dozens of miles behind it. The group in front witnessed this terrifying display of power, their eyes wide with shock. With the obstacle gone, Attila returned to his seat and continued to drive the carriage forward. After witnessing that immense power, the sectmaster immediately corrected himself. On second thought, they don't seem like bad people. Hua Suang at his side agreed. "Yes, I think so too." "Hua Suang, do you think we should try talking to them?" "Let's do that then, master." A short while later, somewhere in the forest, there stood countless old dilapidated houses. A man ran out from the forest and stopped in front of a house. He quickly went inside for some unknown purpose. After a moment, he came back out and waved to the group hiding in the distance. The group hiding in the woods was Hua Suang's party. Seeing the young man wave, one of them spoke up. "It looks like we've found it. Let's go, master." The group then quickly ran towards the house. They went inside, and one of them announced, "Tien Vu Kok has prepared food for us so we can eat and rest here today. Tomorrow, at the second rendezvous point, someone from Tien Vu Kok will meet and guide us directly." The group let out a collective sigh of relief. "We are so grateful." "All right then. I'll hand out the food to everyone. Come and get it." Outside, Attila and his companion were also there, speaking with the sectmaster. "You're leaving just like that?" The leader nodded. "Yes, I have a debt I need to repay." The group, saddened, tried to persuade him. "You came all this way just to leave again. How could that be, since you're already here? At least stay for a meal before you go." "Come on, please, come inside you too." Seeing how enthusiastically they were inviting him, the leader had no choice but to go inside. Night fell in a certain forest. Inside a suffocating cave, a person was kneeling prostrate on the ground. A figure in black stood before him. So the organization has been destroyed. You're saying the leader of that organization escaped by himself after it was annihilated? The other man replied he should have atoned for his crimes with his life, but this matter is too serious. Before he could finish, the figure in black shouted at him to be silent. I will determine for myself whether keeping you alive is worthwhile. After speaking, he reached out and took hold of the other man's head. Some kind of strange power quickly flowed from his arm into the other man's body. The man kneeling on the ground was none other than Lu Tu Lam, who had just escaped from A Tu La and his companion. His eyes quickly widened, turning bloodshot. The man in black applied more and more pressure. Lu Tu Lam's pupils immediately turned red. Outside, the bright moon had reached its zenith. Over here, the two leaders were feasting and chatting with their men. Increasing one's cultivation, climbing the ladder of power. Now that's an interesting story. In this martial world, does something like that happen? Often. The sect master explained, no, it's not like that. However, occasionally, someone will achieve extraordinary internal energy through a fateful encounter. But most of those are just stories passed down like legends. In reality, it's so rare that it might only happen once in 100 years. As for reviving the dead compared to healing the living, the energy consumption is many times greater perhaps, because the resentment of the dead is too strong. The leader listened for a while, completely confused. What did you just say? Increasing another person's power, and even resurrecting the dead. Are you saying that Te Vuong can do such things? Back at the cave, Lu Tu Lam was lying unconscious on the ground, his fate unknown. The man in black stood before him, lost in thought. Bringing this guy along was a mistake. After saying that, he turned and left. As he walked alone through the long cave, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, telling him to stop. He arrived outside a door, cupped his hands, and announced, "Divine Doctor, this subordinate has an important matter to report." A voice echoed from within. Is it important enough to disturb the Divine Doctor during his meditation? The man in black replied, although this matter cannot be taken lightly, if I may, this subordinate would like to handle it myself. The voice casually replied, then go ahead and do it. The man in black said nothing more and immediately accepted the order. He then turned and left. Inside the cave, there was a pool of water. In the center of the pool was a tree, and at its base was a figure dressed in white. As soon as the man in black left, he spoke up. What's happening outside? The other voice replied, it is nothing for you to worry about, sir. The man in white sighed. Is that so? Now is not the time to be concerned with trivial matters. He then raised his hand. A vortex immediately appeared on the water's surface below. The vortex grew larger and more powerful as it condensed. Soon it rose above the man's head. The vortex floated in the air, seemingly trying to coalesce into the shape of a person. Now is not the time to be concerned with trivial matters. The king of the fallen messengers, my old friend. 14 years ago, the Central Plains Vo Lam was in a state of extreme tension because they were about to face an all-out war with the northern Ma Jiao. Even the orthodox and unorthodox sects of the Vo Lam Min, two forces that were mortal enemies, had to cooperate to fight their common enemy, the Ma Jiao. But just then, earth-shattering news arrived. It was the news that the Ma Jiao, the most powerful force in the martial world, had been annihilated by some mysterious power. Immediately after receiving the news, the Vo Lam Min rushed to send people to confirm it. When they arrived, the Ma Jiao was truly nothing but a name. The place had become a desolate ruin devoid of life. No one dared to believe this incredible report. But at the Vo Lam Min, as soon as they received confirmation that it was true, everyone celebrated. A few were worried about that mysterious force, but their concerns were drowned out by the joy of the Ma Jiao's destruction. The vast majority called this mysterious force their hidden savior. Then a few days later, two strangers suddenly appeared at the Vo Lam Min headquarters. They were carrying a box that looked like a coffin. Under the wary eyes of the entire Vo Lam Min, they entered the main square. These two were the subordinates of the so-called hidden savior. They took out a letter and said, our master has a message for you. We will return in 10 days for your answer. After doing all that, they turned and left with an air of confidence. What they left behind was the corpse of Tiet Huyet Ma, the very leader of the Ma Jiao, whom everyone in the martial world feared, and a letter demanding their surrender with incredibly humiliating terms. The orthodox sects immediately fell into chaos. Some wanted to fight, some wanted to negotiate, some feared their power, and others declared they would leave the Vo Lam Min since their opponent wasn't the Ma Jiao. 10 days passed, and they still hadn't reached a consensus. Those people returned as promised, only this time it wasn't just 2 of them, but nearly a dozen. It seemed that if the Vo Lam Min refused to surrender, they would be slaughtered. The alliance leader quickly came out to greet them with extreme courtesy. They didn't intend to surrender, but wanted to negotiate. But before they could even finish speaking, their heads were chopped off. Seeing their alliance leader and several sect masters killed just like that, the martial artists were all stunned with terror. Die with dignity or live in shame? It didn't take long for everyone to realize they only had those 2 choices. A terrible disaster had befallen the Vo Lam Trung Nguyen, which had long been ruled by both orthodox and unorthodox sects. The one who caused this disaster was Bok Dien Thanwai, along with his 3 personal guards, and the Bat Lathu 8 monsters created by Bok Dien Thanwai. With just that small group, all the most powerful forces in the Vo Lam Trung Nguyen were annihilated. After dealing with the Vo Lam Min, they moved on to the other sects. An apocalyptic scene soon spread across Trung Nguyen. Wherever they went, any sect that refused to surrender was mercilessly destroyed. With just 12 people, they took control of the entire Vo Lam Trung Nguyen in less than 100 days. This was possible because countless factions witnessed their overwhelming power and willingly became their subordinates. Most of them were newly established sects or borderland forces looking for a chance to enter Trung Nguyen. But the most shocking part was that many of them were former members of the alliance that fought against the Ma Jiao. Bok Dien Thanwai accepted them, and they continued their sweep across Trung Nguyen. The remnants of the Vo Lam Min had lost their will to fight, becoming mere spoils in a war for power. That was the end of the era of the orthodox and unorthodox, and the birth of a colossal organization called Te Vuong Tin. After hearing all of this, the leader fell into deep thought. The sect master continued, "Of course, there are still those in the martial world who uphold the spirit of righteousness." The leader interrupted, "I'm very sorry to hear about the situation you are all facing. But what I want to know is, has anyone ever witnessed Te Vuong Tin amplifying another person's abilities or resurrecting the dead?" The men looked at each other and replied, "That is something everyone in the martial world knows." The leader frowned, "Something everyone knows." The sect master explained, "Because the Bat Lathu are the clearest proof." The leader asked doubtfully, "Is that just their claim that Te Vuong Tin granted them such power?" The sect master replied, "Even if they didn't say it, anyone could have guessed. I don't know all of the Bat Lathu, but at least 3 of them are figures known to everyone in the martial arts world. Kim Lathu Tao Ku Shich Lathu Huang Ko and Huyet Lathu Tu Tin Ki. They were once members of the Tapai Lian Hip, known as the Kwai Trick Tam Kwai. The martial skills of the 3 were not exceptionally high, but they were infamous for their cruel and ruthless methods, making even other members of the unorthodox faction wary of them. Then one day, Tao Ku picked a fight and killed the son-in-law of the Vo Lam Alliance leader, who was just a merchant. This incident shook the entire martial world, sparking fears that the alliance would fracture right before the Great War with the Ma Jiao. To calm the situation, the Vo Lam Alliance leader personally beheaded Tao Ku in front of the orthodox sect heroes. Huang Ko and Tu Tin Ki also had their martial arts crippled and were exiled from Trung Nguyen. As he reached this point, the leader cut in. The man who was beheaded was resurrected. The sect master nodded. That's right. Moreover, once a person's meridians are destroyed, it is impossible for them to recover their martial arts no matter what, because trying to circulate their energy would cause a fatal chi deviation. However, Huang Ko and Tu Tin Ki not only recovered their martial arts, but also became monsters. Their power far surpasses that of any past hegemon, which is an unbelievable outcome, considering their previous strength and potential. That's why, when describing their martial arts, people in the martial world don't say they improved, they say their power exploded. Also, if we're comparing their progress in martial arts, Sao Ku, the one who died and was revived, is far superior to the other 2. His martial arts are no longer just simple martial arts. The scene changes to another location where a person is hanging suspended between 2 pillars with a black-robed figure below. This person is covered in scars, and it looks like he has been tortured quite a bit. The black-robed figure calls out to him, "Huang Company, I know you're awake." It turns out the young man hanging there is none other than the Shich Lathu Huang Company. As the black-robed figure finished speaking, he woke up, opening his eyes to look down. He let out an angry cold sneer. "Why would a noble hack Lathu like you lower yourself to come to this wretched place? My punishment isn't supposed to end for another month." The hack Lathu explained, "Someone has destroyed the Tram Sat Dan and the hack Tri Bo. If you bring them to me, I will cancel the rest of your punishment." Hearing this, Huang Ko thought for a moment. If you want them captured alive, you should find someone else. I can't accept that condition. The Hak Lathu replied, capturing them alive is ideal, but killing them is fine too. As soon as he finished speaking, the chains were pulled taut. Immediately after, the 2 stone pillars were pulled apart and shattered. Huang Ko immediately landed in front of him. It turns out he was only hanging there because he chose to be. These restraints could never hold him. All right, I accept. It's boring sleeping here all day anyway. The scene cuts back to Atula and his group. The leader asked again, so where is the Te Vuong Tin? Is there no specific location? The other person nodded. That's right. Hearing this, the 2 from Atula were at a loss for words. After a moment, the old man spoke up again. You mean you don't know where the Te Vuong Tin is? The other person shook his head. Not exactly. It's just that their location isn't fixed. Where should I begin to explain? In the current martial world, Te Vuong Tin is a term used to collectively refer to those 12 individuals and their followers, but it was originally a term their followers used to show respect for the 12. It means that each of them is a Te Vuong of the martial world and also attaining the fortress wall protecting the Bak Dien Than Wai. In other words, those 12 are the Te Vuong Tin, and wherever they appear, that place becomes the Te Vuong Tin. The old man was skeptical. Those 12 people are the Te Vuong Tin. Does that mean they are always together? The other person continued to explain, not necessarily. In the early days, when they first seized control of the martial world, they often appeared together. But in the last few years, no one has seen all 12 of them appear together. In particular, the Bak Dien Than Wai and his 3 close guards have been missing for many years. As for the Bat Lathu, some of them have been spotted in various places throughout the martial world, but they always appeared alone and didn't seem to be carrying out any missions. Therefore, no one can be certain if they are the real Bat Lathu or just someone who looks like them. Some people even think that the 12 of them left Trung Nguyen long ago, and that the remaining organizations are just using their reputation to maintain power. No fixed residence, and they don't travel together. That's right. I forgot to mention an important detail. There is a place believed to be the residence of the Bak Dien Than Wai and his followers, a stone palace built underground. Hearing this, Atula was quite intrigued. A stone palace. The other person explained, the problem is the location of this stone palace isn't fixed either. The first place the stone palace was seen was at the foot of a giant stone mountain. But then one day, the stone palace suddenly disappeared. The strange thing was not a single trace of it was left behind, only a giant smooth rock, as if nothing had ever been there. Afterward, the stone palace reappeared in a deep cave within a dense forest, thousands of miles from the original mountain. Then the palace disappeared once again, just like before, leaving absolutely no trace. Since then, the stone palace has continuously appeared and vanished mysteriously all over the martial world. Sometimes it's on a deserted island in the middle of a swamp, other times it's in the middle of a desert. That is why I said the location of the Te Vuong Tin is not fixed. As he said this, he suddenly remembered something. I've been telling wild tales to guests who have just arrived in the martial world for the first time. The old man cut in. No matter, I am very interested in hearing this valuable information. Hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Is that so? The old man continued, it seems we've gathered some very useful information. Just then, a swarm of butterflies appeared. Everyone was confused. Where did these butterflies come from? Do butterflies even fly at this hour? The swarm of butterflies fluttered before their eyes. After a moment, everyone except for Atula and his master had collapsed unconscious on the ground. Needless to say, this was the old man's doing. He looked at the group and sighed. Even after they wake up, their memories of us will be gone. Atula was suspicious, but that old man mentioned someone named Bak Dien Than Wai. He's the one we're looking for, isn't he? The leader nodded without hesitation. We'll find out when we meet him in person. He quickly headed outside. Seeing Atula still lingering inside, he asked doubtfully, what are you still standing there for? Atula lamented, they gave us food and even showed us the way. They're all good people. It feels wrong to just leave them like this. Hearing these words, the leader froze for a moment. There you go again. The next day, on the mountain peak at the battlefield, a few people were gathered. The vines are too thick, we can't get inside. Surely no one could have survived in there. Chich Lathu Huang Ko sat on a rock, chin in hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he stood up. After collecting the bodies of the surrounding Hak Debo members, there's no need to keep this grotesque thing around. Seeing his movement, the men couldn't help but tremble. Immediately, a blinding white light erupted. A terrifying attack struck the tangled mass of vines ahead. In an instant, half the cliffside was leveled. This one attack from Huang Ko was no less destructive than Atula's power. Just then, someone hurried over from behind to report my lord. It seems we have found their tracks. Hearing this, Huang Ko immediately turned his head to look. The scene changes to another part of the forest where the prisoners have now regained consciousness and are fleeing desperately. We just need to get over this mountain and we'll be there. Master, please hang in there. The old man replied, I'm fine, don't you worry. As they were running, a white light suddenly flashed up ahead. A massive explosion erupted, blocking their path. The area was immediately engulfed in smoke and dust. When the dust settled, a giant deep trench had appeared before them, cutting off their path. Standing on the other side of the trench was Huang Company. As the group came to their senses, they were all horrified by the scene, their eyes wide with terror. Huang Ko sneered at them. You little rats managed to run this far in such a short time. They immediately recognized him as Zhich Lathu Huang Company. Huang Ko's subordinates also appeared, blocking their escape route from behind and surrounding them. They had absolutely no way out. Huang Ko sneered, Don't tell me you still hope to survive after this. Cold sweat dripped down everyone's faces. Huang Ko continued, Never mind, having hope is a good thing. In that case, I'll give you all a chance. While you were fleeing, did you see a short old man and a young man with him in a horse carriage? If you tell me where they are, I'll spare your lives today. Faced with his question, the men all looked at each other in confusion. The sect leader spoke up. What do you mean by that question? We've never seen anyone like that. Huang Ko frowned and stared at him, trying to see if he was telling the truth. The sect leader's face was stern, showing no fear, because his memories of Atula and his companion had been erased. After observing for a moment, Huang Ko sighed, I see. Then die. As he spoke, a terrifying aura immediately erupted from his body. Seeing this, the men hastily formed a defensive formation, surrounding their leader to protect him. Just then, another horse carriage arrived. The ones who appeared were none other than Atula's group. See, what did I tell you? Huang Ko's men were startled when they saw them. A short old man and a young man with him in a horse carriage. The leader sighed. We still haven't found the Tevuang Tin. Maybe we should follow them. We might be able to help somehow. Atula nodded and stepped forward. Hey, you stop right there. Huang Ko glanced at him thoughtfully. After a moment, he spoke up. Young hero, may this one ask you a question? Did you step in to save them because you know them? Atula replied calmly. Who are they? This is the first time I've ever met them. Stop wasting time and make your move. Huang Ko let out a ferocious laugh. Is that so? The leader sitting in the carriage was suddenly startled, because Huang Ko had already unleashed a palm strike. Atula was also startled to see this. Before everyone's astonished eyes, a powerful attack spread out. The sect leader and his men were instantly minced into pieces. As Atula witnessed this bloody scene firsthand, his eyes immediately became bloodshot. When the dust settled, not a single person could be seen. Everything had been razed to the ground, buried under rock and earth. Huang Ko's eyes suddenly widened, because mixed in the rubble were the bodies of his own subordinates. Even so, he didn't feel a shred of pity. This master intended to warn you to avoid disaster, but it's a shame you were all too foolish to realize it. The leader in the carriage grimaced. He turned his head and stared intently at Atula. Noticing that something was off with his attitude, he shouted, Atula! He didn't answer and just stood there grimly. His body then became blurry. The leader sighed. Oh boy, this kid is at it again. Up ahead, Huang Ko also sensed something and turned to look back. Atula's strike was incredibly fast, but he still managed to dodge it. He wasn't afraid, on the contrary. He laughed excitedly. Ha ha! Yes, this is how it should be. It really is you. Atula's attack carried terrifying power, shattering the ground beneath them. Huang Ko, who had been sneering, immediately grimaced. It was an ugly sight. Having failed with his first strike, Atula once again gave him a cold glare. Then he swung his staff once more. The ground around Huang Ko was immediately enveloped by rocks and dirt. After a moment, he landed lightly on the ground, looking at Atula in front of him. Kid, open your eyes wide and watch this. Atula paid him no mind and slowly stepped forward. A terrifying aura began to radiate from his body. Huang Ko didn't just stand there. He actively countered with a palm strike. The spot where Atula stood was then engulfed in white light. The entire forest erupted in an extremely powerful explosion. Rocks and dust flew everywhere once again. Standing inside the cloud of dust, Huang Ko did not continue his attack, but stood there observing quietly. Soon Atula's figure appeared once again within the dust cloud. Seeing him still standing, Huang Ko's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Huang Ko's attack was powerful, it was easily blocked by Atula when it reached him. Huang Ko was horrified. How could that brat actually deflect that move? and that was my Huang Ma Chuang using 70% of my power. He unconsciously recalled the earlier advice from Hack Lao Thu. Listen here. Lung Cho, didn't you want to get out of your punishment? Then why don't you use your real skills and fight properly? Just then, Atula vanished without a trace. When Huang Ko came to his senses, he had already appeared right above his head. An incredibly powerful strike came down from the heavens. Following that was another strike that seemed to cleave Huang Ko's body in two. But what Atula hit was only an afterimage. The real Huang Ko was now behind him. Your techniques are too simple and clumsy. They don't match their destructive power. Do you think you can even touch the hem of my clothes with those sloppy moves? Another extremely powerful palm strike headed towards Atula, but before his strike could land, he sensed imminent danger. He didn't dare be careless and quickly halted his attack, actively retreating. Atula didn't even turn around. He just jabbed his staff behind him a few times, which nearly made him wet his pants. Huang Ko retreated, his face scrunching up in even greater anger. He frantically channeled his inner energy, roaring Yupunk, who still reeks of milk. Immediately after, he once again flew towards Atula. Take this, my Hangfach Lian Tokich. He quickly unleashed a storm of palm strikes. Atula, on the other side, was unfazed, continuously spinning his staff. The two clashed head-on, instantly causing the ground to shake and shatter once more. Inside the dust cloud, the two of them were still relentlessly trading blows. After a moment, Atula found an opportunity to swing his staff in a counterattack. But his opponent managed to avoid this strike by leaping into the air. He then countered with a palm strike of his own. Atula continued to swing his staff. After they exchanged this move, one of them was sent flying. There was a trace of blood on Atula's face. One of his cheeks was bleeding from the fight. Huang Ko, on the other side, praised not bad at all. To think you could fight on equal footing with me, Shich La Thu Huang Company. You little brat, it seems I have to abandon the notion that you're just a snot-nosed kid. From this moment on, I will use my strongest ultimate technique to deal with you. After saying that, he once again frantically channeled his true chi. The technique he used this time is called Huyet Am Loi Din Kong. A dazzling white light immediately appeared around him. The screen of light grew larger and larger, continuously spreading out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had covered an extremely vast area of the forest. At the same time, countless attacks shot out from within the light. Immediately after the screen of light began to shatter, the cliff face was also flattened and left in ruins. Through the smoke and dust, Huang Ko could be seen struggling, slumped on the ground. Atula, standing before him, was completely unharmed and slowly walked forward. He didn't rush to attack, instead waiting for Huang Ko to get back on his feet. The young man was now covered in blood, cold sweat pouring down like rain, looking at Atula with an expression of pure terror. Atula taunted, "Is that all you've got?" Hearing this, Huang Ko gritted his teeth in fury and once again began to frantically channel his energy. Atula didn't just stand there and take it, he proactively swung his staff. Another powerful explosion erupted. Debris and dust flew everywhere once again. When the smoke and dust cleared, Huang Ko's struggling figure was revealed once more, lying on the ground. He was still powerless against Atula. That last attack had buried half of his body in the ground. Even so, he was still alive, lying there and gasping for breath. Atula asked again, "I'll say it again, is that all you've got?" Huang Ko glared up at him. "You bastard, if you're so tough, then tell me your name." Atula didn't answer and raised his staff once more. Another powerful strike was unleashed. The leader stood in the distance, observing silently. Below, Atula's last strike had created a deep crater in the earth. Huang Ko's body had now vanished, leaving only his two legs behind. The leader sighed as he watched this scene. "This kid, you should have captured him alive so we could get some information. Why didn't you do that?" The scene changes to a roadside tavern. A few patrons were gathered here drinking. They were enjoying their food and drinks when they were suddenly startled. They all stared wide-eyed into the distance. There, a few figures were slowly approaching. A young man was riding a large man like a horse, while an old man carried his belongings. By the looks of it, the two men were being forced. The patrons were horrified when they saw the two men. Those two, they look like. Arriving in front of the tavern, the young man ordered the two to stop. He then dismounted and slowly walked over to the manager. He gestured with his finger, calling them over. "We're leaving soon, so prepare something quick to eat, and prepare food for those two as well." Soon, several lavish dishes were brought out. The young man seemed annoyed. "Don't you think you brought a bit too much food, waiter?" The waiter pointed at the two servants in confusion. "But sir, you said to prepare food for these two as well." Hearing this, the young man fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he flicked his whip, sending 2 plates of food flying towards the two men. They cried out as the food suddenly landed on them. The young man saw this and gave them a cold glance. What did you just yell about? Do you really think you can still act like human beings? Right after that, he began to torture and beat them right there. The other customers broke out in a cold sweat seeing this. The two men being beaten dared not cry out and could only whimper like dogs. Hearing this sound, the young man became excited. That's right, just keep barking like dogs. After beating them to his heart's content, he finally stopped. Hey waiter, do you think dogs are qualified to sit and eat with people? So you should understand what to prepare for them now, right? The waiter immediately prepared 2 bowls of dog food and brought them over. Only then was the young man satisfied, ordering the other 2 to eat up. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to go on. Even if you don't like it, you have to try and eat. Both of them remained silent, kneeling there with no intention of eating. The young man's voice turned cold. I told you to eat. Are you still being stubborn? The 2 had no other choice but to endure the humiliation and begin shoving the food down their throats. The waiter standing from a distance turned pale with a clear look of disgust on his face. After they finished, the young man paid and then left. All right, let's get back on the road. The waiter and his father bowed respectfully. Thank you, esteemed guest. May you have a safe journey. The young man riding on the back of a large man repeatedly urged him to run faster. The other customers waited until they were far away before daring to speak. Those 2 have it so rough. They are the Sai Nai Ho, aren't they? That's right, in Sandong, even the Devuang Tan wouldn't dare to touch them. I don't understand how they ended up like this. I saw it with my own eyes, and I still can't believe it. I have no idea what kind of powerful being that person is to be able to turn the Sai Nai Ho into this. The entire tavern then erupted in discussion. Night fell by the bank of a stream somewhere. The young man was in a hammock sleeping in a tree while the 2 Sai Ni Ho were on the ground resting. They waited until all 3 were fast asleep. Just then, countless hidden weapons flew down from the sky. Their target was the young man sleeping in the hammock. An arrow shot down, hitting the young man and causing him to spit up fresh blood. The people hiding in the forest saw this and cheered excitedly. We hit him, I got him. The 2 Sai Ni Ho were also startled awake by the commotion. The group quickly ran over from the other side of the river. Faction Master, are you all right? What happened to you? Vice Faction Master, you should get up quickly too. After hearing that the Sa Fong Mon headquarters was in trouble, we subordinates immediately mobilized all our brothers to come and provide support. Please forgive us if we were a little late. The 2 Sai Ni Ho remained kneeling there silent. A young man asked with confusion, What are you saying, Faction Master? This subordinate can't hear you clearly. The old man tried his best to warn them. Run. Now, if you don't run, you are all going to die. Just as he finished speaking, the young man's voice rang out from behind them. Hey, what do you think you're doing, old man? I was just starting to have fun. Why are you trying to chase them away? Witnessing the young man, who was riddled with arrows, still able to sit up and talk, left the group in disbelief. That guy. How could he still be alive? The entire group immediately drew their weapons in unison. The young man chuckled. That's right, this is how it should be. I only have fun when there's a little resistance. But in the end, you're all just a bunch of fools, too stupid to know your own limits as you rush to your deaths. A terrifying, gloomy aura emanated from him, making everyone tense and break out in a sweat. The 2 of them were also tense, their eyes becoming bloodshot. The young man chuckled. Come on, all of you, so I can kill you at once. When no one charged forward, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Huh, what is it? Why don't you all try rushing me? The old sect master's eyes grew increasingly ferocious as he stared at him. The young man was also there, smiling and waiting as he watched him. After a moment, he calmed down again and turned his head away. None of his subordinates dared to rush forward recklessly. The young man sneered. Are you all really not going to do anything? A subordinate from behind gave an order. Kai Vin Taimon Company. You 2 escort the sect master and vice sect master out of here immediately. The rest of you deploy the Fong Luke Hoptran with me. He was struck and killed the moment he finished speaking. This terrifying attack from the young man killed a long line of people instantly. He reached over and pulled out the arrow stuck in his body. Then he threw it again, intending to use it to finish off the crowd. Just then, the arrow was caught by a hand. The young man couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. Everyone else was also taken by surprise. The large man finally couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. He turned to the group, telling them to flee quickly. That guy is not someone you can handle. While I hold him off, all of you run for your lives. The young man continued pulling out arrows. Hey, don't you ruin my fun. This isn't the picture I wanted to paint. If all of you run away like this, then The large man yelled again. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Seeing how agitated he was, the crowd clamored in response. Yes, we're going right now. The young man behind them was now so furious that his eyes became bloodshot immediately after the large man was struck. Seeing this, the group cried out in fear. "No vice sect master." The young man laughed ferociously. "That ugly pest! How dare he ruin my beautiful painting!" With that, he continued to throw arrows. The large man was struck several more times. The arrows pierced through his body, hitting the people behind him. The young man didn't stop continuing his frantic barrage of arrows. The people had no way to fight back, and were hit one by one, their bodies torn to shreds. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead and covered in blood. The only survivor was the old man kneeling on the ground and trembling uncontrollably. The young man sighed. "It seems I've accidentally broken my toys again." Did you see that, old man? Your subordinates risked their lives to save you, but in the end, that hulking disciple of yours protected them until his last breath, and then they all died. It's truly a tear-jerking picture of mutual destruction. Anyway, this Bon Lasat finds it strange that you've managed to hide for this long. Aside from my annoyance that the picture didn't go as planned, I must admit I have to commend you. Or is it because we took your children and grandchildren hostage that you've been so restrained? As he spoke, he tossed a few items in front of the old man. The old man was startled upon seeing these items. The young man continued, "If that's the reason, then this Bon Lasat wishes to offer you an apology. Because only the heavens know what might happen. This Rakshasa, had my men take care of his descendants beforehand." The old man picked up those items, thinking of his children and grandchildren. "No, that's not it at all." He knelt there in agony, weeping uncontrollably. After speaking, the young man stood there silently observing. After a moment, the old man calmed down. Seeing this, a very interested smile crept onto the young man's face. The old man finally stood up. He stared at him with an extremely ferocious gaze. He had nothing left to lose, so there was no need to endure such humiliation anymore. "You bastard, I will tear you into 100 pieces to appease the souls of my family." The young man laughed excitedly. "Haha, I Huyet Lathu have heard rumors that when rage reaches its peak, one can unleash power beyond imagination. You look like you've been completely reborn, don't you?" The old man didn't say much and lunged forward to attack. The young man's expression remained indifferent, showing no fear at all. After a moment, his arm was covered in fresh blood. Although the old man was frenzied in the end, he was no match for him. His body was split in two by the young man, and he died. How boring. I was a fool to have expectations for a worthless old man like him. Stop hiding and come out now. Why are you all skulking around me like rats? What business do you people have here? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people emerged from the forest, reporting, "My lord, we are here on behalf of Lord Hak Lathu to deliver a message to Lord Huyet Lathu Su Tan Chi." Huyet Lathu was puzzled. Hak Lathu. Does that guy have something urgent to say? And now he's acting like he's my superior. "If you want to live, get lost before I kill every last one of you." The man hurriedly said, "Yes, my lord, this is about Jich Lathu Huang Kwa. He unfortunately perished in a duel with some masters who returned from overseas." Hearing this, Huyet Lathu was startled. "Wait, what did you just say?" The scene changes. Atula's nose is bleeding non-stop. The leader, sitting to one side, was confused when he saw this. "Atula, why are you bleeding again?" "I've reminded you countless times already. Didn't I warn you that if you continued to be stubborn and didn't control your power, you'd end up in this state?" The two then got back on the horse carriage and continued their journey. "Does your head still hurt?" "It's better, but I'm still a little dizzy." "Then you should lie down and rest." "Are you used to using the staff?" "Yet I'm more used to it than before, but it seems harder to use than I thought. I prefer using weapons like sabers, something like the Tram Ma Dao." The old man cut him off. "That's not good. For now, just focus on controlling your power. Your body is still weak, so it can't withstand such a huge spiritual blow. If you swing a saber around wildly, you won't be able to control its force. That will only put more strain on your body. Then the pain will gradually accumulate, and if not treated in time, it will cause many side effects. Once you grasp the characteristics of using a staff, you'll be able to wield it better. It's very useful for distributing power and controlling the weapon with each strike." The scene changes to a village at the foot of a mountain. Someone there was asking the local villagers for information. After listening, they replied, "Let me see. I think we've seen that horse carriage before." "Is that the carriage over there?" The young man looked in the direction they pointed and was startled, because the horse carriage he was looking for was really there. Atula and the old man also came into his line of sight. He hurriedly wrote a letter and tied it to a bird's leg. Then he quickly released it to deliver the message. A moment later in the forest, have the wheel tracks disappeared again. "Yes, my lord, we have searched quite thoroughly, but we can't find the carriage anywhere." Huyet Lathu was confused. "I don't understand who they are to always evade us like this. Does their carriage have some kind of transformation magic? Whenever I get close to finding them, they disappear. Are they doing this just to provoke me? Just then, a falcon flew overhead. The men hurried to receive the message. "We've found it, sir. The scouts located the carriage at the foot of the mountain near the village. It seems they're heading towards Van Nguyet Kook. Our scouts are still tracking them, sir." Hoyet Lathu nodded. "All right, if you lose them again, you'll have me to answer to." The scene shifts to a suspension bridge between two cliffs. Atula and the others were now here. He stopped the carriage and got out, seemingly wanting to do something. Seeing Atula sit up, the man advised him, "You should rest a little longer." Atula replied, "I'm all right now." The old man walked towards the steps. "You just rest." Atula didn't say anything else, just sat there quietly watching him. A look of boredom was clear on his face. A moment later, he flopped back down onto the carriage. "Oh, Tukwang Tu, I really miss my lazy chameleon." The horse whinnied in response. Atula lay there looking up at a tree trunk. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes widening in surprise, because he saw the silhouette of his chameleon on the tree. Seeing it, he excitedly shouted, "Chameleon!" The moment he shouted, it got startled and scurried away. Seeing this, Atula quickly leaped off the carriage. He chased after the chameleon, shouting, "Wait for me!" Tukwang stood there and whinnied a few times. The scene changes to the village. Hoyet Lathu was being carried here by his underlings. He asked suspiciously, "What is it? Did you lose the trail again?" The man replied, "Yes, sir. We did confirm traces of the carriage nearby, but..." Hearing this, Hoyet Lathu sighed. "Is that so?" He then ordered the men carrying his palanquin to set it down. "Tell me, did Hak Lathu send you to find the ones who murdered Shich Lathu? This must be a pretty big deal. He would never bother me with trivial matters. So it seems our opponent is quite formidable. If that's the case, then you have all been far too negligent. You do a shoddy job and fail to complete the tasks you're given. You're sluggish and have no appreciation for time whatsoever. I've realized this after spending the past few days with you all." The men were terrified. "Please forgive us, sir." Hoyet Lathu sighed. "Fine. As long as you know your mistake and are willing to correct it, that's what matters. In any case, now is a good time to teach you the value of time and of your own lives. I will become the hunter, and I will hunt you pathetic fools. You have 1 hour to run as fast as you can. After that, anyone I find is dead for sure. Then you'll understand what it means to work swiftly and value your time. Now run." Hearing this, the men froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Do we really have to do this, sir?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hoyet Lathu struck, and just like that, the man died on the spot. Seeing this, the rest of them were utterly horrified. They truly never expected him to kill one of his own men so decisively. Hoyet Lathu's expression was ferocious. "I already told you. I gave you an hour, and you still haven't run away." The group of people dared not delay any longer, hastily splitting up in 4 directions to flee. Hoyet Lathu stood there silently observing all directions. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Through his senses, he began to perceive the different directions, and soon, one person appeared in his mind's eye. The running young man was startled, because Hoyet Lathu had already caught up to him. The first man quickly lost his life. Very quickly, Hoyet Lathu caught up to the second man. Just like the first one, this man also died shortly after. Elsewhere, Atula was moving around searching for any sign of Keen Hong. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look behind him. When he turned, he saw a small squirrel standing there, eating a pine cone. It saw him approaching and immediately scampered away. Atula sighed in disappointment. "How boring, I really thought it was Kai Nong." Somewhere in the forest, under a giant tree, Thu Lin was standing there. He headed towards the cave inside the tree trunk and entered. Inside the tree trunk, there was a human face. Seeing Thu Lin enter, it made a sound. "Is that you, Sujia? I clearly created a maze everywhere, yet you still managed to reach this place." Thu Lin reached into his sleeve, searching for something. After a moment, he pulled something out. "The lifespan of this thing in my hand is almost over, and it can barely function anymore. But it's occasionally very useful to me, so this old man couldn't bear to throw it away." The tree person realized, so that's what it is, the La Ban Thoi Kong. No wonder. Thu Lin put the compass away, as expected of the Thu Lam Chi Jia. "You are the guardian of this forest, so it makes sense you would know of it." Thulam Chijia continued, "You are not wrong, but I'm afraid it is too late. My spiritual energy has long since permeated and scattered into this forest. The body you see now is merely an empty shell." Thu Lin replied, "This old man had already figured that much out. Although you are only the shell of the Thu Lam Chijia, you hold enough power to revive this entire desolate forest." Thu Lam Chijia continued, "From the day I moved here, I cut off all contact with humans to care only for this forest. Even now, as my life reaches its end, you still refuse to leave me in peace." Hearing this, Thu Lin stroked his beard deep in thought. He thought for a moment to choose his words, then replied, "Listen here. Don't make me turn a polite request into a forceful one. If you give this old man the information I need, I will not make things difficult for you. I know that all the forests in the world pass their information and knowledge to you, the Thu Lam Chi Jia. What I want to ask is, have you heard of someone who uses the forbidden art of resurrecting the dead?" Faced with this question, Thu Lam Chi Jia fell silent for a moment before replying, "The person you are referring to is the De Vuong Tan Chu. He is a dark sorcerer who once worked as an emissary." Hearing this, Thu Lin's expression darkened. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the forest. Hoyet Latu had just finished off another person. "You're smarter than those two piglets who did nothing but run for their lives. You actually knew to hide in the crevice of a boulder without leaving a single trace. But if you truly want to erase your presence, you should calm your breathing and quiet your frantically beating heart. Otherwise, you might as well shout that you are hiding here." He then turned his head, glancing in the last direction. "All right then, only one last stupid pig remains." He then began to listen intently for any sound or movement. He quickly found a trace of the last person. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped up and took off. He moved with incredible speed, continuously gliding through the forest as if he were flying. A figure quickly appeared up ahead. The young man laughed excitedly. "Haha, there you are." The person in front was not the one he was looking for, but Atula. Seeing it wasn't the person he was looking for, the young man was startled. He immediately slammed on the brakes, stopping in front of Atula. He stood there stunned, his eyes fixed on Atula. The boy also stood there confused, looking at him. The two of them just stood there silently staring at each other, neither one speaking. After a moment, Huyet La Thu snorted in annoyance. "What the hell is this? Why is it some strange kid?" Atula then spoke up to remind him, "Hey you there, can you be quiet for a moment? If I can't find my animal companion because of you, I won't let you leave here in one piece." Hoyet Lahu was stunned that this guy actually dared to threaten him. "What did you say? Were you just talking to me?" Atula said, annoyed. "Who else would I be talking to? But you? Don't you know the meaning of the word quiet? If you keep making noise, don't blame me for cursing you to your face." Hoyet Lathu was once again left speechless. Just then, a flying eagle swooped past him. As the eagle flew by, its talons slashed his face, causing fresh blood to spurt out. But it didn't stop there. At that moment, someone from behind stabbed him straight through the chest. The one who attacked was the other guy who had run away. Seeing this scene, Atula became a little interested and watched intently. Even though he was stabbed, Huyet Lathu laughed excitedly. "Ha, nice one to think you could stab me with a sword in a vital spot while my guard was down." Seeing that he couldn't finish him off, the young man quickly retreated, knelt down, and kowtowed, begging for mercy. This subordinate begs Lord Huyet Lathu for forgiveness. "This subordinate truly did not intend to stab you in the back, my lord." Huyet Lathu, with the wound on his face, healing like a monster's, said, "Not at all. You did very well. That was quite good. From this day forward, you have officially become my Huyet Lathu's precious pet, so you should be happy." Hearing this, the young man was completely baffled. Across from them, Atula was filled with doubt. What in the world is that guy? He can still move as if nothing happened, even after taking a sword through the heart. After looking up at Huyet Lathu for a moment, the young man became even more terrified, because the wound on his face from the eagle's claw had now almost completely healed, as if nothing had ever happened. The stab wound on his chest was the same. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Huyet Lathu was a bit confused. What's there to be so alarmed about? This is just a type of parasite that makes me immortal. Since you've become my subordinate, you should get used to seeing this from now on. The terrified young man pointed behind him and screamed, "No, my lord, that guy, he's the one who killed Lord Shich Lathu Huang Ko." Hearing this, Huyet Lathu was startled and turned his head to look back. Atula was bewildered. "You which Shich Lathu Huang Ko? I don't understand what you're talking about." Huyet Lathu snapped, "Was Huang Ko killed by you, you bastard?" Atula was startled as he finally remembered Huang Ko. "I remember who he is now." As soon as he finished speaking, fresh blood spurted out, and before he could even react, he was sent flying by Huyet Lathu. His body was embedded in the cliff face, and he coughed up blood. The young man standing behind them stared with wide eyes, drenched in sweat. What was that? What just happened? What on earth just happened? I suddenly realized Huyet Lathu had vanished before my eyes. He instantly rushed to attack his opponent like the wind. That person took his hit and was knocked backward. But how is that possible? Can Lord Huyet Lathu really defeat him that easily? but very quickly he realized something and turned his head to look back. Huyet La-Thu had also been sent flying and was pinned to a tree behind him. The tree immediately collapsed. Huyet La-Thu's condition wasn't much better than Atula's. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, recalling the situation from moments ago. He had rushed forward, striking Atula's chest with his palm. At the same time, Atula also swung his fist straight at his face. Both of them were hit by the other's attack and sent flying backward. I can't believe it. He had no reaction when I stood right in front of him, yet the moment I touched him, he was able to counterattack in an instant. From within the pile of rubble, Atula quickly began to crawl out. He coldly looked up at his opponent. I was still checking to see if that was the Huang Ko I knew, but you already decided to strike first. Just then he felt dizzy, and the scene before him began to spin. He clutched his head in pain. Damn it, what a time for this to act up. Huyet La-Thu didn't miss the opportunity and immediately rushed in to attack. Atula's reaction was also very fast, and he dodged to the side. Huyet La-Thu sneered, "You act just like a wild animal." He then swung his knee up towards his head. Atula was once again slammed into the cliff face by him. He reached out and grabbed his knee. Then he squeezed with all his might. The young man screamed in pain from the pressure. How can this guy's strength be so immense? Atula then reached for his neck. Before the young man could even recover, he was pulled down and had his head slammed into the ground. Atula then walked out from the rubble. He swung his fist towards his head. This one punch directly shattered Huyet La-Thu's skull. After dealing with him, he stood there panting. It wasn't from the fatigue of battle, but from the headache raging inside him. He then turned to leave. Why am I suddenly running such a high fever? This is such a pain. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Because Huyet La-Thu, whose head had been smashed, was now standing up again. His body was being constantly healed by parasites. His shattered body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his daze, a memory appeared in Huyet La-Thu's mind. The figure of Bak Dien Than Wai quickly appeared. He looked at him and remarked, "You could say that evil still has a very powerful grip on this boy. Therefore, these larvae could only eat the necrotic tissue in his wound. It's surprising that the very insects that flew to the smelly wound to lay eggs were what saved this boy's life. From this day on, I, the divine physician, will give you a new beginning, and these larvae will become a part of your body, and you will have to live with them forever." Huyet La-Thu quickly made a full recovery. Atula asked suspiciously, "Those larvae can help you heal your wounds. Does that mean you're also immortal?" Huyet La-Thu didn't answer, but asked back coldly, "You've got some decent fighting skills, but what about this?" After speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, something struck right in front of Atula. A powerful explosion erupted right where he was standing. When the dust settled, Atula was revealed struggling on his knees and clutching his head in agony as Huyet La-Thu slowly approached. "I cannot deny that your body is very sturdy and your arms are incredibly powerful. A single punch from you could probably send my head flying. But if that is the extent of your strength, you will never be able to kill Huang Company." Seeing the parasite coiling around him, Atula had a realization. "I just thought that was some kind of whip. I never thought you would turn the larvae in your body into a weapon and use them like whips." Huyet La-Thu was startled. "Wait a minute. How do you know about that?" Atula calmly replied, "Do you think you are the only one who knows that trick? There is another monster in this world who can pull out 10 tentacles and wield them like whips. Compared to him, you are just a mosquito." Huyet La-Thu was infuriated by his taunt. "You damned rat, how dare you!" He immediately launched an attack. It seemed as if Atula's head would be torn apart, but no, he ducked to avoid it. He then took the initiative and charged towards him. If you are a mosquito, do not get too excited because a mosquito will always just be a mosquito. Huyet La-Thu continued to attack with a swing of his arm. Another massive explosion erupted between the two. Atula proactively jumped back, creating distance to dodge. He reached for his scarf and took it off. "I wonder if I can use this with my left hand. Had I known, I would have used it to finish you sooner and not waste time like this." He intended to use the scarf as a weapon to fight him. On the other side, Huyet La-Thu's body was now trembling violently. Parasites quickly began emerging from his back. Atula was startled. Wait, is he planning to? More and more parasites crawled out. They quickly formed countless sharp spikes on Huyet La-Thu's back. The spikes grew longer and longer, radiating in all directions. Before Atula's disbelieving eyes, they all shot towards him simultaneously. The spot where he was standing was once again shrouded in dust and rubble. Atula was quickly knocked out of the cloud of dust. He gripped his scarf tightly, looking ahead with a serious expression. Quickly, countless of Huyet La-Thu's tentacles shot out from within the dust cloud. Atula continuously swung his scarf to block them. The tentacles clashed with his scarf and were immediately smashed to pieces. Atula scoffed coldly. If it is just 1 or 2 tentacles, this much of my strength is enough. Just as he finished boasting, another wave of tentacles shot out from within the dust cloud. Atula used his scarf to wrap around them. Then he forcefully slammed them into the ground. Then he followed up with a powerful punch downwards. This single punch directly shattered the ground. The smashed tentacles began to heal themselves frantically. They quickly recovered once again. Atula sighed as he saw them crawling towards him again. I knew it couldn't end this simply. Let's see, to deal with this kind of enemy, I'll need to adjust my strength accordingly. But suddenly his eyes grew hazy. Damn it, why do I have a fever at a time like this? The tentacles didn't miss the chance and shot forward all at once. Atula had no other choice but to jump back and evade. Just as he was about to land, he was startled. Another long tentacle cut across his stomach. Luckily, he dodged it, otherwise he would have been sliced in two. Before it ended, another one wrapped around his arm. It quickly spread and enveloped his arm. Atula was terrified and frantically used his strength to try and tear it off. Before his arm was free, both of his legs were caught as well. His body was ensnared and dragged away just like that. He was slammed to the ground by his opponent and lay there defeated. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth again. But right after, he leaped back to his feet. Yet another powerful explosion erupted. That young man was still standing far away watching the battle. His expression was now extremely tense. Rumor has it that among the Batlathu there is one who possesses incredible strength. It is so far beyond imagination that one could barely call them human, but while the martial arts of Huyet La Tu Sutan Chi are also considered fantastic and unpredictable, the power he wields isn't particularly strange or abnormal. Huyet La Tu Sutan Chi usually doesn't need a weapon, yet he can use any blade or spear at will. They say, when Huyet La Thu deems someone his strongest enemy, he will unleash 2 whips of terrifying power. But so far, no one has ever seen what he truly looks like. When he uses those whips, it's all just hearsay. He remembered the moment from before when he stabbed Huyet La Thu from behind. Then his regeneration after Atula had pulverized him, and finally the countless tentacles that emerged from his back. He possesses a body that can regenerate, even if a sword pierces through him or half his head is crushed. But the main point here is the true nature of those whips, so no matter how hard I look, he seems like a strange and different being. Oh, but wait, could it be that no one has ever seen Lord Huyet Lathu's true form because they all ended up dead? Or maybe Huyet Lathu has never shown this form to anyone before. Oh no, if that's the case, then aren't I screwed? He once again pictured Huyet Lathu's savage face. Is this really how my life ends? While he was deep in thought, something suddenly fell in front of him. The dust cleared, revealing Atula's form. After a fierce battle, he had been knocked down and slammed face first into the ground. Seeing that Atula was down, the young man became even more nervous. He crouched and picked up his longsword, wary of what was ahead. Lying on the ground, Atula was groaning continuously. When the young man saw him raise his head, he swung his sword to strike him down. But Atula's fierce expression made him freeze in place, drenched in sweat. Just then, the voice of Huyet Lathu rang out. Looks like you're still alive. Your body is so durable that even I, with my immortal flesh, am envious. But never mind, thanks to you, I've been entertained for a bit. Fighting someone like me who's not easy to kill must be very annoying for you. But now, I'm bored to death. It's probably time to bring this to an end. The tentacles on his body once again shot out wildly. Atula stood up without a shred of fear. The young man saw this scene and screamed in terror. Atula moved his scarf, wrapping it around the longsword in his hand. The scarf quickly maneuvered the longsword, sending it flying. A single slash cut the tentacle in half. It was followed by countless other slashes, shredding it into tiny pieces. The longsword swung relentlessly, dicing every tentacle that approached the two of them into small fragments. Huyet Lathu was stunned by this scene. The other young man's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The longsword then returned to Atula's hand. Huyet Lathu's expression darkened, sensing that something was wrong. With the sword in hand, Atula gave off an incredibly pressuring aura. Let me tell you something. You're dead now. Blood vessels appeared in Huyet Lathu's eyes once more. The severed tentacles scattered on the ground quickly reconnected. They immediately formed a circle surrounding the two of them. Then they all burrowed into the ground at once. Next, they reappeared beside Huyet Lathu. They quickly returned and merged back into his body. Atula didn't make a single move from start to finish. Soon, all the tentacles had completely merged into Huyet Lathu's body. I thought you were just some arrogant brute who relied on strength. Who knew you also knew swordsmanship? But even with a sword, it won't change anything. As you can see, this body of mine is immortal. Atula cursed immortal, my ass, nothing is truly immortal. You must have forgotten what I just said, haven't you? Listen carefully, this isn't the first time I've dealt with your kind. After saying that, he took the initiative and charged forward. Seeing this, Huyet Lathu swung his arm, but his tentacles were instantly shredded by Atula's blade the moment they appeared. He was shocked that Atula could so easily break through his attack. Atula continued to slash wildly with his sword. He flew past him, leaving 2 powerful sword slashes behind. Huyet Lathu's body was instantly slashed into a V-shape, but the tentacles inside his body quickly activated again, beginning to heal him. The corner of his mouth curled up in a smug grin. Keep slashing like that all you want, it's useless. Atula raised his sword again. It doesn't matter. I just need to keep cutting to restrict your movements. After speaking, he swung his arm and the scarf sent the long sword spinning forward like a drill. Another strike blasted Huyet Lathu's body into minced meat. Seeing his body battered like this made him furious. Hit by this move, he collapsed once again. Yet the long sword then returned to Atula's grasp. Huyet Lathu lay sprawled on the ground, constantly coughing up fresh blood. How dare you surprise me like this? How many pieces must I tear you into to satisfy my rage? Atula stood there silently staring at him without a word. Soon enough, Huyet Lathu realized something with a jolt. There was something very strange about the wound on his abdomen. Atula finally spoke. The wound isn't healing anymore, is it? This is my ultimate technique, Hoi Toentik. It's a technique I painstakingly developed after my first fight with someone who had abilities similar to yours. The faster it spins, the hotter the wound gets. The tentacles burn away, losing their ability to regenerate and can no longer recover. That person taught me this. This technique was originally meant for a staff, but it's just as effective with a blade. Now that you've experienced it firsthand, you understand, don't you? This is the end of your immortality. Huyet Lathu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Tentacles erupted wildly from his body once more. His body was instantly enveloped by pitch-black tentacles. Atula once again unleashed his drilling technique. Huyet Lathu didn't just stand there waiting to die. He sent his tentacles lunging forward to block the attack. The moment the attacks collided, his tentacles went up in flames like dry straw. The young man watching couldn't believe his eyes. When the smoke cleared, a deep trench had been carved into the ground. Atula slowly approached to take a look. The trench was splattered with blood. From within the pile of burnt, mushy tentacles, Huyet Lathu's voice could be heard repeatedly. "Save me, please save me. I don't want to die." Atula paid him no mind, simply standing there and watching in silence. After a moment, he raised his sword again. "Since it's come to this, just die already and stop your whining." With that, he struck down without hesitation. Huyet Lathu was finally defeated. After taking care of everything, he climbed out of the trench. It was then that he noticed the young man who was running for his life. He had no intention of killing him, so he didn't give chase. He let the young man go and walked off in a different direction. Just then, his headache flared up violently once more. He then collapsed to the ground unconscious. After some time, his warhorse arrived. The leader in the carriage spoke up. "So you found him." He quickly jumped down from the carriage. "I told you to get some rest in the carriage. Why do you keep wandering off? Now you've gone and tired yourself out collapsing on the ground like this." Elsewhere, a falcon was circling in the sky. Its destination was a secluded cave on a cliff deep within the forest. The message on its leg was immediately brought to Hak Lathu. He was startled the moment he opened the letter. First Huang Ko, and now Su Tan Chi too. Huang Ko's defeat was due to his arrogance in underestimating his opponent, which introduced an unexpected variable in that fight. But Huyet Lathu Su Tan Chi, despite his erratic and cruel nature, would never make such a careless mistake. On top of that, he possesses a body with near-immortal regenerative abilities, a gift from the Divine Doctor. Countless images he had gathered before flashed through his mind. The image of Atula destroying the monster quickly came to mind. Lu Tu Lam Tu Haksatfu had used the Dak Lin Thuat to observe that man. His destructive power and movement speed are indeed something to be wary of. But he only knew how to throw wild punches and had never properly learned any martial arts or techniques. How did things turn out like this? Did I miss something important? But now is not the time to worry about that. The men from the Tiksat Don Hak Satfu and both Bat Lathu are dead. This has gone far beyond my control. I must end it immediately. I need to report this entire incident to Than Wai right away, and I will follow his instructions. The young man opposite him was confused when he suddenly uttered the name Thani. What was that? Hak Lathu ordered, "In my name, the one appointed by Than Y as the leader of the Bat Lathu, I use my authority to summon all Bat Lathu immediately." The other man did not dare to ask questions, immediately clasping his hands and accepting the order. He then turned and left to carry out his mission. Hak Lathu's expression was tense, and a cold sweat began to form. This is a complete mess. The scene changes to another location. Bak Dien Than Y was lost in an endless dark space. After walking for a while, he saw a figure up ahead. This person was none other than Thu Lin. He also sensed something unusual and turned his head to look back. That gaze directly transcended space and time. Than Y was startled by his gaze. He immediately woke up and returned to reality. He sat there alone and sighed. Have they found me already? The more he thought, the more helpless he felt sitting there with his head in his hands. This is so tiring. I still have not found the exact location. He still perceives that we exist in a space where we cannot merge. That is why I was forced to retreat so hastily. An image suddenly appeared in his mind. Everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. The one who made all living beings tremble is now gone. It is just a faint memory now, just as I am no longer who I used to be. That old man is also no longer the person I once knew in the past. However, instinctively, why do I still feel afraid when I get near him? The scene changes to Thu Lin's group. Seeing him turn his head, Atula was very confused. Why did Thu Lin suddenly look back? Thu Lin shook his head. It is nothing. I just felt like something was behind me. Just then, a strange noise came from ahead. In front of the horse carriage, a person was lying on the ground. Suddenly, seeing someone unconscious on the road made Atula and his companion very confused. That young man was then given food and drink by them. From the way he devoured the food, it seemed he had been starving for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he had finished off a huge barrel of food. He then kowtowed to Atula and his companion. You two are my life-saving benefactors. Actually, I am on a secret mission, so I cannot repay you right now. But if I have the chance, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude. He then set off with Atula's carriage. After traveling a bit further, they came across another person lying in the middle of the road. This familiar scene left Atula and his companion speechless and helpless. He was also given a bucket of food by the two of them. Just like the first guy, he also devoured the food as if he had been starving for days. After he finished eating, he also kowtowed to them. I really do not know how to repay this kindness. To be honest, I'm on a secret mission right now, so I don't have any free time. But please rest assured, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. The three of them were speechless. After a moment, the leader couldn't help but ask, do you two know each other? The two immediately became hostile, drawing their bows and swords. Familiar with what? One look, and I knew this guy was a scammer. Besides, I don't associate with scammers. What? You damn beggar, who are you calling a scammer? Who are you? The group walked a little further to the bank of a stream, only to find another person sprawled out blocking the path. As usual, he ate as if he was starving to death. Then he also bowed his head in thanks. I really don't know how to thank you, my benefactor. The leader was all too familiar with this routine, so he asked, are you also on a secret mission? She subconsciously nodded, yes. But right after that, she realized something was wrong and put on a confused expression. What secret mission? I have amnesia. I have such bad amnesia that I don't even know if I'm a person or a grasshopper. It wasn't until I saw my face reflected in the stream that I realized it was me. The leader was exasperated. That's not amnesia, you've lost your brain. The two young men then started to bicker with each other. I could tell at a glance that you're a scammer beggar. You two are husband and wife, right? You damn beggar. You damn scammer, are you looking to die? The woman was stunned to see them suddenly arguing. She then turned around and lifted her clothes to check. Hooray, it turns out I'm a girl. Is this a good thing? Or is it not good? Or am I doomed? The four of them were frozen by this scene at a complete loss for words. Hey, you two brats, tell me, is being a girl good or am I doomed? Who's your brat, you bitch? The leader sighed. You people really don't know each other. Atula spoke up. Hey, old man, if you see anyone else collapsed on the ground, just step over them and keep walking. The group then continued on their way. This time they walked quite a distance without seeing anyone lying on the road. The leader finally felt at ease and greeted the three of them. Hey, where are you all headed? Hearing this question, the three of them were startled and became serious. The first young man asked, in return, may I ask why you are asking this old master? The leader replied nonchalantly, I have to know where you're going to take you there. Hearing this, the group immediately changed their attitude. Oh, I see, haha. It's a pity, but since this is a top secret mission, I cannot reveal our destination. I hope you can understand, old master. Me too. The leader stared at them for a moment, then continued. I understand. It seems you all have your own business to attend to. In that case, I'll drop you off somewhere suitable and we can part ways. The young man scratched his head and explained, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, old master. The leader shook his head. Not at all, you, and we all have our own things to do. So let's part ways here. After all, you weren't planning on traveling with us forever, were you? The young man chuckled. That's right. But leaving just like this without repaying your kindness, I feel terrible. The leader was insistent on getting rid of them. It's fine, you don't have to be like that. Just then, Atula, who was at the front, spotted something. Hey, old man. Their path ahead was now blocked by a group of people. Everyone was carrying weapons, looking very fierce. It seems we're the target. What do we do now? The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. The young man in yellow suddenly spoke up. Please wait a moment, old master. It seems the opportunity to repay my debt has come sooner than expected. It's clear those people are targeting our benefactor. Let me go and kill them all. The leader was about to advise against it, but he had already leaped forward, disappearing on the spot. The young man showed no fear, heading straight for the group. Seeing this, the group drew their weapons in unison, deploying the Bat Puong Satran. The young man flew down like a rocket, also unleashing his own ultimate technique, Tai Tan Chan Kong. He quickly jumped into the middle of the group's formation. With him at the center, a terrifying aura erupted. Before the group could even set up their formation, they were sent flying, crashing into tree trunks. With just one blow, the young man had completely flattened the formidable squad. All of them were unconscious, their status unknown. The young man stood in the middle of the field, his hands clasped as if in prayer. Atula was utterly astonished by what he saw. The leader let out an, "Oh, it seems you're not just all talk." The other two people on the cart were strangely calm and silent. The young man then turned around and clasped his hands towards them. You flatter me, old master. The leader retorted, I wasn't praising you. Just then, the leader of the group suddenly struggled to his feet and threatened, you bastard. Don't think this is over. The most elite agents of our Hayat Makdon will. He didn't even finish his sentence before the man in yellow rushed forward and sent him flying with a kick. After dealing with his opponent, he once again stood there with his hands clasped, chanting a Buddhist prayer. Seeing this, the group was completely confused. After a moment, the young man turned again, clasped his hands, and said, You flatter me, old master. The leader was confused. I didn't say anything. Hey, it seems like those guys weren't after us, but after you. What do you make of that? Faced with this question, the young man's expression immediately darkened. You flatter me, old master. The scene shifts to Hak Lathu's location. What did you say? No one came. What do you mean by that? The man stammered. It's not that they didn't come, it's that I couldn't contact them. The supposed residences of the Bat Lathu were all empty except for that one place. I've sent messenger falcons multiple times to summon them, but not a single one has returned. Hearing this, Hak Lathu's face twisted into an ugly scowl. The messenger falcons haven't returned, those damn bastards. They dare to ignore my summons. After a moment, he calmed down, remembering something. Wait, what did you mean just now when you said except for that one place? The man explained, yes, that's right. I only met Master Kim Lathu Tao Ku near his residence. But he said, if you have something to say, you should come and say it yourself. Hak Lathu was enraged once again. Damn it, every last one of them is a bastard. Fine, I'll go see Kim Lathu myself. The scene shifts back to Atala's group. This might be a sudden question, but may I ask where you two are headed? The leader asked in return, why do you ask? The young man waved his hand. Oh, I don't mean anything by it. I also have a place I need to go, so I wanted to estimate how far I could escort you to. If it's difficult for you to say, you don't have to answer. The leader replied with a serious face. We are on our way to capture a man known as De Vuong Tan Chu. Hearing this, the expressions of all three of them soured at the same time. Seeing their reaction, the leader was confused. What's wrong? The man in yellow clutched his head, a faint killing intent emanating from his body. After a moment, he looked up and sighed. I would very much like to help you two, but because of my top-secret mission, I am truly sorry. The leader asked bluntly, It looks like you're trying to find a way to slip away, aren't you? Come on, it was just a meal. You keep calling me your benefactor, it's so embarrassing. Your gratitude is more than enough. The group continued on their journey. They soon reached the village at the foot of the mountain, where the other three decided to get off the cart and bid farewell. Next time we meet, I will definitely repay you. After I complete my mission, I will be sure to find you two. All right then, if fate allows it, we will meet again. The three of them stood there in silence, watching the horse cart leave. After they were some distance away, the man in yellow let out a cold laugh. How could he so calmly say that they were going to capture De Vuong Tan Chu? Even though those were arrogant words, I have to admit one thing, they are truly dangerous. Those two are far more dangerous than I ever imagined. I was planning to stay by their side and observe them for a while longer, but if I continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid their suspicion. He just stood there lost in thought, watching the horse cart. After a moment, he turned his head to look back. And now there are the two of you as well. Unexpectedly, those two paid him no mind and continued on into the village. The young man watched them leave, deep in thought. Those two are pretty suspicious. No, they're incredibly suspicious. The scene shifts elsewhere to a run-down thatched hut on a cliff. Hak Lathu is here to meet Kim Lathu. No matter how I think about it, this is hard to understand. A man who lives as a hermit, completely cut off from the world, was chosen to be the Kim Lathu, the renowned Tao Ku. Kim Lathu asked nonchalantly, "Didn't you come all this way because you have something to say? Vukan." Hak Lathu's expression turned serious. Not long ago, two unidentified individuals from another place killed Shich Lathu Huang Ko and Huyet Lathu Su Tan Tri. After further investigation, we learned they were the same culprits who wiped out the Shich Sat Don and the Hak Sat Bo. I sent Huang Ko and Su Tan Chi to hunt them down, but I never expected them to be murdered so brutally that their bodies weren't even left intact. I had only intended to investigate the matter quietly. I never thought things would turn out this badly. Even though I've tried to suppress the news in the city, I can feel the people are restless, not to mention the martial artists of Trung Ngu Yen are watching like tigers on the prowl. The moment our city shows any sign of instability, they will pounce. Therefore, I think we must put an end to this crisis as soon as possible, even if it means mobilizing the city's entire fighting force. But before that, I want to give you a chance for revenge. I want you to personally capture the two strange individuals who killed Huang Ko and Su Tan Chi. It would be best to capture them alive, but if not, killing them is also fine. Tao Ku listened from beginning to end without any change in his calm expression. "I must refuse." Hak Lathu said angrily, "What did you say?" Tao Ku replied calmly, "Lord Bok Dien Then Wai has allowed me to live freely as I wish for the rest of my life, so I see no reason to seek revenge for Huang Ko and Su Tan Chi." Hak Lathu shouted, "Tao Ku, didn't the three of you become sworn brothers, vowing to live and die together? Are you really going to let the murderers of your sworn brothers go just like that?" Tao Ku said mockingly, "Sworn brothers." Happy memories of the three of them unconsciously flashed through his mind. Yes, it's true. Those faint images still remain in my memory. But I'm not sure if the person who became sworn brothers with Huang Ko and Su Tan Chi back then is the same person I am today. If I were the man I used to be, I would surely take responsibility for that bond, but the man I am today will not. There is no reason for me to go down that misguided path. Listen carefully, Vukan. Unless Lord Bok Dien Then Wai himself gives me the order, I will not leave this place. You can leave now." Enraged, Hak Lathu slammed the table and stood up. "Shut your mouth, Tao Ku. Have you forgotten that Lord Bok Dien Then Wai has already entrusted me, Hak Lathu Vukan, with the management of the Bat Lathu and all internal affairs within De Vuong Than? Therefore, my words as the Hak Lathu are the orders of Lord Bok Dien Then Wai. My will is also the will of Lord Bok Dien Then Wai. Kim Lathu Tao Ku, I ask you one more time who is giving you orders now." Kim Lathu remained seated in silence, completely unfazed. Just then, something unexpected happened. The Hak Lathu before him transformed into the spitting image of Bok Dien Then Wai. Hak Lathu boomed, "Kim Lathu Tao Ku, now that you recognize me, stand and receive your orders. I order you to depart at once and quickly capture the two outsiders who murdered Huang Ko and Su Tan Chi for me." Completely mesmerized, Kim Lathu bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Your subordinate, Kim Lathu Tao Ku, accepts Lord Bok Dien Then Wai's command. It is unclear what method Hak Lathu used, but he ultimately succeeded in bewitching Kim Lathu into obeying. The scene changes to Atula's group. They are resting in an abandoned complex. Ashton is in the courtyard training, while the leader sits to one side watching. A memory resurfaced in his mind. In the endless darkness, a voice suddenly echoed, "Are you awake? If you have awakened, then answer me. Dong Puong Tien Nan Anakat Up. I need you to crush the rebellion of the apostles. For that reason, I want you to return to your position as the overseer of the apostles once more." "My lord, I can no longer do it. The me of today has no power left. Even if I were to return, I would have the will, but not the strength." The voice spoke again. "While I cannot restore the full power you once possessed, I will grant you something else if you agree to my request. I sincerely hope you will lend me your aid, former Atula." And that was the reason the leader returned to the martial world. Down below, Attila finished his training and was now panting for breath. The chief spoke up. I feel that you have grasped the important secret to using the staff. Attila replied, I'm not sure if that's right. In any case, I still don't feel like I can use the staff as I wish. Oh, that's right, Chief. Didn't you say the Thu Lam Chi Jia already told you the identity of the Lord of Devuang Tan? The chief nodded. That is correct. The demon sorcerer Pirakaman. He's also known as the Kong Jian Chi Poi Jia. That was the former title of the Lord of Devuang Tan. Attila was puzzled. Kong Jian Chi Poi Jia means he rules over space. No wonder he can place spatial locations wherever he wants, making it impossible for Tak Kwang to find him. So how do we get to Devuang Tan, Chief? If I had known this before, I would have accepted that Lu Tu Lam's offer to join Devuang Tan, then we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. The chief continued, but the real trouble would have started after you arrived at Devuang Tan Kid. While I was away asking the Thu Lam Chijia about things, weren't you struggling in a fight against one of the Batla Thu? Attila was annoyed. How can you call it a struggle? Wasn't it because my body wasn't in its normal condition? The chief sighed. All right, fine. In any case, it's highly likely that the remaining Batla Thu are gathered at Devuang Tan. They might be even stronger, or at least as strong as the two you've already killed. Not to mention the Tam Dai Than Tuong and their guards, who are said to be even stronger than the Batla Thu. And finally, there's the Lord of Devuang Tan, also known as the Bak Dien Tan Wai. If you just recklessly rush into Devuang Tan without a plan, there's a good chance you'll have to face all of them. Do you now understand the analysis I've just given you? Attila replied, yes, but I don't think I quite get it yet. Very quickly, night fell. Attula's group went inside the house and lit a fire to warm themselves. All right then, Attila. How did you feel when you faced those two from the Batla Thu? Attila was confused. How did I feel? The chief nodded. Yes. How were they compared to the opponents you've fought before? Attila exclaimed, is that all you wanted to ask, Chief? Compared to them, they weren't too strong, but they weren't weak either. The chief spoke again, and yet you had to struggle against those two on two separate occasions. Attila's face fell. Actually, at the time I was... Before he could finish, the chief cut him off. When you fought the first one, your emotions made you lose control. Because of that, the strain on your body created side effects that you had to endure for some time. In the battle with the second one, you were so exhausted, you collapsed and lost consciousness. I don't need to see you fight firsthand to know that this is an obvious conclusion. Attila denied it. That's not it, Chief. Didn't I already explain that I wasn't feeling well before the chief didn't believe him? That's no excuse to make for yourself. As the two were deep in conversation, To Kwang, who was lying to the side, suddenly sat up and neighed excitedly. Both of them were startled by its sudden movement filled with confusion. What is it? To Kwang, do we have visitors outside? Out in the forest, a group of people were lying in ambush. You've confirmed it's them. Yes, that's correct. Those two are definitely the criminals wanted by Devuang Tan. All right, let's go. Hallmaster, wait. I think it would be better if we reported this to Devuang Tan. What is this nonsense you're spouting? If we capture those two, depending on their importance, we might be able to join a faction within Devuang Tan. And you think I would be satisfied with a few bounty coins from reporting it? I didn't mean that, it's just that I've heard those two are not ordinary people. Shut your mouth. We are the assassins of the Tu Bao Duong, those who have lived long in the Tu La Gyoi, and do not fear death. Do you think I could achieve anything great by cowering in fear before two wanted criminals? Enough talk, let's go. Just as they were about to charge forward, they were stopped by someone who appeared. Stop right there. They are my targets, so you should all head back quickly. The group was momentarily stunned. They then huddled together to discuss the situation. After a moment, the leader smiled warmly. Understood, great hero. Since you've put it that way, we will stop here. And if that's what you wanted to hear, then to hell with you. You little brat, you dare come here and steal our prize. Just then, Attila and the chief also came out of the door to see. Just then, the group in the distance charged in and started a chaotic brawl. The group was no match for the other man. As soon as they charged, they were sent flying. He knocked out the entire group with a single move. Seeing this, Attila sighed. It looks like two factions are just fighting on our doorstep by chance, not visitors coming to see us, Chief. After dealing with the Tu Bao Duong, the man stared intently in our direction. He then quickly rushed towards us. The chief was startled by this. Wait, Attila, it seems we do have a visitor after all. Just as he finished speaking, the man flew right above their heads. He swung a kick aimed right at the chief's head. Fortunately, Angela reacted quickly and pulled him back, or it would have been disastrous. The kick was so powerful it smashed a crater into the ground. The opponent was wearing a mask, so they couldn't see his real face. Atula and the chief quickly landed a short distance away. "Are you also a member of the Bat Lathu?" The chief reminded Atula, "This time capture him alive. Don't kill him." Atula nodded, then leaped down to attack. The other man didn't stand still, actively jumping back to retreat. One chasing and one fleeing, the two of them headed deep into the forest. Immediately after, trees in the forest began to crash down. Atula pursued him relentlessly, smashing everything with his staff. After a moment, the young man stopped and faced him, no longer running away. Atula stared at his opponent, thinking to himself, "I'm not sure why, but I have a bad feeling about this guy. He's not fast, but every time I'm about to land a hit, my staff strangely slips past him. He must be using some kind of technique I haven't figured out yet. I'll know for sure if I try one more time." With that thought, he charged forward again. He aimed a thrust with his staff straight at his opponent's head. But just in the nick of time, the man leaned back and dodged it. Atula wasn't surprised that the attack missed. He immediately clenched his other fist and threw a punch. But his opponent still easily dodged the powerful punch. Atula didn't stop, continuing with a backward thrust of his staff. The young man once again leaped into the air to dodge. He kept retreating until he was cornered against a tree. Atula didn't miss the chance and immediately attacked again. "Gotcha now." He quickly swung his staff at the man's head again. But then something unexpected happened. The young man actually managed to block the strike. Even Atula himself was completely shocked. As your staff reached him, he used some kind of technique to stop it, preventing it from advancing any further. He asked, "You don't seem to know how to use your internal energy, do you? Then it looks like someone is going to die here today." Atula's eyes immediately became bloodshot. The young man then frantically channeled his energy. A golden barrier of light quickly appeared in front of him, enveloping Angela's staff. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but let out a grunt. Following that, he struggled greatly under the pressure of his opponent's internal energy. Even so, he resolutely held on and refused to let go. The young man warned, "If you don't let go of that staff, you'll lose the use of both your arms." Despite his warning, Atula held the staff tightly. He pulled one hand back, knelt on the ground, and focused his strength into his legs. Right after that, the young man slowly began to rise into the air. Under Atula's power, he was forcibly lifted off the ground. He was shocked, unable to believe how such an absurd thing could happen. Atula said nothing and continued to exert his strength. Just like that, the young man was thrown far into the distance by him. But then, something unexpected happened. When the dust settled, the young man's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had somehow broken free and was now somersaulting in midair. He landed gently opposite Atula at a safe distance and thought to himself, "He's only using physical strength, yet he managed to lift my entire body with the staff, even when I used Tien Kan Trui. This guy is stronger than I thought." Atula, on the other side, was now swinging the staff back and forth, saying, "How do you expect to kill me by just standing there and talking so much?" The young man's voice immediately turned grim. "Are you saying I only know how to talk?" Atula sighed. "Anyway, my orders are to capture you alive, so I'll go easy on you. However, I guess I'll have to hit you a few times before you come to your senses and let me tie you up." Provoked, the young man gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastard!" Atula smirked. "If you've made up your mind, then let's begin." After saying that, he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the young man. "It seems I need to increase my attack speed to settle this battle quickly." A powerful strike from the staff was then unleashed. But immediately after, Atula's eyes widened in shock, because that young man had actually blocked his staff with his own body. This strike only made him step back slightly and caused no injuries whatsoever. The young man laughed smugly. "Haha, are you trying to scratch an itch for me? It's true, you aren't using a single bit of internal energy in your body." Atula didn't care and swung his staff down again. This strike immediately caused the ground to shake and shatter. Wherever the shockwave went, the forest was flattened. In the center of the dust cloud, the figures of the two were still standing. This attack from Atula was once again blocked by the young man's hand. "You're using only pure strength, and that's quite surprising to me. A person like me, who has always prided himself on having a body impervious to blades, actually finds your attacks a bit difficult to handle." He then swung his arm, knocking Atula's staff away. Then he rushed towards him at an incredible speed. Atula thought to himself during the fight, "I observed that his movements are quite complex." Although it looked like the staff was about to hit him, but just as I was about to land a hit, he would simply shift his body to the other side to dodge my attack. At the same time, his entire body felt as if it was covered by a layer of defensive magic. If I keep missing, I will just grab him and figure it out from there. Thinking this, he reached out and grabbed his opponent's clothes, but at the same time, one of his fingers had already touched your body. He then unleashed the Tien Loi Fa Chi. A powerful finger strike landed directly on Atula. Your body was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Having landed a successful blow, the young man was pleased. For your information, Tien Loi Fa Chi is a pressure point technique that uses the victim's own body. The stronger a person's internal energy, the more powerful the technique's eruption. Seeing how far you were thrown, I can't even guess how terrifying the internal energy stored in your body must be. An ordinary person would only be thrown about 10 zhang, but you flew much farther. This makes it all the more confusing. How can someone like you with such powerful, latent internal energy not know how to use it? Did you perhaps obtain that great internal energy through some method or fateful encounter? Or maybe some master transferred it to you before they passed away? Attila quickly propped himself up with his staff and rose from the rubble. The young man slowly approached without a hint of fear. With such a severe injury, if you keep forcing yourself to stand up, you will lose your life sooner or later. It seems our battle will be over soon. You feel an itching and burning in your limbs and find it hard to move, don't you? That's because Tien Loi Fa Chi is disrupting the flow of qi and blood in your body. If you keep trying to move and attack in this condition, the qi and blood in your body will simply rupture. Simply put, you will die a rather painful death. Atula ignored his nonsense and raised his staff again. The young man shouted, "You fool, I have already told you that yet you are still so stubborn. Do you really want to die that badly?" Atula paid no mind and quickly struck down. This single strike carried incredibly terrifying, destructive power. The earth and rocks in all directions were once again sent flying. Attila then continued to frantically swing his staff. The young man was very confused. What in the world is happening here? That brat doesn't know how to use internal energy, yet he can regulate his ki and blood after being hit by my Tien Loi Fa Chi. With just one swing of his staff, his body has already returned to its original state. After a moment, Atula exhaled. "It seems I have underestimated your strength, so from now on, I will have to fight you more seriously. After some consideration, I have made my decision. I will double my strength to fight you." The scene shifts to another location inside a cave where an old man is channeling his qi to transfer his skills to a young man. His face was dotted with sweat, and white mist continuously escaped his mouth, making him look like he was struggling. True qi flowed incessantly from his body down his arms and into the young man. Receiving the old man's true qi, the young man's face was also very tense, and he panted continuously. A few days later, outside the mountains near a lake, the young man threw a palm strike, causing the entire surface of the lake to churn with waves. This palm strike caused the water to split into two halves, revealing the lake bed below. It took a while for the aftershock to dissipate before the lake returned to normal. The young man stood there looking at the lake in admiration. This is the Dao Hoa Diet Thuk of Fairy Tu Ha. The qi circulation route of this technique is identical to the Bak Van Lien Hoa of the Ko Luan sect. But wait a minute, before I use this technique, I need to come up with a really cool name for it. Just then, a voice called out from behind Hu Yen Kuang, "Are you still training?" The young man hurriedly turned his head and replied, "I'm coming right now, master." He quickly returned to the cave, where 5 old men with white hair and beards faced him. Our Tien Dukan has always been a gathering place for those who wish to escape the constraints of power in the ever-changing martial world, to pursue the realm of immortals by achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. As for those martial artists on the outside, it is a different story. They spend all their days fighting and killing each other for the ambition of ruling the world. It is a never-ending cycle. Therefore, no matter how the martial world changes, no matter how the wars end, Tien Dukan remains outside of it all. The only thing Tien Dukan has in common with the martial world is the origin of martial arts itself. In the martial world, there have always been 3 major powers: the righteous, the unorthodox, and the demonic. If one of these powers rises and wipes out the other 2, or if sometimes all 3 sides push each other to the brink of destruction, it is of no concern to Tien Dukan. In the end, that outcome was just the result of the tournament. So what's the current state of the martial arts world? A strange Westerner with a mysterious background has appeared. He uses bizarre dark arts to build his own force of loyal followers, no matter which faction they belong to, righteous, unorthodox, or demonic. They all suffered heavy losses, almost to the point of being completely wiped out. Aren't they the ones controlling the Central Plains martial world now? If martial arts were to be corrupted by dark arts, wouldn't the spirit of chivalry in the martial world vanish completely? That's why, even if this is a secular matter, as pursuers of the peak of the martial way, we can't just stand aside and ignore it. However, the best way is for the martial artists to rise up on their own. They must be the ones to drive out the oppressors and their lackeys. Only then can they reclaim their rightful place. Huyen Kwang, have you heard anything recently about those who dare to oppose Devuong Tan? The young man replied, yes. You mean the two outsiders who destroyed two organizations that served as lackeys for Devuong Tan, right? If that's what you mean, then yes, I've heard about it. The old man continued, the martial world created by Devuong Tan, which was founded by one outsider, is now being torn down by two others. From the perspective of the martial artists, relying on outsiders is never the right path. Even if those outsiders end up destroying each other, we cannot place our full trust in them. Disciple of Tien Dukan Bak, Huyen Kwang, hear my command. You have received the true chi of the five elders and the complete martial essence of Tien Dukan. On our behalf, you will carry our will to the elite warriors of the martial world. Join forces with them to overthrow Devuong Tan. If the opportunity arises, seek out the two outsiders who are opposing Devuong Tan. Thoroughly investigate their identities and intentions, and then convince them to withdraw from this struggle. For this is a battle that belongs to us martial artists. If they refuse this proposal, then strike them down without hesitation. These were the elders' final instructions before Bak Huyen Kwang descended from the mountain, and the one currently facing off against Atula is none other than that Bak Huyen Kwang. The ground all around their battle has been completely flattened, leaving a desolate wasteland. But both of them were completely unharmed, still looking full of vigor. Bak Huyen Kwang thought to himself, but now that I think about it, that guy suddenly muttered something. It seems he drastically increased his speed and attack power. If so, then things might not have ended so easily. I intended to end this quickly without having to kill him, but I never thought my Not Chi Tien Loi would be useless against him. Huh, what's he muttering about now? Atula looked at him coldly. All right, it's decided then. Bak Huyen Kwang was baffled. What did he decide? While he was still stunned and confused, Atula had already lunged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his staff, thrusting it repeatedly at him. If this attack had landed Bak Huyen, Kwang's body would have been pierced in at least 4 places. But luckily his reflexes were fast. He actively leaped backward to dodge, narrowly escaping. He was shocked once again. He can get even faster than this. Atula didn't stop, he continued to charge forward. Instead of blocking or fighting back, Bak Huyen Kwang chose to actively evade. After a barrage of frenzied attacks, his clothes began to show signs of damage. Even though I used the Nhu Kwang Tan Fap to evade his attacks, he still easily shattered and pierced my Vo An Chan Jap. Where in the world did a monster like this come from? Atula didn't give him much time to ponder, quickly launching another attack. This time, Bak Huyen Kwang didn't dodge. Instead, he stood his ground and frantically channeled his energy. This is bad. I have to use Nip Ngan Kong to block his strike first. But things didn't go as planned. Atula's staff suddenly began to spin violently. Bak Huyen Kwang was horrified. What's happening? His staff, it's spinning uncontrollably. A terrifying wave of power immediately crashed down on him. The mask on the young man's face shattered, and a trickle of blood appeared. Atula didn't stop raising his staff again to deliver the final blow. Just then, he noticed something and paused. You're the person I met earlier today, aren't you? He lowered his staff and leaned down to check on him. But just then, Bak Huyen Kwang raised his hands and placed them on his chest. He roared, unleashing Vo Kuk Thien Kong Hak Long Truong Thien. The surroundings fell silent, as if the battle was over. But it wasn't. A terrifyingly powerful blast instantly shot through Atula, destroying everything in its path. The attack was so powerful it tore through several mountain ranges. Smoke dust and debris flew everywhere. In the center of the smoke and dust, Atula was still standing facing Bak Huyen Kwang. Bak Huyen Kwang knelt on the ground, raising his head to look at his opponent. Seeing Atula standing there motionless, he started to panic a little. What have I done? No matter how impatient I was to win, how could I use Vo Kuk Tien Tu's ultimate technique against someone who doesn't even understand a single stance? A fraction of my internal energy. That's not right, but if I don't react quickly, I'll be in danger myself. No, even so, I shouldn't have used that move. Gods, why am I spouting such nonsense? What on earth am I doing? I can't hesitate any longer. I have to treat him first. If he was hit by Hak Long Truong Tien, his heart must have been shocked. It might have caused cardiac arrest. but he doesn't know how to circulate his internal energy, so he definitely wouldn't be fatally wounded. That's right. As long as I can get his heart beating again, he'll live. I have to hurry. Seeing Atula's body starting to fall, the young man became even more panicked. Hey, be careful! Suddenly, Atula braced his legs and stood firm again. The young man was startled by this. Atula faced him, glaring at him from up close. Immediately after, he threw a punch, smashing it right into his face, giving him no time to react. The scene changes to the village at the foot of the mountain. The streets were bustling with people coming and going, trading goods. At a certain inn on the street, the young beggar who hitched a ride with Attila walked out, having just finished a hearty meal. He walked while picking his teeth, looking extremely satisfied, completely unaware that he was being followed. Not far away, a few men from Devuong Tan were staring at him intently. After a while, the young man left the village and went out into the forest. He quickly arrived at a dilapidated abandoned house deep in the forest. The group from Devuong Tan continued to follow him secretly. When they saw him go inside, they all drew their swords in unison and slowly approached. They all quickly went inside as well. Without a sound, they were all struck down, lying scattered on the ground, covered in blood. Only one man was left barely breathing. The young man asked him, "To have survived this long, your martial arts must be pretty decent. Tell me who sent you. Your mission was to observe, but I take it you were discovered and decided to charge in. Your injuries seem lighter than the other two. I was planning on letting you live so you could report back to your master, so you'd better start talking before I change my mind." The man was tense and drenched in sweat, the corners of his eyes turning bloodshot. He was about to confess, but before he could say a word, he started coughing up blood continuously. Right after that, he died on the spot, joining his two companions. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He's dead already. Just then, another voice transmitted a message to him. Still, it's a miracle he even survived this long. The young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think he just mentioned the name Hak Lathu. The other person confirmed, yes, it seems so. The young man exclaimed, so Hak Lathu is the leader of the Bat Lathu. Someone of his status is interested in us. I guess that's something to be proud of. The other person reminded him, Hak Lathu controls all of Devuong Tan. It's dangerous to be noticed by him. The young man replied, it wouldn't matter if his target was me, but the problem is the fire at his feet was lit not by me, but by someone else. A small crack can bring down a large dam. He has to stop that fire at his feet to save Devuong Tan, which is why he's investigating and observing to counter them. The other person transmitted another message. I've been wondering, so the fire you're talking about is those outsiders. The young man didn't hide anything and confirmed, that's right. The other person had a realization, so that's it. Looking back, it makes sense why the martial world has been rife with rumors about top sects joining Devuong Tan. They're afraid of what those two outsiders are capable of. The young man agreed. You're right about that. The other person continued. There's something else. You remember the others who were in the carriage with us besides those two outsiders. I've investigated their identities. As for the girl with them, I couldn't find anything. But the young man who was traveling with you that day comes from a mysterious sect called Tien Dukan. The young man wasn't interested at first, but he immediately became animated upon hearing the name Tien Dukan. Wait, what did you just say? You said Tien Dukan. So that is the place where legendary martial artists gather to train their skills to the level of immortals. That is really the Tien Dukan you're talking about. The other person confirmed, that's right. It's that very place. The young man still found it hard to believe. You're sure your intelligence isn't mistaken? Because if it really is Tien Dukan, then no matter how young they look, their age would be. As he said this, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, hold on. If a young man like him came from Tien Dukan, then that can only mean one person. That must be the person from the stories, the one who inherited the internal energy of those immortals. He is Hep Dia Longbak Huyen Kwong. And to think, I didn't even recognize the strongest master in the martial arts world standing right in front of me. It seems I still have a long way to go. The other person was confused. What do you mean? He is the strongest master in the martial arts world. The young man sighed. It is a bit pointless to talk about this since we do not get too involved in the affairs of the Vo Lam Min. But if we are talking purely about martial arts skill, no one in this world is more capable than him. That is right. In terms of pure skill, no one under the heavens can defeat that man Bach. The other person was shocked by his words. Hey, is that guy really that incredible? So why would someone like that proactively approach those strange foreigners? The young man explained, oh well, those two foreigners have the attention of the entire martial arts world right now, so he probably just wanted to meet them in person just like us. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. The other person did not buy that flimsy excuse and retorted, "No, there has to be something more to it. It cannot be a coincidence like you said." The young man asked back, "Oh, is that so? Then what exactly happened that makes you say that?" The other person sighed, "I was about to tell you, but you kept cutting in. Last night my subordinates brought news about them. They said Bak Huyen Kwong went to find those foreigners again. He wore a mask that completely covered his face and engaged in a fierce battle with the young foreigner. The young man heard this and made a guess. This morning Bak said he would definitely repay the favor, so I guess this is his way of doing it. Teaching a junior who is new to the martial world is also a way of repaying a debt. I wonder if that Bak fellow is like me, someone who is obsessed with keeping any promise he makes, no matter what." The other person continued to explain, "It is just that the battle between them was too fierce for anyone to consider it a teaching session like you are suggesting. I guess Bak Huyen Kwong's intention in hiding his identity was to provoke that foreign brat into using his full strength, because that brat single-handedly took down 2 organizations under the De Vuong Tan. Not to mention, he also killed 2 members of the Bat Kwai Thu. No matter how strong Bak Huyen Kwong is, dealing with someone like that is definitely not going to be easy." According to the reports, their attacks were blindingly fast. A single mistake, even for a moment, could mean instant death. The young man cut in annoyed. Hey, do you even remember what I just said? Do you understand the meaning of the strongest master? It means the most powerful person in the world. While others his age were still messing around at the lower levels, Hiep Dia Long Bak Huyen Kwong had already reached a level of martial arts comparable to the immortals of Tien Dukan. It is true that there are many geniuses in the martial world, but Bak Huyen Kwong is on a completely different level. It is no exaggeration to call him a genius among geniuses. So it does not matter what organization that foreign brat has destroyed or who he has defeated. If his opponent is Bak Huyen Kwong, there is no way he can win, especially in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, the only way that brat will survive is if Bak Huyen Kwong goes easy on him. Otherwise, if Bak wants him dead, the kid does not stand a chance. Still, I have to admit that foreign brat is no ordinary person. But man, how did I miss the chance to see them fight? Faced with this long tirade, the other person remained silent, offering no comment. After waiting for a while without a response, the young man could not help but ask, "So what happened?" The other person was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The young man explained, "I am asking about the result of the fight. Who won and who lost?" The scene shifts to A to Law's group's battlefield, where one of the 2 has now collapsed. And surprisingly, the one lying on the ground was A to Law. A young man knelt beside him, desperately trying to give first aid. No, how could things have turned out like this? Why is not your heart beating anymore? "Kid, I am so sorry, I really did not mean to." He was truly remorseful, sobbing like a child. But that was all in his head. In reality, he was tied up in a corner while a perfectly unharmed A to Law was sitting by a fire, eating hot pot with the leader. The leader sighed. "Is that boy still fighting in his dreams?" A to Law said, annoyed. "He took a hit from my staff, and he is still thinking about killing me in his dreams." A moment later, the leader suddenly cut his finger. Fresh blood from his hand quickly dripped onto a talisman. He waited until the talisman was soaked in fresh blood before pulling his hand back. He then flicked his wrist and threw the talisman away. It flew over and sealed Bak Huyen Kwong's mouth shut. The 2 of them then walked over and sat down in front of him. The bright color on the talisman quickly gathered to form the shape of a mouth. The leader shouted, "Reporting talisman, I order you to reveal the identity of this young man now." The mouth quickly replied, "This man is named Bak Huyen Kwong, 28 years old. He is a young immortal who has entered the mortal world on the secret orders of the elders in Tien Dukan. He isn't interested in food or drink. He is an unmarried young man with a good temperament who especially enjoys reading stories on the Hugo Review channel." The leader asked again, "Did you just mention Tien Dukanj?" The reporting talisman confirmed, "That's right. It's a very mysterious sect. It is a gathering place for martial artists who have left the current martial world." The leader was suspicious. If that's true, then this young man wasn't sent by De Vuong Tan, was he? The reporting talisman replied, "Not at all. On the contrary, he was tasked with overthrowing De Vuong Tan." The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You mean his mission is to overthrow De Vuong Tan?" The reporting talisman confirmed, "That is absolutely correct." The leader was momentarily lost in thought, his mind racing. The reporting talisman continued its report. "He isn't just someone who received internal energy, he also serves another purpose. He is a master at harnessing internal energy through the secret martial arts of Tien Dukan. From Ki Mon Dan Gyap medicine and mathematics to immortal arts, there is nothing he isn't proficient in. Because he carries the will of the elders from Tien Dukan, he also bears the title of Truyen Datjia. Just then, Bak Huyen Kwang was startled awake. He panicked, looking left and right, trying to speak, but unable to make a sound. After a moment, he lowered his head to look down. It was only then that he realized he had been tied up. This agitated him even more, and he struggled to break free from his bonds. Seeing this, the leader began to explain. It may look old, but this is the very artifact that has captured countless monsters over the years. No matter how much force anyone uses, it will not break. I have something to ask you. So, young man, stop struggling and just listen to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bak Huyen Kwang used his own strength to shatter the ropes and escape. This shocked both of them so much that their eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as he was free, he reached up and touched the talisman sealed over his mouth. He then began to fidget with it, trying to peel it off. Attila couldn't take it anymore, raising his club and striking him on the head. The young man took the blow and immediately collapsed to the ground. Leader, huh? How could he break the sorcerer's ropes so fast without them snapping? That was really surprising. The leader explained, it seems he didn't use brute force as usual. I'm guessing he used some kind of internal art, correct? Attila was still very confused. His technique for redirecting attacks is impressive, but he's nothing special in a head-on fight. Besides, his face and head are quite weak defensively, right? The leader said grimly. Regardless, we need to ask our questions quickly before he wakes up again. The words of the reporting talisman would soon fade away. All of Bak Huyen Kwang's belongings were placed neatly to one side. After the interrogation, the two of them untied him and let him put his clothes back on. After getting dressed properly, he bowed to the two of them. In that case, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am actually from Tien Dukan, and my name is... Before he could finish, the leader cut him off. You are the Truyen Datjia of Tien Dukan with the title Heap Long Bak Huyen Kwang. You are 28 years old, and your hobby is binge reading stories on the Hugo Review channel. You entered the mortal world on orders from your master and the elders of Tien Dukan to help the martial artists overthrow Devuang Than correct Bak. Huyen Kwang was surprised he knew everything correctly. Yes, that's exactly right. But he quickly realized something was wrong, and his face fell. Wait a minute, that's impossible. How could you possibly know all that, senior? The leader replied nonchalantly, it's all written on your face. The naive Bak Huyen Kwang actually believed him and hurriedly turned to wipe his face. Seeing this, the leader and his subordinate couldn't help but think gentle and kind-hearted. He just seems like an idiot. The scene changes. Elsewhere, a figure moves through the forest. This person is Kim La Thu. Soon, a pavilion appeared before him. Inside, someone was sitting resting and waiting. Hearing the sound, he turned his head to look. Seeing it was Kim La Thu, he hurried over to greet him. My name is Chu Tan from the Ho Weibo. I've come to see you, Lord Kim La Thu. From this point on, allow me to be your guide, my lord. Kim La Thu said nothing, which was taken as acceptance. A short while later, at a certain cliff, between the two cliffs was a narrow path. Kim La Thu was walking with Chu Tan when suddenly Chu Tan stopped. It seems this is as far as we go. Now that we're here, having a guide doesn't matter anymore. But hey, aren't you curious if I'm from Devuang Tan? I thought you would at least ask me about it. Kim La Thu asked nonchalantly, why would I be curious about that? I am the one who killed Chu Tan's men and disguised myself to lead you here because I'm an assassin and my mission was to bring someone here. So I killed Chu Tan, your former guide. Kim La Thu was still extremely calm. Yeah, so what? The young man sneered. I don't know if you're overconfident or if you've really become as cold and emotionless as the rumors say. But your current attitude isn't appropriate for this situation, because I want to see if you can keep that cold expression when you're about to face death. As soon as he finished speaking, countless large boulders began falling from the cliffs above. Their target was none other than Kim La Thu. The young man said smugly, facing a difficult challenge like this only strengthens our resolve. Kim La Thu, what do you think of this fighting method of ours? Kim La Thu's expression remained unchanged as he stood there staring at him. The young man no longer hesitated and immediately lunged towards him. The entire cliff face was normally quiet. Suddenly, it began to shake violently. Immediately after, a large area where the two were fighting collapsed. What was once a narrow pass just wide enough for two people had now become a flat plain that could hold 10,000 men. In the center, dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the view. Faintly visible within the dust cloud was the figure of Kim La Thu still standing. He was completely unharmed by the last attack. The young man, however, was nowhere to be seen. From beginning to end, his face remained ice-cold and emotionless. He didn't linger and quickly continued on his way. On the cliff behind him, the young man now appeared standing and watching. This guy is a serious threat. He is the masterpiece created by Devuong Tan Kim La Thu. Created. The confrontation between him and that outlander will definitely be intense. The scene shifts to La and his group. They were now in the carriage talking as they traveled. After listening to Bak Huyen Kwang's explanation, the leader had an epiphany. So that's how it is. According to you, the affairs of Devuong Tan are matters for the martial world and should be handled by its people, while we outlanders should stay on the sidelines. Right, Bak Huyen Kwang confirmed. That is correct. I was just trying to explain in a way that wouldn't upset you, senior, but it seems I'm not very good with words. The leader shook his head. It's not that I'm refusing it myself. This old man can understand the stance of you martial artists. However, we also have our own matters to deal with. Hearing this, Bak Huyen Kwang's expression immediately turned cold. The leader continued, now that it's come to this, do you intend to follow your master's orders and kill us? The young man jumped. I suppose so. No, that's not it. I'm not that kind of person. Wait a moment, senior. How can I make you understand this? Atala, who was driving the carriage, listened to his rambling, his killing intent now completely unconcealed. The young man recalled his master's instructions before he left, but it's not too late to meet them first and then judge. We want you to meet them before you make a decision. That is what my master wanted to say. The leader asked again, so how can I believe your words? I mean, how can I believe the words of someone who is ordered to kill us? The young man was once again at a loss for how to explain. After a moment, he replied naively, but everything I'm saying is the truth. If I had intended to kill you two, I would have done it earlier. The leader felt exasperated hearing him talk about killing him earlier. All right, young man. That said, do you remember anything about the fight between you and that kid named Tula? The young man said excitedly. Of course I remember. But actually, I don't remember it clearly. I just thought I suddenly collapsed from exhaustion after saving Tula, and then I passed out without realizing it. The leader continued for him. In short, that kid Tula died from one of your attacks, but because you put all of your heart and strength into saving him, he woke up again. Is that everything you remember? The young man confirmed. Yes, you are absolutely right. The leader mused, and I thought you'd remember almost everything except for when you were unconscious. The young man, still incredibly naive, agreed. Yes, that must be it. Atala driving the carriage up front, his face darkened with resentment. I really should have just killed that guy then and there. The leader sighed. All right then. In any case, I think I understand the situation somewhat. Besides, you're not with Devuong Tan, so I'll let you go. Didn't you tell me you had nothing to do? I'm just saying that we should mind our own business. It's better if we each go our separate ways. The scene shifts to Kim La Thu. He has now arrived at another pavilion. One of Devuong Tan's men was also waiting there for him. I am Nguyen Min of the Ho Vebo requesting an audience with Lord Kim La Thu. Kim La Thu stared at him, pondering for a moment before asking, if I recall correctly, wasn't some fellow named Chu Than sent here? Nguyen Min replied, my lord, it's because some unfortunate things happened that I... Kim La Thu cut him off. It's because he's dead. The young man was taken aback in shock. He stopped hiding it, gritting his teeth as he confirmed, that's right. Kim La Thu remarked, I see. Have you located that group of outsiders yet? The young man quickly replied, yes, my lord. Allow me to lead the way. The scene shifts to Atula's group. The leader's eyes widened. What are you saying? You're not leaving Bak Huyen Kwang confirmed. I will not be leaving this place. The leader tried to persuade him. All right, just hurry up and go. Bak Huyen Kwang remained resolute. I can't do that. Seeing how stubborn this guy was, the leader felt helpless, his eyes wide. What is it? Now Bak Huyen Kwang explained, well, I've already made my decision. After I repay my debt, I will go wherever I please. The two then fell into an argument. I don't need you to repay any debt, so just leave. I really can't go. Senior, have you ever considered why I deliberately hid my identity from the start and even went as far as to provoke you two? The leader was completely uninterested. You think I care about that? Bak Huyen Kwang continued. That's right. I wanted to test the abilities of our friend La for myself. I wanted to see if he could truly defeat Devuong Tan. The leader cut in. Enough. I already said I don't care. No matter how much the old man tried to stop him, he kept talking. Although his martial arts are stronger than I thought, it seems too risky to let him face all of Devuong Tan alone. The leader was visibly annoyed. Hey kid, are you deaf or something? Bak Huyen Kwang continued to explain. There's one thing we can't rely on, and that's the hidden internal energy deep inside Atula. No matter how immense his internal energy is, if he doesn't know how to use it, it's completely useless. Therefore, what I want to do is help him. He thought to himself, once Atula learns how to properly circulate the deep internal energy in his body, it's only a matter of time before he achieves a state of rebirth. That way, in the near future, I'll have more options when I have to face him. The leader stroked his beard, deep in thought. I'll tentatively believe what you've just said. Then why did you come all this way and go against your master's orders? Don't give me that nonsense about repaying a debt. Sharing one meal isn't enough to warrant this kind of repayment. Whatever your reason is, just say it outright. Bak Huyen Kwang's expression became serious. Senior, to be honest, I think doing this is more interesting than just blindly following orders. Besides, my master also said the decision was up to me, so I don't necessarily have to do as he wishes. The horse, which had been moving, suddenly stopped. Atula also called out to the leader. We're here. Not far away before them was a large fortress at the foot of a mountain. Bak Huyen Kwang was startled. What is this place? The leader replied, it's the Tai Kwang Mon. You know of this organization? Bak Huyen Kwang replied, of course I do. The story goes that when De Vuong Tan set out to conquer Trung Nguyen, this was the first sect to turn traitor and surrender. Not only that, they helped slaughter innocent people in the martial world. It's rumored that their enthusiastic efforts earned them a set of robes worn by the Lord of De Vuong Tan himself as a reward. The leader was skeptical robes. They wouldn't dare throw away clothes worn by the Lord of De Vuong Tan, would they? Bak Huyen Kwang explained, how could they throw it away? For something worn by the Lord of De Vuong Tan, even a cleaning rag would be considered a holy relic. I also heard they treasure it so much that they stored it in something called the Tu Luong Ko or Ma Luong Ko. The leader had a realization. It's just as I thought. If it really is that set of clothes, you'll definitely be able to catch him soon. The Thu Lin Chi Jia once said quite clearly that there is another path to De Vuong Tan at the headquarters of a certain sect called Tai Kwang Mon. He then gave Atula his orders. Your primary target is that set of clothes. They treat it like a holy relic, so it won't be easy to take. That bunch is willing to slaughter their fellow martial artists just for their own gain. So that means you don't need to care about their personal affairs, right? Feel free to destroy anything that stands in your way and bring it back to me. The scene shifts over to Kim La Thu. As he was speaking with Nguyen Min, another man came running up. From his panicked expression, it seemed something had happened. After hearing the news, Kim La Thu immediately vanished on the spot and left. Over at Tai Kwang Mon, the outer wall has begun to shatter. A huge hole was immediately torn open. Inside, at the center of the rubble, the figure of Atula could be seen entering. The martial artists inside were all startled by this scene. Atula slowly advanced to face them. The leader was still standing outside waiting. The scene changes to where Bak Dien Than Wai is. He was sitting there drinking tea when he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Who's there?" How did you manage to get in here? In front of him, a figure was standing behind a partition. This person was the woman who was in the carriage with Atula's group the other day. When Bak Dien Than Wai saw her face, he was even more shocked. What, this is impossible. The scene changes to another location where a magnificent structure has now been reduced to a pile of ruins. One look was all it took to know that the one responsible for this was Atula. The buildings were destroyed and in ruins with bodies scattered everywhere. On a rooftop, Bak Huyen Kwang was sitting and observing. Witnessing it all with his own eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "That kid is really something else. His strength is truly astonishing. Is it true he doesn't know how to use internal energy?" But occasionally some of his moves seem to incorporate internal energy, like when he destroyed the Tai Kwang Mon gate. Could it be that he used his internal energy instinctively that time? Meanwhile, Atula was still standing in the middle of the battle, swinging his staff and overwhelming his opponents. No matter how many people rushed to surround and capture him, the outcome was always the same. They were sent flying by his staff. After a short while, most of the men had been knocked far away by him. Others lay unconscious on the ground around him. Atula stared ahead with a cold expression. There, a man protected by his subordinates shouted for him to stop. He nervously made an offer. "I will give you the sacred garment." Atula raised a cloth to wipe his face, snorting coldly. "Good. You should have just given it to me from the start. Otherwise, I would have found it myself after finishing you all off." The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted orders to his subordinates. "What are you standing there for? Go bring Bak Dien Then Wai's sacred garment here. Hurry up, seeing this." Atula spoke again. "I already said I don't need it." Bak Huyen Kwang, who was observing, couldn't help but look tense. but from the looks of it, the situation is getting tense. Even though he possesses unparalleled strength, fighting so crudely is no different from how a wild beast fights. If he knew how to combine fighting techniques with his internal energy, he could very well become the strongest master in the martial world. The young man just stood there staring down at Atula's back and sizing him up. Just then he saw a figure in the distance moving through the air. That person moved at an incredible speed, entering the villa's grounds in the blink of an eye. He landed on the roof of a building, observing Atula below. Atula was still standing there holding his staff. The man just stood there silently glaring as he watched him. Soon a subordinate returned from inside the building. Here it is. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate to present the item to Atula. Inside the wooden box was a blue robe. He said with a tremble, "This is the sacred garment you are looking for, young warrior." Atula looked a bit annoyed and let out a sigh. Seeing his reaction, everyone present couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, another loud voice called out to Atula. He turned his head back in confusion. Bak Huyen Kwang was there shouting loudly, "Be careful." Atula was a bit confused as to why he suddenly shouted like that. Just then, Kim Lathu jumped down from above. He landed gracefully beside the two to everyone's astonishment. His icy gaze fell upon Atula. Facing this newcomer, he could not help but be surprised. The middle-aged man's expression also became extremely uneasy. Needless to say, the subordinates behind him were even more so. With Kim La-thu at the center, an intense golden light immediately erupted. The scene shifts back to Bak Dien Thanwi. The other man walked towards him and clasped his hands. Divine Guardian General Bak Gia Hui pays his respects to Bak Dien Thanwai. He observed him for a moment before speaking. "Are you ready to make your appearance once again?" He burst out laughing. "That is not a problem at all, sir. During my recent intense training, I had forgotten about it. I only came here today because I suddenly thought of you and wanted to pay a visit." "Oh, right. There was something I wanted to mention. A few days ago, I met someone who looked quite a lot like you, which is why I came to ask you about it today." Bak Dien Than Wai was skeptical. "Someone you say?" Bak Jia Hui stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yes, perhaps you do not know. They were traveling in a horse-drawn carriage. It is a topic of much discussion in the martial world recently. The old man looked quite a bit like you, and there was a young man with him." Hearing this, Bak Dien Than Wai was startled as if he realized something. He hurriedly asked where he had met them. Bak Jia Hui explained, "I met them in a village near Nguyet Lin Tai. I am not sure where they went after that." Bak Dien Than Wai's face twisted into an ugly frown, and he said nothing. Bak Jia Hui continued on obliviously laughing heartily as he said, "From what I saw, I was quite impressed with that young man. He was rather handsome with a wild streak too. His name is Atu La, and his appearance really lives up to his name." Hearing this, the divine doctor was even more shocked. He asked in a strained voice, "What did you say?" Seeing his expression, Bak Jia Hui was stunned. "What is it, sir?" The divine doctor's eyes widened, and he frowned, thinking to himself, "His name is Atula." The scene shifts back to Atula's group. The area had once again been leveled with dust and smoke everywhere. Kim Lathu stood in the center, still emitting a powerful aura. Opposite him was Atula. Seeing that he was still standing firm, he could not help but be startled. His incredibly powerful and sudden attack just now had done no damage to him whatsoever. He glanced over to where the old man and his people had been. Only a few charred corpses burned beyond recognition remained. He wondered to himself, how did he unleash such a powerful attack? He was observing, lost in thought, when he was suddenly startled, because the clothes he had been wearing were now charred black. At the same time, Kim Lathu had already lunged forward to attack him again. "The divine doctor wants me to capture you alive, but right now, I cannot forgive someone like you for attacking me." His claw strike quickly closed in on his face. It seemed as if he would be strangled, but no. At the critical moment, another hand appeared and grabbed his, stopping him. Kim Lathu was shocked and alarmed, his eyes widening. The one who had appeared so suddenly was none other than Bak Huyen Kwang. He gave Kim Lathu a cold glance, then with his other hand he struck him with a finger jab. A single strike of Nat Chi Tien Loi was unleashed, sending Kim Lathu flying like a broken kite. He skidded a long way across the ground before he could barely come to a stop. He lay in the rubble, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Bak Huyen Kwang said smugly, "Oh ho, you really can't mess with internal energy, can you?" Then he turned to look at Atula, who was still standing dazedly beside him. He quickly walked over and clapped by his ear, calling out, "Atula, snap out of it." Atula unconsciously uttered one word, "Clothes." Bak Huyen Kwang continued, "That's right, your clothes are all burned." Seeing him turn that terrifying look on him, Bak Huyen Kwang hurriedly explained, No, I didn't do it, so don't look at me like that. He then pointed towards Kim Lathu. It was him. He's the culprit who burned the sacred robes of Bak Dien Than Wai. Kim Lathu was still slumped over there, coughing non-stop, not yet able to get up. Bak Huyen Kwang said proudly, My Na Chi Tien Loi struck his chi and blood points, so he won't be able to move normally for a while. Just as he finished speaking, Kim Lathu began to stir and get up. Bak Huyen Kwang, completely unaware, was still boasting with his back to his opponent. If we attacked him right now, we could end this, but that wouldn't be very fair, so it's better to wait a bit. He quickly realized something was wrong and turned to look. There, Kim Lathu had once again risen from the rubble. Even so, his body was still shaking violently. It seems the effects hadn't worn off yet. After a moment, he finally calmed down and let out a breath. Bak Huyen Kwang sighed in amazement. He recovered from it that quickly. It seems Na Chi Tien Loi is just an ordinary move these days. Oh well, everything is fine anyway. Just then, he looked at Atula in confusion. Hey, where are you going? At the same time, Kim Lathu made a move behind him. Before Atula could answer, Bak Huyen Kwang once again turned to look behind him. Kim Lathu leaped into the air. Seeing his opponent's terrifying face, he couldn't help but sigh. He really is a killing machine. He once again noticed Atula walking dazedly ahead. He yelled out, Hey Atula, snap out of it, get back here now. Before Atula could turn back, Kim Lathu's attack had already struck. Fresh blood splattered out along with his terrifying gaze. Atula's figure still stood tall. At the critical moment, Bak Huyen Kwang appeared once again to block Kim Lathu. Hey uncle, I think you've picked the wrong opponent. Kim Lathu replied with a grim expression. The other one is an old man. It seems the information was wrong. Bak Huyen Kwang was suddenly startled, his eyes widening. Immediately after, a blinding white light erupted centered on them. Kim Lathu roared fiercely, Holong Diet Tien Chu. A terrifying explosion with incredible power erupted accordingly. The area was once again engulfed in smoke and dust, with only the figure of Kim Lathu remaining at the center of the battle. Bak Huyen Kwang was a short distance away, his body covered in scorching flames. His agonizing screams could also be heard non-stop. Quickly, the flames slowly began to fade. He clasped his hands together and powerfully blew the flames away. Seeing this, Kim Lathu's eyes narrowed in great surprise. Once the flames had completely dispersed, Bak Huyen Kwang let out a breath. This feels similar to Third Master's Hoa Luan Ki Kong, but the martial art seems a bit different. Model. Let's see how a martial artist from Devuong Tan uses flames in combat. I think I know who this is. You're Kim Lathu Triu Kao, aren't you? You're here for revenge on Atula because he killed your sworn brother, is that it? Kim Lathu continued, You used a staff against my fire formation and even blocked my Hoa Long Diet Thien with your bare body. It seems he knows why the divine doctor sent me here. Bak Huyen Kwang was startled and looked at him in confusion. Hey, wait a minute. It seems there's some kind of misunderstanding here. The person you should be fighting is over there. The direction he pointed was, of course, towards Atula, who was busy digging through the nearby rubble. But Kim Lathu didn't care at all, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. All elements that could pose a danger to Bak Dien Than Wai must be eliminated. A powerful blow was then sent flying towards Bak Huyen Kwang. Terrifying flames erupted once again. The attack was so powerful that it made the surrounding space warp. But this attack also missed its mark. Somehow, Bak Huyen Kwang had flawlessly reappeared a short distance away. He didn't pay any attention to Kim Lathu, instead focusing on Atula ahead. Honestly, he's a perfect opponent for Atula to realize the importance of effort, but this kid doesn't care at all. Meanwhile, Kim Lathu glared intently at him. Bak Huyen Kwang still didn't care, standing there with his hand on his hip saying, There's really no other way. Even though he wasn't paying attention to Kim Lathu, he could still sense the danger. Just as Kim Lathu swung his palm to attack, he swung his own palm up to block it. The two clashed palm to palm, sending earth and stones flying once again. It seemed Kim Lathu was at a disadvantage. He was immediately pushed back. Bak Huyen Kwang looked at him expressionlessly and said, With things like this, I'll have to lend him a hand. After saying that, he launched a move straight into Kim Lathu's chest, causing him to spit up fresh blood. A vague memory suddenly flashed through Kim Lathu's mind. Before his desperate screams, someone approached and raised a blade. No matter how much he screamed and begged, the other person still slashed down. He didn't want to die, but there was no way to change the outcome. He cursed in agony, I don't want to die. Who are you bastards to treat me like this? This is so unbearable. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. "Do you recognize who I am?" An old face gradually appeared, its soul seeming to have long since vanished. "Is what's left just resentment? Do you want to live?" Faced with this question from the old man, he became extremely agitated. The old man chuckled with interest. "Oh ho, quite a violent reaction. Perhaps this isn't an obsession with life, but simply because he has no memory of his past life. Did his rage make him forget his purpose for living, leaving only resentment clinging to this rotting flesh? How interesting. All right, I will grant you a new life. Though I cannot restore the destroyed parts, I will resurrect you as a different being that is still like you were before. The Hoa Long will save your life and will also be your power. If you use the power of the Hoa Long, then no creature born in human form will be able to defeat your strength." Returning to the present, Kim La Thu, who had just taken a blow from Bak Huyen Kwang, was once again lying in the rubble. The building collapsed, burying him inside. But this time, it wasn't like the last. Very quickly, he immediately struggled to his feet. Smoke dust and rubble were quickly blown away. In the center, a ball of flame slowly erupted. Very quickly, the figure of Kim La Thu was revealed once more. Bak Huyen Kwang was in no hurry to attack, simply standing there and observing quietly. Kim La Thu roared and unleashed Wiem Long Chan Fa. A terrifying explosion immediately erupted. Bak Huyen Kwang stood there fearlessly, continuously weaving spells with his hands and feet. A glowing blue orb quickly formed in front of him. The technique he used is called Hoa Luan Fa Toai Kong. Kim La Thu's attack was blocked directly by him. Not only that, it was also caught and absorbed by Bak Huyen Kwang's technique. After a moment, all the flames had completely vanished. A blinding white light immediately shot towards Kim La Thu. He had no way to escape and could only stand there to brace for the impact. Dust and rubble once again filled the air, and a deep trench now appeared on the ground leading from Bak Huyen Kwang. Over here, Kim La Thu lay battered amidst the ruins, continuously spitting up blood. He looked up at Bak Huyen Kwang in utter disbelief. Bak Huyen Kwang didn't continue his attack, but said to him, "Martial arts created through genuine cultivation are incredibly important. Power obtained through heretical means can never surpass martial arts refined and developed over thousands of years." Kim La Thu struggled to his feet, his whole body trembling with rage. Even so, he didn't give up. Instead, he once again frantically channeled his true energy. Then he launched himself toward Bak Huyen Kwang again. Bak Huyen Kwang easily dodged his claw attack by ducking. Then the scene in Kim La Thu's eyes was turned upside down. He was somehow struck by Bak Huyen Kwang and sent tumbling backwards through the air. Just like that, Kim La Thu was once again thrown to the ground. The move seemed gentle, but it once again caused him to spit up fresh blood. Dust and debris flew up again. Bak Huyen Kwang didn't even bother to turn around, keeping his back to him. "No matter how hard you try, it's useless. Just stop. Will you give up this time?" Unexpectedly, Kim La Thu charged forward once more. Bak Huyen Kwang could only silently raise his hand to stop him. Then he swung his leg and kicked him straight in the jaw. Kim La Thu was sent flying again, spitting blood from his mouth. Bak Huyen Kwang stared at him from across the way. He raised his fist, his expression resolute. "Still not giving up, are you?" A powerful punch slammed directly into Kim La Thu's body. Fresh blood once again sprayed out like rain. The punch looked ordinary, but its power was anything but. Kim La Thu's eyes widened lifelessly. He immediately collapsed to the ground. This time he could not get back up. His eyes rolled back, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. That person's voice still echoed in his head. No creature born in human form can defeat that person's power. That question followed him in his mind until his death. In an instant, his body became old and withered. Just like that, one of the Bat La Thu was beaten to death by Bak Huyen Kwang. He made no further moves, just standing there quietly waiting. Soon, Kim La Thu's body began to show signs of disintegrating. Bak Huyen Kwang watched with serious eyes, not missing a single second. After a moment, all that remained on the ground were his clothes and shoes. The clothes then blew away in the wind. From beginning to end, Bak Huyen Kwang waited in silence, making no move. It's unclear what he was thinking about. At this point, there was no trace of Kim La Thu left in this place. After a moment, Bak Huyen Kwang climbed out of the pit onto the ground. He walked and thought, "See, I told you I was heap try long Bak Huyen Kwang." Not far away, on a rooftop, someone was secretly observing everything. Kim La Thu Triu Kao is so powerful, yet he couldn't face that person head-on. If the Bat La Thu are monsters created by Bak Dien Than Wai, then Bak Huyen Kwang is a monster born from the martial arts world, with its thousands of years of tradition. The person had a realization, so that's how it is. But we originally came here to watch the fight between Kim Lathu Triu Kao and that A Tu Lama Nai imposter. The young man was startled. Yeah, it's true that Bak Huyen Kwang interfered for no clear reason, but on second thought, it's been a while since we've seen Bak Huyen Kwang's martial arts, so I guess it's not too bad. Meanwhile, Atu La picked up a piece of the Tan Wai's cloth that survived the fire, lost in thought. Bak Huyen Kwang walked over and saw him angrily kicking things everywhere. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Atu La glanced at him and asked irritably, "Where is he?" Seeing Bak Huyen Kwang play dumb, he became even more annoyed. "The guy who just burned down the Tan Wai, where is he?" Bak Huyen Kwang waved his hand dismissively. "That guy. He left. I let him go." Atula's face contorted his killing intent unconcealed as he stared at him. "What did you say?" Bak Huyen Kwang was also frightened by his expression. "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it." Atula didn't say much, directly swinging his staff at him. "I wanted to capture him. Why did you stop me? Are you colluding with him?" Meanwhile, the person in black was surprised, looking through the binoculars. Why did they suddenly start fighting? The blue-haired one immediately sat up and snatched the binoculars. "Here, let me see." Over here, Bak Huyen Kwang continuously dodged Atula's staff while explaining, "If I hadn't sent him away, you might have been dead by now." Atula grew even more furious. "So I'm supposed to be grateful to you." The blue-haired one watched them fight and grinned from ear to ear. They're fighting. Show that little brat the taste of the Trung Nguyen martial world. The person in black was startled by his excitement. Because of his excitement, Bak Huyen Kwang sensed him. He temporarily stopped dodging and looked in their direction. "Hold on, I think there's a little mouse hiding over there." But Atula didn't stop and brought his staff down right on his head. Seeing this, the blue-haired one was stunned. What happened? Why is Bak Huyen Kwang down? The person in black next to him didn't know and asked excitedly, "Did that kid get beaten to death?" The scene changes back to Bak Dien Than Wai's cave. He glared and asked, "He is Atula." Bak Jayahui confirmed, "Yes, sir." He asked again, "Is Atula the young kid traveling with an old man who looks quite a bit like me?" Bak Jiahui confirmed once more, "That is correct." Bak Dien Than Wai was horrified, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. "Atula, could it be that the person who looks like me is him? Not only is he not alone, but he's also traveling with Atula. Impossible. That thing cannot exist in this world. What in the world is that crazy old man doing?" Seeing him suddenly dazed, Bak Jiahui asked, "What are you thinking about, sir?" Then Wai regained his composure. "It's nothing. But you just said those two are the talk of the town." Bak Jiahui was puzzled. "You didn't know. Two sects belonging to Devuang Tan have fallen, and everyone believes the downfall of the Tik Sat Don and the Hak Sat Fu was caused by those two." Then Wai was stunned once again. "That happened too." Bak Jiahui was dumbfounded. "So you really didn't know anything at all? Then do you know that two of the Bat Lathu are dead? According to rumors, they were Huang Ko and Than Tri." Then Wai truly knew nothing. "Hey, were Huang Ko and Than Tri killed by them?" Bak Jiahui explained, "Not by them, both were killed by Atula alone." Than Wai's eyes widened again as he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Bak Jiahui just stood there smiling carefreely. "So, do you know those foreign martial artists?" Than Wai did not answer, choosing to remain silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "Come back. If you return, I will tell you everything you want to know." Bak Jiahui covered his mouth and chuckled. "Are you joking? I don't want to know that much." Then Wai repeated seriously, "This is not a request. If I were to force you to stay here, what would you do?" The atmosphere fell silent once more at his words. Bak Jiahui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why the sudden question? What other choice do I have but to risk my own life? The two stared at each other for a long time before Than Wai sighed and exclaimed, "Why are you so stubborn? I really can't understand you." Bak Jiahui smiled in reply, "You never understood from the start." Than Wai waved his hand and shouted, "Leave now. This is the only time I will be so generous. Next time I won't spare you." Bak Jiahui clasped his hands and sincerely bowed to him. Then he vanished on the spot, leaving this place. Soon only Than Wai was left alone. After a moment, he called out loudly, "Quan Bao." As soon as the voice faded, a reply came, "Yes, please speak." Than Wai ordered him to summon Hak Lathu. The scene shifts to Hak Lathu. He was sitting somewhere reading a letter sent by someone. He was utterly horrified. Even Kim Lathu was killed. "This is impossible. Tai Quan Mon has been destroyed. What is happening?" A young warrior from a foreign land destroyed Tai Quan Mon and took Kim Lathu's life. Could it be the mysterious martial artist? How could he have done this? Just then, someone entered from outside. Bok Dien Than Wai summons Hak Lathu. Hearing this, the young man panicked, breaking into a sweat with his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Bok Huyen Kwang, once again under a talisman spell, was confessing everything. It seems I have no other choice but to confront him. The leader was doubtful. I wonder if what that guy said is true. Let him go. We can apologize after he wakes up. Atula quickly went to untie Bok Huyen Kwang while the leader sat and studied the burnt fragment of the divine cloth. If only we had obtained the entire Than Wai, what can this one piece of cloth do? Back to Than Wai, Hak Lathu had now arrived as summoned. He knelt there, head bowed to the ground, feeling very uneasy. Then Wai sat above his face, ferocious, looking very angry. Immediately after, his disbelieving, agitated voice echoed in the cave. Thick sat Don and Hak sat Fu Huang Ko Tu Than Tri, and now even Triu Kao. When were you planning on telling me this? Hak Lathu had no excuse to offer. He could only keep his head down, motionless. This only made Than Wai angrier. He clenched his fist so tightly that cracks began to appear on the armrest. This guy, can you recreate their appearances? Hak Lathu replied, yes, your subordinate has memorized the appearances of the Hak Sat Fu master and those who aided Tu Than Tri. Then Wai commanded, come closer and show me. Hak Lathu obediently complied, rising and slowly walking over. He tremblingly reached out, wanting to take Than Wai's hand. Quickly their hands touched. Then Wai's eyes immediately widened. A scene of Atula slaughtering monsters instantly appeared. Next was the scene at the tavern. Then there was the salamander that blew up the valley. All the images appeared in perfect clarity. Atula's face was also completely revealed without any disguise. The atmosphere fell silent for a long while. After some time, then we spoke again, asking, did you mark their path? Hearing the Hak Lathu report that he had, he immediately gave an order. Don't let them spot you, tail them, and don't miss a single one of their movements. I will summon you soon, so await my command, and then return. The Hak Lathu, as if he had been pardoned, immediately accepted the command with a loud voice. He then quickly got up and left. Than Wai sat there, lost in thought, recalling his earlier conversation with Bok Gia Hui. At least he wasn't making things up just to provoke me. He sat there, his expression extremely grim, saying nothing. The image of the leader and Angela appeared once more. But something about this child is off. No matter how you look at him, he still seems like an immature human. But he bears the name Atula. What could that possibly mean? Unless he was chosen to be the vessel for Atula, an ordinary human can't just use that name. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Soon a bold thought formed in his mind. Could this person be a divine vessel? Then what about Atula? At this thought, he immediately stood up. He stood there panting heavily, extremely agitated, as if he had realized something. The explosion completely engulfed the Tik Sat Dan, judging by its form and power. It seems he used a Hoa Tin Lin like a Shich Ki Nong or a Tien Nu. Just like the strange plant that destroyed the Hak Sat Fu. It seems he always carries that seed with him. Finally, the only thing the child did himself was fight the Bat Lathu. And surprisingly, he defeated all three Bat Lathu, most notably the Kim Lathu Triu Kao. But that's only special if you're judging him as a human. If he's a divine vessel, it's not special at all. From the very beginning, a divine vessel was just a container for the soul of a summoned god. Because it must contain the immense power of a transcendent being, the divine vessel also possesses superhuman physical abilities. However, without a god contained within a divine vessel is nothing more than a low-level monster. Right now, Atula cannot be summoned, so I can't conclude anything. Did you really come here to capture me with just a low-level monster? Just then a voice spoke up. Are those foreigners bothering you, sir? If Then Ye permits it, I will bring them before you. It will only take a few days. Then Ye sighed. I think I'm the one bothering you. There's no need to go that far. The voice spoke again. You don't trust me, so you won't allow me to do this. Is that it? Then Ye replied, how could that be? Whether we like them or not, we will have to face them soon enough, so there's no need to rush things. The other person continued, but I feel the opposite of what you're saying. I can sense your unease, then why? I only wish to ease your troubles. Then he mused as he walked unease. He once again recalled the figure of Atula. The figures of Atula and the leader once again appeared before his eyes. Anxiety is born from the unknown. When you realize your enemy is worthless, he is no longer an enemy, but prey. And how to deal with that prey is up to you. What you are feeling is not anxiety, but the thrill of catching your prey. The scene shifts over to the leader and his men. He was standing there observing the commotion in the distance. The commotion was being caused by Atula and Bok Huyen Kwang. He angrily yelled at him, I already told you that's not how you do it. Can you not focus for a moment? Atula replied, annoyed. You're being too loud. Bak Huyen Kwang grew even more furious, pointing as he shouted, What I mean is the correct way to attack is to gather energy from your dantian and move it down your arm. Atula remained indifferent. I still like my way better. Bak Huyen Kwang snapped, That's just a physical punch. Use your internal energy, you idiot. From now on, if you don't do it right, I'm going to hit you. Understand? Enraged, Atula immediately turned and attacked him. The leader told me to put up with you, but can't you see you've gone too far? Blocking the attack, Huyen Kwang also gritted his teeth and yelled, You bastard! Growing even angrier, Atula raised his staff. A bastard am I? If you've got the guts, bring it on. I'll take this chance to teach you a proper lesson. They then lunged at each other, causing the forest to tremble violently. The leader, watching from the side, sighed helplessly. I was a fool for ever counting on them. The scene shifts back to the divine doctor who is still walking silently alone inside the cave. A memory was now surfacing in his mind. As he was resting and warming himself by a fire, a voice suddenly called out to him. He looked around frantically but could not find who was speaking. The voice seemed to echo from an endless void. I am your master, the one who heard your plea. Have you forgotten who it was that gave you all your current power? Upon hearing this, he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed, sincerely saying, My master, my God. Please tell me what I must do. The voice did not reply. He slowly got to his feet and gazed into the distance. There, several figures were slowly approaching. More and more people began to appear. Their destination was the nearby cave. The group quickly went inside. Group after group, they descended the stairs. Soon the whole crowd had reached the bottom. All of them knelt and kowtowed in unison. Our God was grievously wounded and imprisoned as if abandoned. He wishes to take revenge on those who put him in this state. But we, his followers who answered his call, have done everything to fulfill his will. Because destroying oneself to be reborn through a divine body is too risky. Rebirth under the current circumstances is the priority. Thanks to his divine power, this method seems more viable. Countless lives must become sacrifices, but it is a necessary sacrifice for our God to be reborn. Fresh blood flowed continuously from the pile of corpses. It flowed along the cracks in the ground, gathering in a nearby pit. In the center of the pit was a corpse impaled by several spears, its lower half completely cut off. Soaked in the fresh blood of his followers, his body slowly began to regenerate. As time went on, trees gradually began to grow in the once desolate, lifeless desert. Over time, the trees grew to maturity. The god within had now fully recovered, its limbs had completely regrown, and the long spears embedded in its body had been pulled out. Being reborn again made him extremely excited. His roar shook the heavens and the earth around them. The entire mountain then shattered into pieces. His figure was revealed from within, and not far away many of his followers were waiting. The god stood there watching his excited followers. I will return to the place where I belong. At last, the god has been successfully reborn and will lead us on our journey of vengeance. Many who stood in our way appeared to block our path. The closer we got to Lac Vian, the stronger the enemy's resistance became. But nothing could stop us, and the final battle with our captors took place in Lac Vian. 2 horns began to grow on the god's head. Then 2 wings sprouted from his back along with a long tail. A powerful bolt of lightning then struck down from the sky. The power of the masters of Lac Vian was terrifying beyond imagination, but the god's power overwhelmed it all. Their power transformed into giant cyclones that crashed into each other. When the battle was over, only thick dust and smoke remained. At the center of the battle, the god still stood tall. The masters of Lac Vian were miserably defeated and fled while we praised the god's great victory. And then that thing appeared. Though defeated, the masters of Lac Vian refused to accept their fate. In their desperation, they summoned a terrifying being from the east. It was the god of destruction Atala. The appearance of Atala turned the tides of the battle. Our god, who had banished the masters of Lac Vian and proclaimed himself the Almighty, and Atala, the god of destruction from the east, summoned by the masters of Lac Vian. The battle between them had officially begun. A terrifying aura covered a vast area, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere. Wherever the shock waves reached, the land was flattened. The followers were no exception, chaotically buried and killed by rock and debris. At the heart of the battle, the 2 gods fought with extreme ferocity. Under the fierce assault of Atala, the Almighty could only grit his teeth and endure. He had absolutely no way to counterattack. His bat-like wings were quickly riddled with tears. The tail behind him was also severed. On the other side, Atala also had one of his arms chopped off by him. The 2 then separated. Atala's arm was cut off, but he was completely unharmed. From that wound, 2 more arms quickly grew out. He somehow now had 3 arms. On the opposite side, the Almighty, despite having a leg cut off, was still full of energy. The 2 of them then charged towards each other once more. The battle erupted again, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The ferocity of this exchange was much greater than before. It was so powerful that it formed a vortex that could be seen from outer space. A series of terrible tornadoes formed and clashed continuously. After the battle, this place was left as nothing but a desolate ruin. In the very center of where the battle erupted, a bottomless abyss had now formed. After 100 days of fierce battle that tore the heavens apart and shook the ground, our God, despite giving his all, still had to face destruction. And the god of destruction summoned by the masters of Lac Vien also suffered a similar fate. Both vanished from this world, returning it to its original peace. A new world order was re-established by the masters of Lac Vien. Our surviving apostles each received their own judgment. Your sin is that you dared to awaken a forbidden entity and use it to usurp power. You shall be punished, cast into a state between life and death to endure eternal pain. Sometime later, a voice echoed from the darkness. Stop! A mere human dares to venture to this place. If you have not received the Master's recognition, I will turn you to ash. If you have the mark bestowed by the Master, show it to me. Another voice replied, Such nonsense, you sound just like the guards at the gate. I was told I would receive a warm welcome for coming down here, so what the hell is this? Is this perhaps a test from the Master? I'll deal with it later. Just get out of the way for now. If not, I'll use my power to break through. The other voice rang out again. You fool! Do you think this is a place humans can just barge into? Countless cracks quickly appeared on the cliff wall. Immediately after it exploded into pieces. A figure appeared from within the ruins. This person's aura was incredibly powerful. He slowly advanced forward. Arriving at a certain place, he exclaimed, This is difficult. I am the one who has been granted the authority to decide your fate. Although I do not know exactly what happened. Can you forget everything from the past, submit and obey my commands? If you swear an oath, I will lead you out of this place. The people pinned to the wall fell silent for a moment when faced with this question. In the end, they chose to swear the oath and leave with him. After returning to the world, many things had changed. The masters of Lac Vien, who had always been worshipped by humans as gods, had lost their power and gradually weakened. It seemed they no longer interfered in the affairs of the world. At that time, the most dangerous risks we had worried about were gone. The Eastern Sage, our savior, freed us from the hellish pain from which we thought we could never escape. He is Dong Lu. He was our ruler and also the leader who guided us. The ideal king that the gods had bestowed upon us. Everyone believed it to be so. But at that time, we did not know that we were being used and would in the end be discarded like sacrificial pawns. The Eastern Sage appointed us as his messengers, and we gladly carried out the missions he assigned us. Our mission was to retrieve the holy relics left behind by those known as gods. The power of these holy relics was far beyond human imagination. If we did not rely on magic, it would have been difficult to subdue them. However, with his overwhelming power, the sage defeated them all. Even those known as the gatekeepers of the underworld were wary of him. He was able to resolve all the difficulties that we could not handle. You could say he was someone who stood between gods and humans. You could call him a false intermediary or a sage. I sometimes found myself wondering if sages like him possessed other mystical abilities. Faced with his question, the sage was willing to explain. How should I put this? Not everyone is like me. The truth is, my current power was not obtained through arduous training at all, but was borrowed from an old friend. I must transfer this power back to him when I meet him again. Now that I think about it, the purpose of my journey is to find that person. I did not expect to have the good fortune of meeting you all along the way. Now then, do you have any other questions? The young man continued, Then what is your true purpose for collecting the holy relics? You do not have to answer if you do not want to. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The sage just stood there pensive and silent. Model. The group waited silently, making no move. After a moment, he stroked his beard and said, Let's see if I could gather all those sacred relics. I would gain power far beyond the gods. Would I then become a new god of this world? At that point, would you all still intend to follow me? Hearing this, the group was startled and horrified. Faced with Tu Yen Nan's terrifying expression, the group couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After a moment, the group stammered out together, Of course we would still. Tu Yen Nan let out a breath, cutting them off. I was just kidding. You don't need to be afraid. As for the answer to your question, I will tell you when the time is right. Hearing this, the group didn't feel relieved, but instead grew even more tense. Is he really just kidding? There's no way my eyes deceived me. Because when he spoke of becoming a new god of this world, his eyes were incredibly sincere. As expected, the goal of the Eastern Tu-Yen Nan is the same as ours. It is one with the dream we once had. Sometimes he plays the role of a perfect leader, but at other times he fights with all his heart, going through life and death with us. In private moments, he was very friendly with everyone. Being with Tu-Yen Nan, it was as if we could see our old dream again. I thought things would just continue on peacefully. Then one day, he and his companions discovered something. They went to a cliff and saw the body of a giant monster lying there. Though it was hidden beneath rock, soil, and trees, its immense size made it clearly visible to the group. At a glance, he immediately recognized it as Atula. The rest of the group all screamed in terror. The moment I saw this, my pupils constricted. If I recognize this thing, there's no way you wouldn't know it. Who wouldn't guess seeing it from this close? I'm terrified too. As soon as we saw it, we used poison arts and curse arts to destroy it completely, but we didn't expect that to stimulate its regenerative ability. After that, we tried many methods, but all were useless. It is currently regenerating its body. We know this, but we don't know how to stop it. Just then, someone else spoke up. Wait a minute. This situation isn't as bad as we thought. Even if he is the god of destruction, he has lost all his divine power, so he cannot use his divine body. Therefore, his recovery process can't possibly be completed. Even if he does recover, he will only have the appearance of a god, but will no longer be a true god. In that case, you could say he's just like a lowly demonic beast that we will conquer. If we can't kill this guy, why can't we become his masters? If we can tame him one day, he will help us defeat the masters of the garden. Aren't you curious to see what will happen when those bastards have to face him? Hearing this, the group clamored in agreement. That's a great idea, what a brilliant plan. It's amazing that you could think of such a strategy. The person continued. Now the only question is what Huang Chan-nan will say when he finds out about our plan. That's the biggest problem. Never mind, leave that to me. You all just focus on taming this monster. The group all agreed, placing their absolute trust in him. He stood there looking down at the monster below, lost in thought. Atula is also the one who took the lives of the gods. Our god was also destroyed by you, so now your life belongs to us. So you just stay there. A false god once revered like you, I will now ensure you are forever remembered as an evil god in this ugly body. A little while later at Huang Chan-nan's location. My apologies, Ramen. I've been busy lately and wasn't paying attention to what you were saying. Where were you? You said you had something you wanted to show me, right? Raman confirmed. That's right, Chan-nan. I think it would be better for you to see it in person rather than listen to my explanation. Chan-nan smiled and stroked his beard. All right, I understand. I wonder what kind of fun you all will bring me. Let's go there together. Ramen thought to himself, that's right, there's nothing I need to be tense about. When I think about it, Huang Chan-nan's goal is the same as ours. Even though the masters of the garden have been pushed back, we still need his power to overcome them. If we can persuade Huang Chan-nan with logical reasoning, he will surely agree. I just don't understand this feeling of unease in my heart. Why am I thinking of Atula? The two were walking when they suddenly heard a voice. That's impossible. Raman felt a knot of tension in his stomach. Wait, did I hear that right? They quickly went outside. A man looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why do you look so unwell, Raman? He didn't answer, but just stared, thinking to himself. The god of destruction, Atula, is a god summoned from the east, and he is the Eastern Tu-Yen Nan. He comes from the east. Did you two come from the same place? At this thought, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This is bad. Wait a minute. Why is it suddenly so hard for me to breathe? He wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. As Huang Chan-nan walked forward, a faint moaning sound was heard. Adolf's body was now completely in his sight. The moment he saw him, he was indescribably shocked. It was Atula. The Atula across from him also slowly opened its eyes. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Right after that, Atula began to stir. Then a blinding white light erupted, making it impossible for the group to see anything. All of their eyes widened in shock. Huang Chan-nan stammered, Atula, I have finally found you. Atula just lay there silently. But soon his tightly closed eyes slowly began to open. This shocked the group even more. One person couldn't help but go over and ask Huang Chan-nan, who is this? The young man stood there in a daze, his body trembling uncontrollably as he remembered the truth. My strength didn't come from hard training, but from an old friend. I was to return this power to him when I found him. Now that I think about it, the purpose of my journey from the beginning was to find that old friend. It's strange I don't understand what twist of fate led me to find him here. Remembering it all, He suddenly realized, so that strange thing is the friend he was talking about. With that thought, he asked the group, has Chan Nan ever seen this thing before? Atula and Huang Chan Nan faced each other in silence, but the young man trembled in fear. This is bad. He shouted, stop! Everyone get back! The group turned to look at him confused. What are you talking about? As they turned to look at him, Atula began to stir, letting out a growl. Then it reached its hand out toward Huang Chan Nan. The group was still completely unaware of what was about to happen. Right then, a white light flashed. Atula lunged toward Huang Chan Nan, its intentions unknown. A massive explosion immediately erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The group was also sent flying in the blast. The explosion grew wider and wider. In no time, the area was completely devastated. The young man was still alive, lying on the ground and trying to crawl up. His face was tense as he stared into the distance. The place was now completely in ruins. Atula was lying on the ground, one side of its head smashed in. His companions were scattered everywhere, some dead, some injured. Every one of them had a grim look on their face. Up ahead, Huang Chan Nan was still standing silently. He quickly turned his head and glanced at them. Immediately after, he let out a ferocious roar. Seeing him like that, the group couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Huang Chan Nan stood with his back to Atula. Just as his eyes widened, Atula woke up again. The people standing there in a daze had their heads blown off, sending blood everywhere. The panicked men behind them met the same fate. Only Raw Man standing in the distance was still alive. He stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. Huang Chan had actually killed all of them. He looked just like a demon god right now. After some time, he finally calmed down a bit. Then he turned his head to look at Atula. He then swung his hand, striking towards him. A powerful vortex rushed towards Atula. Soon, only ruins remained. The only one left standing was Huang Chan. This was everything that Bach Dien Than Wai remembered. He walked and pondered. You are a very unpredictable person, Huang Chan. Since that day, I have always wondered why you trampled on all your comrades. Perhaps you acted that way because you were enraged to learn how we treated that so-called friend of yours. At that time, it was the only reason I could think of. But back then, I couldn't understand why you would kill that thing you called a friend with your own hands. Now you're trying to find me bringing along a kid named Atula, the very thing you killed with your own hands. The more he thought, the more confused Bak Dien Then Wai became. I was wrong from the start to try and understand the mind of a madman like you. This might have been a pointless endeavor of mine. In front of him, a figure was standing there. Seeing him approach, the man bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. The divine doctor slowly walked up to him. The two of them then went outside to talk. Below them was a strange-looking yellow egg. He stood there looking at the egg, deep in thought. But no matter what, I can't let my guard down around you. Come on then, king of the heavenly messengers. I will be delighted to sacrifice your life and that of the kid, Atula, to complete my grand plan. If it weren't for the rash actions of those Hak Lathu, I wouldn't have had to accelerate this plan. If you think you can subdue me with that body like before, I will show you just how wrong you are and how delusional you are about your own power. There is only one thing that troubles me. It's that kid Atula who possesses that body. If that kid can merge with the power of Atula through the resurrection ritual, will he possess the world-destroying power of the demon god Atula like before? And what is a man like you who destroyed the demon god's original form and turned him into a subordinate planning? I wonder what that child will think when he learns the story you're hiding. The scene changes to Atula, who is currently practicing with his staff in front of a boulder. One strike from his staff directly shatters the boulder. Seeing this, Bak Huyen Kwang excitedly cheered. That's right, just like that. He then turned to the leader and shouted, "Did you see that? That's what you taught me to do?" "Senior, isn't it amazing? It's just fantastic, right?" The leader replied helplessly, "Amazing. You think that's enough to earn my praise?" Bak Huyen Kwang said excitedly, "Don't you see the boulder I just hit is intact while the ones behind it are shattered? That's the Dakitchfap. It's a technique that uses internal energy to attack. If I had only used external force, the result would have been the opposite. You know, having internal energy and knowing how to use it are two completely different things. Even internal energy masters need years of hard training to land a strike with such focused internal power. Yet it only took me a few days to teach that stubborn kid how to do it. If that's not amazing, what is?" After listening to his rambling, the leader nodded. "You have a point." Hearing all this, Atula became very annoyed. Yubak. The leader turned to him and asked, "What do you think, Atula?" He replied, "I admit it saves more energy, but my body feels tired and my speed is slowed down. So I think only a lunatic would enjoy learning this. I even wonder why I'm learning it when I can defeat everyone without using this move." Hearing this, the leader couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. "Is that so?" Bak Huyen Kwang's face darkened, and he shook his head repeatedly. "That's not it. You've only taken the first steps on the path of using internal energy. Once you master this skill, your speed strength and even your flexibility will be completely different. You can land stronger blows with less effort and even adjust the force at will. Isn't that what you need right now?" The leader stroked his beard and interrupted. "All right, so how long would it take to master it? Like you said, Bak Huyen Kwang hesitated, that for a normal person it would take about 30 or 40 years, but with my brilliant guidance and A to Law's aptitude about a year should be enough." Upon hearing this, the leader froze on the spot, completely stunned. Atula walked over, annoyed. "What, a whole year? You think I'm going to waste an entire year learning this? No way. I might be able to learn it, but that's just too long." Bak Huyen Kwang grew angry. "What did you just say?" Atula continued, his face grim. "When I do that breathing technique you told me about, my lower abdomen does get warm, but then I feel something weird moving inside my body. It really freaks me out." Bak Huyen Kwang explained, "That means it's working. That sensation is qi. If you learn to use it correctly, your physical and mental strength will increase dramatically, and no illusion or evil art will be able to affect you." Atula was stunned. "Wait, what did you just say? I find that hard to believe. You've never actually fought a real illusionist, have you? Do you really think breaking their illusions is that simple?" The young man shouted angrily. "You punk, do you know who you're talking to? I am Bak Huyen Kwang. I am the Hip Dia Long." The leader, who had been listening to their argument, could no longer stand it and told them to shut up. The scene shifts to a different location where a massive manor rests at the foot of a mountain. Not far away, someone is watching through a pair of binoculars. They're from the Tiet Hai Mon, and their leader is one of the Desat Thap Tam Tru, the very pillars supporting Devuong Tan. Aside from them, most of the other sects are just a bunch of opportunists jumping on the bandwagon. If we take out those 13 pillars, the foundation of Devuong Tan will be shaken. By the way, what about the Tien Vu Kuk? Haven't they joined us yet? The man in black next to him replied, "Not exactly. They're still monitoring the situation as there are many conflicting opinions among them, so they've only promised to act once they've reached an agreement. We haven't heard anything yet, and it's unlikely they'll contact us. They're very proud of their Trung Nguyen origins, so they probably don't want to work with a small group like us." The young man tossed the binoculars to him. "We'll be waiting a long time then. They're not going to contact us. They're probably all talk, just shouting about overthrowing Devuong Tan for show, with no real intention to fight." The man in black seemed surprised. "Is that really true?" The young man lay back on a rock and stared at the sky. "If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have rejected such a brilliant proposal from me. You see, the leadership of Devuong Tan is focused on those Di Puong Nan right now. If we strike together, we're guaranteed to cause massive chaos. This plan is simple, yet genius." After he said this, the air fell silent. When his companion remained silent, he asked, "Is there something else you want to say?" The other man shook his head. "No, sir. I didn't mean anything. As a member of the Nga Long Don, this subordinate only knows how to follow orders without question, even if those orders seem a little foolish." The young man got angry. "What was that?" The other man sighed. "My apologies, but what's your plan if they launch a fierce counterattack and swarm us like an angry hive?" The young man reassured him, "Don't worry about it. If that happens, we'll just pull back to the border and go our separate ways. We didn't come back to Trung Nguyen for some noble cause. We were just running and hiding. Who wants to be a hero?" The other man nodded. "I understand, Duong Chu." Just then, an urgent voice called out from behind them. "We have an urgent report. It's an urgent message from the Tan Lang To and the Shich Lang To." The young man sat up with a sigh. "What is it now? I specifically told them to stay hidden and attack at midnight. Did something go wrong?" The man stammered. "Well, the Tan Lang To reports that their target, the Quang Min Don, is suddenly empty. At the same time, the Shich Lang To reported the same thing. The Pa Tien Kiem Tong has vanished without a trace." Hearing this, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" The messenger continued. "When a scout was sent to investigate the areas, he quickly found signs that they seemed to have evacuated in a hurry because of some unforeseen incident." The more the young man heard, the more unbelievable it all sounded. Just then, something occurred to them, and they turned to look back. An idea struck them as they looked towards the manor. The place was now eerily silent. A moment later, the large gate was smashed to pieces. The young man led his group straight through the main entrance. Just as they suspected, there wasn't a soul in sight. His men quickly spread out to search the area. "The place is completely deserted, not a single person to be found. Duong Chu, why can't we find anyone?" The young man stood there dumbfounded, his mind racing. What in the world is happening here? The scene shifts to a canyon. A large group of people is on the move. It appears to be a very large force. They soon arrived at the entrance to a cave. Someone was waiting for them just inside. Seeing this person, they couldn't help but ponder. Is that Hak La Thu Vukan? The entire group then bowed in unison. Sect leader of Bat Trong Mon Sha Huyet Dak Thu La Tik Fong and his disciples request an audience with Lord Hak La Thu. He gestured them inside. Sect leader La, welcome. You've had a long journey. Please follow me this way. The group then proceeded inside with him. The inside revealed a massive cave with an intricate layout of many passages. As they entered, everyone was astonished, looking around in amazement. La Tik Fong remarked in awe, "This is the third time this subordinate has set foot in Devuong Tan. But even in my wildest dreams, I never imagined this place would have an entrance like this." Hak La Thu continued, "Has the sect master forgotten that Devuong Tan is not fixed in one location? Devuong Tan can appear anywhere, but no one can easily find it. This entrance you used will disappear completely after today. How could you forget something so basic?" La Tik Fong laughed sheepishly. "I haven't forgotten, sir. It's just that every time I come here, I'm as amazed as if it were the first time." Lord Hak La Thu, "What about the other sects of the Desat Thaptam Tru?" Hak La Thu replied. "They have all gathered. Only your Fong Trong Mon arrived last." Hearing this, he snapped out of it. "Please forgive us, my lord. We originally intended to arrive earlier, but Hak La Thu cut him off. Enough. I'm not blaming you." The group then walked in silence. After a moment, La Tik Fong couldn't help but speak up again. "By the way, Lord Hak La Thu, why has Bok Dien Than Wai summoned the entire Desat Thaptam Tru to one place? Didn't he promise to abide by the pact from 12 years ago?" Hak La Thu snapped impatiently. "Sect Master La, you seem a bit too curious, but I suppose you'll have to find out eventually anyway. The truth is, Lord Than Wai has decided to leave the Central Plains. Before he leaves, he will bestow his blessing upon you as promised long ago. When the ritual is complete, all 13 members of the Thap Tam Tru will gain power comparable to, or even surpassing us, Bat La Thu. Moreover, the martial artists you brought with you will have their powers awakened, increasing 2- or 3-fold. Hearing this, La Tik Fong couldn't hide the anticipation on his face. "Is what you're saying true?" Hak La Thu turned to look at him. "Yes, it's completely true. Wasn't that Lord Than Wai's promise from all those years ago?" They finally arrived outside a stone door. "We're here. This is a private area of Devuong Tan prepared especially for your Bat Trong Mon. While you wait to be summoned by Than Wai, please rest comfortably." Inside was a magnificent and luxurious scene, hidden amidst the mountains and forests, blending with nature like a paradise. Seeing the scene before them, the men couldn't help but gape in awe. To think such a place existed inside this stone palace. The men quickly dispersed to look around and enjoy the view. Hak La Thu quietly went outside and closed the door. His eyes revealed a malicious look. The door was quickly shut tight. The scene changes to A to La's group. The leader said as he climbed onto the carriage, "I don't know if you were talking nonsense or not, but it doesn't matter anymore. I've grasped the situation through a secret report. In any case, we can't delay any longer. It's a shame A to La hasn't mastered his internal energy yet. But we definitely need to get going quickly. It would have been better if the time was made clear from the start." Bok Huyen Kwong asked, "You're leaving. Where are you going, senior?" The leader glanced back at him. "Where is Devuong Tan again?" Bok Huyen Kwong was shocked to hear that you two are going to Devuong Tan. You're leaving right now. "Why do you want to go there right now, senior?" The leader couldn't be bothered to explain to this guy. "If fate allows it, we'll surely meet again. Let's go A to La." Bok Huyen Kwong shouted, "Wait, senior, hold on a moment. Haven't I shown you what I've got yet? So of course I have to go with you." The young man grabbed onto the side of the carriage, about to climb up, when he suddenly remembered something. He then hurriedly ran back. "Oh no, I forgot my luggage. Everyone wait for me a moment." A to La asked doubtfully, "What should we do now?" "Leader, should we just leave?" The leader stared back thoughtfully, his thoughts unreadable. After a moment, Bok Huyen Kwong emerged from the ruined house with his luggage. Seeing the carriage had already started moving, he sighed. "Good grief. What's wrong with these two? Don't they know how to wait for people? But whatever. Don't think I'll give up that easily." Immediately after, he leaped forward, dashing off at an incredible speed. How far can an old carriage pulled by a single horse get? If I activate my Phi Lu Suk Dia Thuat, I can easily catch up to anything on this earth. But very quickly, he had to eat his words. because the carriage that was right in front of him had somehow vanished without a trace. The young man rushing forward like the wind yelled, "What is this? What just happened?" He stopped where the carriage had just disappeared, glancing around to search. Why can't I see it anymore? The wheel tracks are clearly on the ground. Impossible. How did the tracks just disappear? What could make that horse run as if it was being chased by a ghost? Tao Ta is fleeing through space, so it makes sense that Bash Huyen Kuang can't catch him. The leader takes out a talisman and chants, "I summon the Dang Hoa Tin Lin." The guide to Quen Lang, spiritual energy, quickly began to radiate from the talisman. It was then consumed by a blue flame. The leader commanded the flame, "Please lead us to the person who owns this piece of cloth." This is considered a guiding offering, and the flame immediately shot off at a very high speed. Seeing this, the leader shouted, "Hurry, Tao Ta, follow it quickly. We absolutely cannot lose its trail. Since we're only using a corner of a robe as a guide, it will disappear very quickly. If we lose it, we'll get lost in the border corridor of space and time." Tao Ta pushed his speed to the maximum and rushed forward. The carriage thus traveled through space, chasing after the flame. The scene shifts to a cave in Devuong Tan. My name is Lu Tu Lam, or to be more precise, Than Yen Kach Lu Tu Lam. I was once the head of the Hak Satbo, the supervisory agency directly under Devuong Tan. But in a single night, those outsiders annihilated the entire Hak Satbo, causing my life to fall from its peak into an abyss. When Vukan's Hak Lathu read that memory of mine, they decided not to execute me. But instinctively, I knew Vukan would not let me live. So while waiting for my punishment, I risked an escape. The Lu family once passed down a secret technique called Kui Vian Than only to the family head. Thanks to it, my escape was not difficult. But after escaping, the real trouble began. I kept running everywhere without knowing how to get out of Vukan's grasp. When I calmed down, I realized I was inside Devuong Tan. Damn it. No wonder everything felt so familiar. Although I knew Vukan was the representative of the Divine Doctor, I never expected his base of operations to be right inside the inner city. It turned out that for the longest time, the only people who could enter Devuong Tan were mostly leaders or one of the heads of the Desat Thap Tam Tru, yet I, Lu Tu Lam, discovered something strange. Whether I wanted to or not, I couldn't escape from here. So I decided to investigate in secret. Unexpectedly, I came across a group of martial artists from the Tao Hoa Kiem Mon entering the city. They are a branch of the Desat Thap Tam Tru. Something like this had never happened before. Normally only the sect leader could enter Devuong Tan. He used a technique to hide inside the cliff wall, watching them pass. He thought, good heavens, just seeing Vukan appear almost made my heart stop. Luckily, thanks to my ancestors Kui Vian Than, I avoided his eyes. But it didn't stop there. Not long after, other sects also appeared. For example, Huyet Huyen Lao Tahoa Mon and Vong Lin Kok, all of them entered one after another. Spurred by curiosity, Lu Tu Lam finally followed one of the groups. He observed from behind, analyzing to himself, it seems they are from the Bai Nan Don. The scene shifts to another place where beautiful peach blossoms are in full bloom. This is the place where Hak La Thu led the people from the various sects to rest. They were now immersed in a life of pleasure here. Some were playing admiring flowers and catching butterflies, while others were feasting and drinking lavishly, lost to the world. Elsewhere, another group was happily bathing in a hot spring. Their life here could be called kingly. Lu Tu Lam was also present here at this time. He was tense and drenched in sweat, thinking, what on earth is this? Could it be that the scene they are seeing is different from the current reality? That's right. What he saw was completely different from them. There was no fairyland paradise at all, just a mass of people crammed into one place. Everyone's eyes were vacant and dazed. Even those with advanced martial arts, like the leaders, couldn't escape it. Lu Tu Lam stood there observing an uncontrollable shiver running through him. I think they fell into Vukan's illusion technique the moment they were led in here. But not even in my dreams did I expect the illusion to be this powerful. When one's spirit takes such a powerful blow, it is difficult to recover even after escaping. What on earth is Vukan planning? Isn't it too cruel to act against those who were once loyal to him? This is something I wonder about greatly and cannot find an answer to. Lu Tu Lam had no idea how many days he'd been wandering since he left, but he happened to overhear the reason from a most unexpected place. He used a concealment technique and listened in silence. My lord, do you want to hear my thoughts? People say once the rabbits are dead, the hunting dogs are cooked for the pot, so I can't help but be wary of what you're asking me to do. Vukan, remember they were kept around only because they were once useful. Now that they are no longer of any use, it's only natural they become the prey. Besides, using hunting dogs as sacrifices is far more effective than using commoners, so don't worry about it. After hearing Than Wai speak, Vu Kan had no further objections. I understand completely. Lu Tu Lam watched them from his hiding spot, shocked to himself. Is that Bak Dien Than Wai? But wait, what are they talking about? What do they mean by sacrifices? Are they really planning to use all the members of Desat Thap Tam Tru as sacrifices? But what exactly are these sacrifices for? As Than Wai was walking, he suddenly turned his head and glanced back. He stared at the cliff wall where Lu Tu Lam was hiding and exclaimed, "Wait, it seems like something is over there." Hiding there, Lu Tu Lam was instantly struck with fear and panic. This is bad, have I been discovered? As he was tensed up in panic, two horse legs suddenly appeared from above his head. What Than Wai had sensed was not him, but Tao Ta. It had transported the leader and his group here through space. Quickly, all of them appeared in sight. Upon seeing Atulahak, Lathu's eyes widened in terror. The leader behind him was also revealed. Then Wai reacted similarly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hak Lathu quickly reacted, stepping in front of him. "My lord, those are the foreigners I told you about via the memory transfer. But how can they be here? While I keep them busy here, my lord, you must leave this place at once." Atulah's face was cold and emotionless. Seeing his opponent about to attack, he shot forward. Without even waiting for Tao Ta to land, he charged straight at the two of them, staff in hand. Seeing this, Hak Lathu made no move to dodge and quickly gathered his energy. Atulah tightly gripped his long staff and raised it high. Hak Lathu's eyes widened, his face twisting into a grimace. Their clash instantly triggered a massive explosion. With the two at its epicenter, the surrounding ground and rock were completely shattered. The place was instantly reduced to ruins. By now, Tao Ta and the leader had also landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Than Wai was still utterly astonished. His eyes were bloodshot. After the transport, Tao Ta was exhausted and panting heavily. It collapsed on the spot from fatigue. As usual, the leader climbed down from his vehicle and told Tao Ta, "You should find a safe place to hide and wait for us." When he looked down and saw it had collapsed, he yelled, "Hey, don't fall asleep here, Tao Ta!" Meanwhile, Atulah and Hak Lathu were still glaring at each other intensely. He had now drawn his twin blades. Atulah gave a cold smirk. Well, you're not as weak as I thought. So you're one of the Hak Lathu, are you?" Without another word, Hak Lathu charged forward. Just then, a voice from behind called out to Atulah. He ignored Hak Lathu and turned to look back. The moment he turned, his opponent's attack slashed towards him. It seemed as if he had been slashed to pieces, but at the last second, he managed to leap into the air and dodge. What his opponent struck was only an afterimage. Atulah paid him no attention, instead looking back towards the leader. He was standing there calling out to him. His mouth moved without a sound, so no one knew what he was trying to say. Atulah stared at him intently. He watched every movement of the man's lips. Finally, he landed back on the ground. As soon as he landed, he spun around and swung his staff. Before Hak Lathu could attack again, his strike had already reached it. It had no time to dodge and could only raise its twin blades to defend. This blow from Asura carried immense power. The ground immediately erupted in a violent explosion, sending dust and debris everywhere. Hak Lathu was sent flying and pinned to the cave wall behind it, its eyes wide with utter disbelief. Asura didn't rush to attack again, but stood there waiting quietly, and after a moment, he turned his head to look at the carriage. The leader was nowhere to be seen. Only the sleeping attendant remained there. Not seeing the leader made him a little suspicious. The scene shifts to another location. The divine doctor had already left the battlefield and was leisurely moving through the cave. As he was walking, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. The master of spatial magic revealed himself. "You have been lingering around aimlessly this whole time. I was wondering how long you would drag this out. You wanted to separate me from Asura from the very beginning, didn't you? Isn't that the very reason you led me here?" The divine doctor did not answer. Instead, a crack suddenly appeared beneath the leader's feet and a giant mouth emerged, trying to swallow him whole. The leader could not dodge in time and was enveloped by it. Only then did the divine doctor turn back to look. "Wang Chan Nan, I truly cannot understand you. I do not know how you managed to break the space-time barrier to get here. But you lost your power long ago, didn't you? I do not understand why you walked so calmly into a trap even when you knew it was one. To be honest, this gentle end is not what I wanted. But rather than mechanically follow a plan and risk failure by leaving an opening, I would rather deal with you right now. I believe that is the biggest difference between you and me, Hoang Cha Nan." The rock encasing the leader suddenly began to stir. The triumphant divine doctor was startled. A surge of power was waiting to burst forth from within the rock. Soon it was completely shattered by the leader. He was perfectly unharmed. In his palm was a talisman, which faded just as the rock was shattered. The two stood there looking at each other in silence, neither speaking for a moment. After a moment, the leader sighed. "Jaman, you are as talkative as ever. Even though I returned my internal energy and power long ago, your petty tricks are not enough to make me falter with just my pure basic abilities." The divine doctor's eyes widened, and he remained silent. The leader continued, "It has been a long time since we last met, Jaman, but I find something strange. Why do you look exactly like me?" The divine doctor's eyes became bloodshot again. Meanwhile, Asura had defeated Hak Lathu. Only its lower half remained, its upper body stained red with flesh and blood. Asura was also a bit tired, standing there panting. He stood there quietly for a moment, then turned to leave. He looked doubtfully toward the attendant, but why is the leader nowhere to be seen? Just then he was startled and glanced back because the Hak Lathu he had just brutally beaten was now standing there again, perfectly unharmed. This greatly surprised him. "What is this?" Hak Lathu replied in a cold voice. "Are you wondering why? It is because you were just seeing an illusion that I was destroyed, right?" Hearing this, it dawned on Asura. This guy he is. You remember before when you finished the opponent with a single strike. The headless body of the Hak Lathu lay there, but now it was completely gone with not even a trace of blood on the ground. Atula's eyes widened, still unable to accept this reality. Just then, the voice of the Hak Lathu rang in his ear again. "It's too late, little one. You fell for this Hak Lathu's illusion a long time ago." Atula immediately spun around, but his attack only struck empty air. The Hak Lathu was gone. This infuriated him, and he glared and growled. The Hak Lathu glared at him. "No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You brat don't even think about leaving this place alive." Because he was caught in the illusion, Atula's pupils now looked just like the Hak Lathu's. He was lost in an endless dark space, a place with only him and the sound of shrieks. He sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. This part of the cave had been utterly destroyed with dust and rubble everywhere. The leader stood in the center of the dust. He stood there unharmed, his expression ice cold. Opposite him, the divine doctor was fleeing for his life and quickly vanished from his sight. Immediately after, a stone door slammed shut, blocking the path. The leader stood there silently the whole time, making no move to stop him. Quickly, a talisman was thrown. The stone door stood silent and still. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the stone door. In the blink of an eye, it completely shattered. The leader slowly and confidently walked forward, but when he entered, the divine doctor was nowhere to be seen. Ahead lay another cavern. The leader stood there observing, lost in thought. The divine doctor had now reached another part of the cave, one that was still perfectly intact. As he was walking, he was startled by something and looked down. A few small pebbles had fallen to the ground. Seeing them, he looked up at the cave ceiling. Countless cracks were appearing there. Immediately after, it shattered and came crashing down with a roar. A shower of rocks rained down, plunging this area into ruin as well. The leader appeared before the divine doctor once more. "You are truly Ramen, always launching a sneak attack and then immediately fleeing the moment it feels unsafe. So many years have passed, and yet that cowardly nature of yours hasn't changed one bit." Ramen was furious. "You call me a coward, then let me ask someone like you. You who would trample on us like insects, people who were loyal to you like dogs for so many years. How dare you utter the word coward without taking a look at yourself?" Faced with this accusation, the leader fell silent for a moment. After a moment of thought, he spoke again. "Ramen, I want to ask, do you truly believe that? Or is that what you sincerely think? Those are two questions I seriously want to ask you. But on second thought, what's the point in asking now? It seems that to survive and persevere for so long, you must have had more than just revenge to live for. Very well. Let's set that aside. The most important question I have for you now is, what are you plotting while hiding in a remote place like this? How about this? For the sake of the time we were comrades, I will give you one last chance to explain yourself." The divine doctor gritted his teeth. "Is that so? You speak as if you already have me backed into a corner." The leader seemed a bit surprised to hear this. If this isn't being cornered, then what is? Or perhaps you still have some trick up your sleeve to show me. Then Wai didn't explain, instead calling out loudly for Quan Bo. The ground beneath Then Wai's feet began to shift. This startled him, making him look down. Immediately after, fresh blood spurted out. Countless sharp spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through his body. The leader was in agony, crying out in pain as he coughed up blood. Then Wai said smugly, "My apologies for the late introduction. Huang Chan Nan, allow me to tell you about one of the three great divine generals, a child I poured my heart and soul into creating. His name is Quan Bo. That boy abandoned his human form and merged, becoming one with the body of the Thiet Ve Mathan. He has lived as an inseparable part of this stone palace deep underground. That's why he can easily change his own shape and even his hardness. Let me tell you from the very beginning, all the structures and rock walls you've been destroying were all parts of his body. I wasn't actually running away. That was just a tactic to lure you in. It helped me gauge the destructive power of your Fu Tich Thuat, how powerful your talismans are. And now that you're restrained like this, even moving your body is difficult, let alone trying to use your Fu Tich Thuat. Besides, even if you could use Fu Tich Thuat Huang Chan Nan with your current strength, don't even think about destroying Quan Bo's body." The ground around the leader had now transformed from solid rock to a liquid state with sharp spikes trapping him. The surrounding rock walls were doing the same, slowly transforming. The leader was quickly trapped. Then Wai, standing opposite him, said smugly, "Huang Chan Nan, oh Huang Chan Nan, if you somehow make it out of here alive, then I'd be more than happy to tell you everything you're so curious about." Blood trickled from the corner of the leader's mouth, his face contorted as he glared at him. Finally, the gap closed completely, sealing the leader inside. Only pitch-black darkness remained. Elsewhere, Angela was also lost and alone in an endless space created by an illusion technique. He walked on unconsciously as fresh blood continuously trickled from his head. He looked down at his hand and was surprised to see that his weapon was a knife covered in fresh blood, not his staff. He looked at his reflection on the knife's surface. The face reflected on it quickly transformed into that of a complete stranger. He had no idea who this person was. This man was standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with corpses, the only one left alive with a blood-soaked knife in his hand. An entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. The city was located in some desolate desert. Across the vast sea of sand was a long, straight line of footprints. The bloody knife had been thrown to the side, but the footprints continued on. After an unknown amount of time, the owner of these footprints collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. At the same time, another figure approached. "I have finally found you, Angela. I don't know what you have been through in your life, but like many other children with different bodies, your life probably wasn't easy. Not to mention, since you were the one personally chosen by Atula, your fate must have been even harsher. Fortunately, I made it here. In time, it's not too late." The scene shifts again, to the place where Atula's real body lay. His fierce roars echoed loudly. Night fell, and at some point the leader groggily woke up. Seeing Atula sitting up, he asked, "What is it? Is it that familiar dream again? Is it still the scene of you fighting some demon king or devil?" Atula nodded yes, but this time there was another dream as well. "I don't know if I was alive or dead. I just knew I was collapsed in the middle of a desert. And you, leader, were standing there looking at me. You kept muttering something when you saw me like that, while my memory was a complete blank." The leader continued, "Have you ever had a dream like that before? For example, have you seen me in the desert before, or remembered anything from your childhood?" Atula shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've ever dreamed of something like this." The leader remarked, "A part of a memory that was erased has now appeared in a dream." Atula was startled. "Do you mean that it wasn't just a dream, but a real memory from the past? And the memory you said you erased from my mind was this?" The leader didn't hide it, nodding calmly. "That's right." Atula realized, so that was it. "It makes sense. You must have had a good reason to do it. Every time I see that kind of scene, my heart is filled with an anger I can't get rid of." The leader cut in, "But the problem is that the memory I erased was ultimately restored by you. That also means your power has begun to surpass my own." Atula laughed excitedly. "Really? Isn't that a good thing? Do you mean I'm even stronger than you now?" The leader nodded. "If we're only considering pure potential, then yes, that's true." His expression turned serious as he looked at him. "As I've told you time and time again, what's fearsome isn't the power you possess, but whether you can control it. For now, I can still restrain you if I have to, but once you surpass me, only you will be able to stop yourself." Hearing this, Atula asked seriously, "And what if I can't do that?" The leader explained, "If you keep drawing on that power when you can't control it, you'll be unleashing a monster that lies deep within you. After that monster crushes your enemies, it will no longer be able to tell the difference between friend and foe. It will destroy everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. And in the end, the one it consumes will be you." The scene shifts back to the present. Atula had been captured by Hak Lathu and tied to a cliff face. He stood there watching him in confusion. What the hell is going on here? I clearly pulled that brat into an illusion, yet I can't sense anything about what he's experiencing. Something like this has never happened before. Just what are you seeing in that dream, you damn kid? The scene shifts elsewhere to a skeletal corpse sitting cross-legged in a cave. I cannot return all the power you once possessed. However, if you accept this request, I will grant you another gift. Something you once desired so desperately, the very essence of power. One half from me and the other half from A to La. Meanwhile, Than Wai had just turned around to leave. Just then, he sensed something and looked back. Power was erupting from the place where the leader was imprisoned. Flames erupted from that spot, gradually incinerating everything. Soon, the cage had turned into a mass of molten lava. Than Wai was horrified by the sight. A glowing red orb formed right before his eyes. Could that be? Seeing the figure within the flames horrified him even more. Isn't that one of the so-called Masters of Heaven? Terrifying flames blazed, lighting up the entire cave and blinding him. When the light faded, a pool of lava had formed. Immediately after, the ground shattered, creating a deep pit. Below was a pit of burning lava. The intense heat could incinerate anything. The pit continued to expand, and the cave began to be consumed by the fire. Meanwhile, Hak Lathu had embedded countless sharp spikes into A Tala's body. He was still in a trance, lost in the illusion. He didn't react at all, even as his body was being tortured. Hak Lathu sneered, "I heard your body was as tough as a monster's. I thought your flesh would be as hard as steel, but you're no different from a normal person. It makes me wonder, if I were to pierce your heart or smash your head, would you collapse on the spot? Now, which should I pick first, the heart or the head?" Just then, the cave shook violently. He ignored Atala for a moment and looked back. The ground quickly began to crack apart. The terrifying lava was spreading towards them. Hak Lathu was stunned as he witnessed the scene. What in the world is this? The cliff that bound Atula had now shattered. The chains that held him tight loosened along with it. The scene shifts to Bak Dien Than Wai's tea room. Here the ground was now ablaze with red-hot lava from below. The martial artists who had been summoned here were still trapped in an illusion. Despite the ground collapsing, the group just stood there blissfully enjoying their dreams. Over here, a group of people was running frantically. Rocks and debris continuously fell, crushing them. Horrified screams echoed endlessly. This place suddenly turned into a volcano. Meanwhile, the divine doctor was still running frantically, shouting as he ran, "Quan Bo, if you're still alive, answer me now, Quan Bo." Despite his shouts, there was no reply from ahead. He fell to his knees, powerless, clenching his fists. His face was tense, sweat pouring down like rain as he cursed to himself, "Damn it! Who would have thought that old man could summon the power of the heavenly lords?" To the point that even Quan Bo died a miserable death. This is my fault. I was too arrogant, thinking I had anticipated every possible scenario, only to pay the price with Quan Bo's death. The flames behind him had now crept up to where he was. He sensed it and jerked his head around. The cliff behind him was immediately shattered by the flames. The scene shifts back to somewhere else where the leader and Atula were. He sat on a rooftop and said to Atula, "What if the rest of the Batlathu are waiting in Devuong Than? So you have to assume either their tactics are on par, or their strength far exceeds the two you've already faced. Furthermore, there are 3 trusted bodyguards whose skills are said to be even greater than the Batlathu. I believe they're called the Than Tuong Ho Vei. And finally, the master of Devuong Than. Rumor has it that people call him Bak Dien Than Wai. If we recklessly charge into Devuong Than now, it means we'll have to face all of them at once. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Atula in front of him nodded innocently. "Yes, but I'm not sure if I understand everything." "Leader, I have a question. Why don't we just wipe them all out at once? Why do we have to think about it so much?" The leader explained, "If you put it that way, then fine. If only you could unleash your full power, it wouldn't be impossible. But as I've reminded you time and time again, you must clearly distinguish between the power you possess and the power you can wield, and also know how to use it at the right time. Only when you can control your power with your own will does it truly become yours. And to do that, there's no other way but to train every day to gradually expand that control. Therefore, other than basic advice like learning to adjust your power when using it, it's difficult for me to guide you in more detail. It would be wonderful if someone could teach you how to control and coordinate the immense power you've been blessed with in my stead." Hearing this, Atula's eyes suddenly widened. He dropped his staff and clutched his arm, crying out in pain. The leader asked with confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Atula stammered in reply, "I don't know why, but my shoulder suddenly hurts terribly." At the same time, in the cave, sharp spikes were continuously piercing Atullah's body. This pain seemed to be happening in parallel with his conversation with the leader. The leader was puzzled. "Where are you right now?" Atullah's whole body trembled as he stammered. "I feel like my entire body is being torn apart. I don't understand why it hurts so intensely for no reason at all." The leader remarked, "Listen, you're speaking nonsense. There is no pain without a cause. Pain without a reason is just something you've imagined." Atullah retorted, "No, I can really feel it. It really hurts. I can prove it's not my imagination." The leader sighed. "This boy, how many more times do I have to teach you before you understand? If the baseless pain you feel isn't something you've imagined, then the you that exists right now, the one feeling that pain, is the illusion." Hearing this, Atullah was startled as if he had realized something. The leader continued to explain, "In short, the pain is real, but the you right now is fake. So hurry and wake up before your body is torn apart again." The more Atullah listened, the more shocked he became, his eyes widening as far as they could. The collapsing rocks and debris had begun to stop, leaving only a pile of ruins. Suddenly, there was a movement from beneath a large boulder. Hak Lathu quickly burst up from below, sending rocks flying. His face was tense, his eyes wide in disbelief. His magnificent and immense Devuong Tan was now nothing but a pile of ruins. He stood there looking down in dismay. Until now, nothing like this had ever happened in Devuong Tan. What in the world is going on? Just then, a rattling sound startled him. He turned his head and saw Atullah lying there motionless. He quickly walked over to check on him. The shackles were loosened, but he was still unconscious. He stood there looking at him with a cold gaze. "I originally wanted to dissect your body while you were still alive, to see what a physique chosen by the gods looked like. But now, I have to prioritize the current situation. After I take your life, I need to meet with Bak Dien Than Y immediately." Just then, he noticed that the iron spikes he had driven into Atullah's body had fallen out. This shocked him greatly. He bent down and picked up one of the fallen spikes, puzzled. When did this fall out? Could the shock have been strong enough to break the chains too? At that moment, Atullah's hand twitched slightly. Seeing this, he was even more shocked, and his expression immediately turned cold, because Atullah, who was opposite him, was now sitting up. Hak Lathu was utterly terrified and yelled, "How did this brat regain consciousness?" He hurriedly raised his hand, wanting to stab the spikes into him again. But just then, he raised a hand to stop him. His other hand shot out and grabbed his head. His eyes slowly opened, and his consciousness returned with them. Hak Lathu trembled all over, but could not escape. Not far away, someone was watching from inside a cliff face. He witnessed the entire battle between the two. He had smashed Hak Lathu's skull, sending blood splattering everywhere. The young man hiding there watched with a horrified expression. Atullah did not stop continuing to punch Hak Lathu repeatedly. He mercilessly flung his opponent's body around with all his might. The young man's eyes widened as he thought, how could he so easily defeat the world-renowned Hak Lathu like that? Did this really just happen in real life? I am not sure, but more importantly, that kid is truly unbelievable. After dealing with Hak Lathu, Atullah suddenly clutched his chest. He slowly stood up with several sharp spikes still embedded in his body. He stood there confused. I kept feeling a throbbing pain, so it turns out something was stuck inside me. Over here, the young man was sweating bullets, thinking, could I have been caught in Hak Lathu's illusion technique too? Right there is no way someone as strong as Hak Lathu could be defeated by that brat. Is this even happening in reality? Compared to that day, that little brat is still so green. No one can escape Hak Lathu's illusion technique unless Hak Lathu himself dispels it. How did he escape then? Unless someone other than Hak Lathu planted a suggestion to break the illusion in that brat's subconscious. After struggling for a moment, Atullah finally pulled out the remaining sharp spikes. He collapsed to his knees, trembling and groaning, apparently in great pain. After a moment, he calmed down and glanced around. But what is all this? What happened while I was under the illusion technique? Is Tao Tao still asleep? He got up again, calling for Tao Tao as he walked. The young man hiding over there could not help but feel puzzled by this. Suddenly, a noise from the side startled him, and he looked over. Very quickly, Tao Tao appeared from somewhere pulling a horse carriage. It landed abruptly, stopping in front of Atullah. Immediately after, it collapsed to the ground again from exhaustion. Atullah also quickly climbed aboard. All right, I'll rest my eyes for a bit, but where did that medicine box go? After a moment, he had bandaged his entire body himself. Once he was done, he put his clothes back on and shouted loudly, "Hey Tao Ta, get up!" Hearing the call, Tao Ta immediately got up. Atullah asked it, "Can you find the leader's location?" Tao Ta turned its head to look at him and nodded, indicating that it could. Seeing this, Atula told it to lead the way. Meanwhile, the body of the Hak Lathu was completely destroyed, leaving no room for any surprises. The scene shifts to where Thanwi placed the egg. Despite the violent tremors in the cave, the egg remained perfectly intact. Just then, someone suddenly approached from above. He stood there observing, but was suddenly startled, because not far away, someone suddenly emerged from the ground. This person was none other than Thanwi. As soon as he was out of the ground, he collapsed weakly. The other man hurried over to pay his respects. "Greetings, Bak Dien Thanwai. It seems something has happened. What's going on?" Instead of answering, Thanwai urgently asked, "Is the master here?" He replied, "Ah yes, but not for much longer." Thanwai explained as he walked, "Something has happened. I can't wait any longer. It's time. Block this passage. I need some time." Seeing the man standing there stunned, he yelled, "Hurry up!" The stone door was immediately shut. Blazing flames now began to seep through. Wherever the flames touched, the stone walls shattered. The place was quickly torn apart. From within the smoke and dust, the figure of the leader slowly emerged. He was now injured as well, spitting fresh blood. "Just as I expected, but this power is not compatible with my body. It must have put too much strain on it. If this goes on, my body won't be able to withstand it. Even though its power has weakened considerably because its masters have entered their rest, it still came to this. At this rate, I'm going to lose his trail." Just then, Atula and Tao Ta appeared. After a long journey, the two of them finally found the leader. As soon as he landed, he excitedly waved to the leader, "Over here, leader." They quickly arrived outside the stone door. Using some sort of magic artifact, the leader could see an image of Thanwi and the other man talking before they closed the door and went deeper inside. What he was using was a spyglass shaped like an eye. After seeing everything, he remarked, "Just as I thought." Atula instructed Tao Ta, "You wait here." Tao Ta immediately flopped to the ground to rest. The leader saw the greatsword in Atula's hand and asked, "You lost your staff. Didn't I get rid of the staff because you wanted to use a blade?" The two of them moved right up to the door, standing and observing in silence. The cave was quiet and still, but suddenly countless cracks began to appear. The stone wall immediately shattered into pieces. The area was instantly plunged into ruin, with rocks and dust flying everywhere. Atula and the leader quickly rushed in, but they were too late. The egg inside had already broken open, leaving only its shattered shell behind. Atula exclaimed in confusion, "What is that thing that looks like an egg?" The leader's eyes widened in shock as he seemed to recognize what it was. The two of them then slowly approached the eggshell. As Atula got closer, he was even more amazed. "It's huge. Something must have just hatched from it." The leader ordered, "Step aside, let me see." Atula didn't ask questions and quickly moved to one side. Suddenly, his feet began to sink into the ground. This took him by surprise, and he looked down. He then bent down and touched the mud to inspect it. "This isn't ordinary water. It seems this situation is more serious than I thought." The leader, meanwhile, was still standing there, silently observing the eggshell. After a moment, he exclaimed, "It's absorbing blood. This is clearly a sorcery component used in a demonic resurrection ritual. I've never seen one this large before. Just what kind of terrifying monster has Ramen summoned?" He then took out his binoculars to look again. Through this magical binocular, the previous scene quickly reappeared. Time rewound to when the egg was still submerged in a sea of blood. The fresh blood, like a vast lake, was absorbed by it at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the pool of blood was drained dry by the egg. Immediately after, countless veins appeared on its shell. A shadowy figure appeared faintly inside, and the veins grew denser. The figure inside gradually grew larger. Then its eyes slowly began to open. At this, the terrified leader pulled the binoculars away. His eyes were bloodshot and sweat poured down his face as he stammered, "This is impossible. He's the king of Minfu. He was supposed to be in eternal rest. Why is he here now?" Meanwhile, Angela was still sitting and seriously playing with the dirt. As he slowly dug away the mud, several demonic faces quickly appeared underneath. Faced with this, he remained completely unfazed, showing no fear at all. The leader, after his initial shock, had calmed down. He called out to him, "Hey, Atula, you were injured before, weren't you? How are you doing now?" Angela was momentarily stunned by the sudden question, completely confused. After a moment, he collected himself and replied, "It's fine. I found some medicinal herbs, including the cactus from the divine doctor Vo Huang Yen, and used them for treatment. The wound has healed and is no longer swollen." The leader frowned, thinking to himself, "If I force myself to unleash the full power of Minfu, now I'm afraid this body will be destroyed, even if there's a slim chance of success." With that in mind, he said to Atula, "I hope you don't push yourself into using power beyond your control." Just as he finished speaking, two figures appeared above them. These two were none other than the divine doctors. Furthermore, one of them was holding a child. The child's body was pitch black and radiated a dark energy. When the leader saw the child, his expression grew even more tense. He then broke the silence. Yemen. In the world of sorcerers, there are ultimate boundaries that no one is allowed to cross. And yet you dare summon this evil entity to challenge the rulers of Lakfin Chichu. When it comes time to face the consequences, you won't be able to imagine how severe they will be. The divine doctor laughed coldly. Completely unafraid, I still haven't been able to determine its identity. But don't misunderstand, this decision wasn't mine. This being sought me out first. Hearing this, the leader was even more shocked. He clenched his teeth in anger and roared, "You're lying!" The divine doctor remained perfectly calm, whether you believe me or not. Min Vuong rejected the temptation of what is called a peaceful slumber and chose to remain in the mortal realm. I merely followed his request and completed the summoning ritual. Although according to the plan, you were destined to be the final sacrifice to complete that ritual of rebirth. It was none other than Min Vuong who designated you as the sacrifice for the moment he returns to this world. The boy in his arms slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the ground beneath Attila and his companion began to stir. Sensing this, he turned his head to look back. Below, countless demons quickly crawled out. The two were soon surrounded by them. Attila was confused. He thought they were all dead. The leader confirmed that they had indeed died. But because this person has awakened, the others will also be revived one by one. Attila asked doubtfully, "Can I finish him?" The leader commanded, "Do it now. Concentrate and control your body well. In a moment, finish all three of them." Attila said nothing more and immediately swung his blade. The monsters surrounding them were instantly blown away. The divine doctor above could not help but be astonished when he saw this. Min Vuong in his hands raised his own hand. Then he clenched it into a fist. Instantly a dark shadow spread out from their location. The gloomy, demonic energy quickly spread towards Attila and his companion. Along with it, more undead crawled out from the ground. Like moths to a flame, they all rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this, the leader shouted, "What are you standing there for? Act now!" Attila said nothing more and immediately dashed forward. He alone faced a massive army of the undead. With one slash of his blade, all of them were obliterated. Wherever the powerful blade energy went, they were scattered to pieces. Fresh blood was then splattered everywhere. Attila turned his gaze towards the divine doctor and the one with him. Then he once again raised his blade. He unleashed another extremely powerful slash. This attack was for the divine doctor and the one with him. They neither blocked nor dodged it, but simply stood there calmly. As the attack neared them, it suddenly vanished, causing no disturbance at all. Attila could not help but be surprised by this. The divine doctor stood there and sneered. Although it looks like it took a lot of effort, that brat's sword energy is not bad. But it is useless. No one may realize it, but the area where we are standing is surrounded by the Votan Ket Joy. Nothing can cross that boundary and approach this place. In other words, that place and this place are two completely different spaces, even though they appear to be the same place. Below the leader now also spoke the Votan Ket Joy. Hearing this, Attula's expression tightened. The divine doctor continued, "The souls in that place are all those who were sacrificed to Min Vuong, while we are warriors who chose to abandon the troubles of life to become immortal." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The undead on the ground who had already been defeated by Attila suddenly began to stir again. They actually moved, standing up once more. Standing among them, Attila was stunned. The divine doctor's voice rang out again. "Because they are already dead, killing them is futile. Even if you try to eliminate them, you cannot stop them. Unless Min Vuong retracts his order, they will follow you to the ends of the earth. Advance." His opponents are clearly immortal warriors. Let's see how long he can last. Attila stood there stunned when he suddenly heard a noise from behind. He whipped his head around and cried out, "Leader." The man was now holding two talismans in his hands and had already started fighting the undead. "I've told you before that you have a very powerful body, haven't I?" Attila confirmed, "That's true, but..." The leader continued, "Do you remember what happened when you were trapped in the labyrinth of space and time?" Attila froze. Space and time. The leader said grimly, "If you remember how to get out of there, then break through the wall of the Votan Ket Joy in the same way. The enemy's carelessness is your opportunity, so hurry up." Attila replied, "I remember the labyrinth of space and time. It was in Bakhai." Immediately after, he charged straight into the horde of undead. A powerful blade energy was then unleashed. Wherever Attila went, they were sliced to pieces. With every swing of his blade, a horde of them fell. He stepped on one's face, using it as a springboard to leap away. He had no intention of getting tied down by them and decided to rush past. His target, of course, was Tan Y and his subordinate. Seeing him charge forward, the man just sighed. "This is truly foolish. It seems my explanation of the barrier wasn't clear enough." Atula paid him no mind, gripping his greatsword with both hands. The technique he used this time was called Tram Liet Kong Jian. His eyes then flashed with light. Flashing blade energies intertwined with each other. The blade energy formed a giant floating scythe. Seeing this, then Y and his man lost their composure, their faces filled with absolute terror. The subordinate behind him quickly jumped in front to shield him, shouting, "Focus." He then deployed the Kui Jap Tran Bish in front of them. At the same moment, Atula's attack landed. The cliff face was instantly shattered into pieces. The area was once again shrouded in dust as Atula slowly landed on the ground. He stood there defiantly gripping his greatsword and waited. The area ahead was completely obscured by dust and shadows with no one in sight. After a moment, the figures of Tan Y and his man appeared struggling out from the rubble. The subordinate asked worriedly, "Are you all right then, Y?" He didn't answer, his eyes widening in shock, because they saw Atula standing there sword in hand waiting for them. The young man immediately stood up saying he would deal with him, but before he could make a move, then Y stopped him. This left him very confused, and he turned to look at his master. Atula, for his part, smirked with great interest. Suddenly he noticed something and looked down. Min Vuong was somehow right in front of him. The baby lay in swaddling clothes, its skin pitch black. Its golden eyes slowly opened and stared intently at him. Facing this gaze, Atula's body trembled uncontrollably. Min Vuong's eyes slowly widened. Atula's eyes also went dim and vacant. The atmosphere here suddenly fell silent. Min Vuong's hawk-like eyes remained wide open. Blood vessels started appearing in Atula's eyes, yet he could not move at all. Meanwhile, Min Vuong's eyes were still blazing like a hawk's, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Right after he let out a long breath towards Atula. Seeing this, then Y was instantly shocked. That is the breath of a departed soul. Atula couldn't move and could only stand there and take it. As the breath reached him, his eyes widened. Immediately after, his pupils turned completely white, as if he had lost consciousness, and blood vessels began to surface. Soon he could no longer stand steady and began to collapse forward. But just then, the heart in his chest began to beat violently, as if it were fighting back. Atula's greatsword was then slammed into the ground, propping up his body, and because of that, he still had not collapsed. Atula's eyes had now changed. Min Vuong, on the other hand, grew a little uneasy, watching intently. Atula's gaze grew more and more ferocious as he stared fixedly at him. Min Vuong quickly realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Atula had reached out and grabbed his head. He stood up again, lifting him up at the same time. The blood vessels from his eyes had now spread all over his face. Lifted up by him, Min Vuong was completely unable to resist. Just then, the ground behind Min Vuong stirred strangely. Immediately, someone appeared, grabbed him, and at the same time landed a palm strike on Atula. Caught by the surprise attack, he had no time to react and was sent flying. And so Min Vuong escaped a grim fate. A look of pure astonishment appeared on Atula's face. His body flew like a kite with a broken string. Below, a horde of zombies waited like starving tigers. Seeing Atula fall, they all started to clamor. As expected, Atula fell right into the middle of the zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward, wanting to tear him to pieces. Atula did not move at all, letting them do as they pleased. His flesh and blood, his very body, were torn apart by them just like that. At that moment, the heart in his chest began to beat violently once again. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted, sending a crowd of zombies flying. Hidden within the mist of blood, Atula's body slowly rose. His appearance was now extremely gruesome. His entire body was covered in wounds, even revealing the bone. On the cliff, then Y stood there watching. Impossible, how could this be happening? That kid clearly inhaled the chi of a departed soul. But why is not he dead? In fact, he looks even stronger. His gaze gradually focused more on the boy's body, specifically the heart in his chest. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Unbelievable, is his heart still beating? The wounds on Atula's body suddenly began to stir. They then began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, all his injuries had vanished, restoring his powerful body. The aura radiating from Atula had also changed. The divine doctor stood there, sweating nervously, thinking to himself that the deadly aura didn't seem to affect him at all. Not only that he could even recover a body that had stopped functioning, even regenerating all the flesh that had dissolved. Wait, could he be? At that moment, another zombie lunged from behind and grabbed Atula. The rest of the horde quickly surrounded him again. The divine doctor seemed to have realized something. Could it be that the heart inside that kid is the heart of the god of destruction, Atula? Meanwhile, the zombies were still charging like hungry tigers. Just then, a talisman appeared and slapped onto their heads. Instantly, a group of zombies was blown to bits. The one who acted was none other than the leader. He had finally caught up. His current state wasn't very good either, as he was panting continuously. But he had no time to worry about that. His gaze quickly fell upon Atula. Over there, he was slaughtering everything like a demonic god. Seeing his current state horrified the leader even more. This is bad. What on earth is happening? Has the boy been completely consumed by that power? With Atula at the center, streaks of blood shot out continuously. The zombies had no way to resist his destructive power. Although they had lost their consciousness, they began to tremble in the face of this power. Atula, however, was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue, and after a moment, the zombies were once again urged to attack. On the cliff, the divine doctor hadn't left, but was still standing there, silently observing. Down below, Atula was once again battling the horde of zombies. His figure moved like a demonic god, constantly swinging his claws. Another powerful shockwave caused the sea of blood to surge violently once more. Countless zombies had perished under this attack. The divine doctor on the cliff analyzed grimly. That kid carries the heart of Atula. Could it be that his terrifying power doesn't simply come from possessing a divine body? Even if that were true, you still can't change anything, kid, unless you are reborn in a perfect vessel. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, as long as you are of mortal flesh, you will be limited by your body. And in comparison, those living corpses suffer no such limitations or weaknesses like living beings do. They are immortal entities that act with the sole purpose of destroying the enemy before them. They are like ants devouring an elephant. You will never escape them alive. Just as he thought, despite being continuously struck down, the zombies kept charging forward madly. Another one lunged forward and bit down hard on Atula's arm. Seeing this, he swung his fist and smashed its head off. But immediately after, another one rushed in and grabbed his leg. No matter how much Atula fought, another zombie would immediately rush in to grab him. More and more of them came. Soon, he was completely covered by the zombies. Where he had just been standing, a mountain formed from zombies now appeared. But right after that, they were all sent flying by him again. Time and time again, the Jiangshi were like a tide, gathering and then scattering. Than Wai stood on the cliff, the corners of his mouth turning up. It is hopeless no matter how much you struggle. No matter how hard you try, this is the best you can do. Kill one and 3 more will rush out, destroy 3, and 9 more will swarm in. Moreover, they will endlessly regenerate, never knowing fatigue. I wonder what else can you possibly do? Meanwhile, the leader stood there and sighed. This was my mistake. My greed has gone too far. Even though the current Min Vuong has not yet reached the holy body state, he is still a transcendent being, once one of the key figures of Tien Duong. With the kid's current strength, how could he possibly stand against such an existence? I should have acted myself from the very beginning, even if it meant my body would be shattered to pieces. While he was lamenting the surrounding, Zhang Shi regenerated once more. How should I put this? I once thought that even at my peak, this body could not withstand that power, which is why I refused to use it. But now there is no other way, because the enemy my disciple and I face is the king of Min Fu. The Jiangshi quickly rushed forward and surrounded him. At the same time, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Over here, Min Vuong was also startled. He immediately panicked and shouted, signaling to the two of them. Over here, the lightning bolt struck the Jiangshi directly. A dazzling white light erupted violently along with it. The leader's voice echoed, I do not know if this old body of mine can hold on. But if I am to die, do not think any of you will escape this place alive. The lightning then spread out ceaselessly, striking the Jiangshi. As if they had met their nemesis, they let out wretched screams. Then they all vanished instantly. Because of this, Ashton was also able to escape his predicament. Meanwhile, Than Wai was drawn by Min Vuong's shouts, but right after they were all stunned, turning their heads to look at the battlefield. That place was now utterly devastated by the rampaging lightning. The Jiangshi were continuously struck and obliterated, unable to regenerate. In the center, the leader stood like a thunder god trying to withstand the pressure. The entire cave was now ablaze with lightning. A terrifying power spread out in all directions. Over here, Tao Tao was still lying unconscious. But because the vibrations from over there were so intense, it was woken up. The aftershocks were also spreading towards it at an extremely fast speed. The warhorse hastily got up and ran away. Not only the battlefield where Ashton and the others were, but every other place was also being destroyed. The entire mountain range was peaceful in the quiet night. Suddenly, lightning flashed and struck down. In the sky, the clouds were gathering into a vortex. A rain of lightning like heavenly thunder then came crashing down fiercely. Time flew by, and soon 1 month had passed. The mountain range was now almost flattened, devoid of life. A group of people was now gathered in this place. They split up to scout out the situation here. On a cliffside, someone was lying down. He was leisurely watching the clouds when someone approached from behind. Thien Vu Kok has contacted us, leader. They hope that if you have the time, you will pay a visit to Dai Puang Kok. The young man didn't seem to care, still lying there casually. What for? The other man shook his head. This subordinate doesn't know either. The young man sighed. Try to put yourself in the shoes of the Tien Vu Kok's master and tell me why they have summoned me. Upon hearing this, the other man fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he finally spoke. That damned leader of the Da Lang Don. Hearing this, the young man reminded him to leave his personal feelings out of it. The man in black regained his composure and explained. Is it because the existence of the Da Lang Don is an eyesore to them, so they plan to toss us some remote territory and get rid of us? The young man was still very indifferent. Do they need to make it so complicated? The man in black fell into thought once more. A month ago, when the leader proposed a simultaneous attack on the 13 main sects of Devuong Tan Tien Vu Kok did not actually object, so our Da Lang Don went ahead and planned the attack ourselves, but for some unknown reason, both the 13 sects and Devuong Tan suddenly vanished. At that time, the leader said that if it was the sword of Kai Vuong, we should show no mercy, and then you led our forces to launch a massive, unprovoked attack on the remaining sects of Devuong Tan. Devuong Tan and its 13 main sects being ambushed must have dealt them a huge blow. In the chaos, those who relied on them couldn't retaliate properly when attacked so fiercely, either fleeing for their lives or dropping their weapons and surrendering. At this point, the young leader asked, "Do you think our success was due to this leader's strategy and wisdom?" The man in black nodded. "Yes, sir, of course it was. In any case, it was 10 days after we started wiping out the Devuong Tan sects, like a flash flood, that Tien Vu Kok finally sent someone." While praising the Da Lang Don's incredible military feats, the sects of Tien Vu Kok and the Vo La Min officially declared an all-out war against Devuong Tan. In short, we'll take it from here, you guys can pull back. This was the implicit warning-like message from Tien Vu Kok. However, the young leader obediently complied, and afterwards most of the Devuong Tan sects either expressed their intent to withdraw or took a neutral stance. These weren't just empty words, it was nearly their official position. It will still take more time to completely quell the rebellion, but the outcome is clear. Now is the time to put this absurd situation on the scales of judgment. Did they really not consider our existence at all? Ignored, disdained, looking down on even Devuong Tan, and not acknowledging our claim as unifiers of the outlaws. From their perspective, we who can only be seen as low-class rabble are truly not worthy of their consideration. The young man sat up and sighed. An existence to be disdained, huh? I thought so too, but hearing it from your mouth just irritates me more. I'm already annoyed, and now this Tien Vu Kok bunch is starting trouble. Maybe I should just wipe everyone out and become the overlord. The man in black immediately agreed. This subordinate wholeheartedly supports that idea. But the young man immediately shook his head. No, that would just make me even more frustrated. The man in black offered an idea. In that case, leader, is Devuong Tan really down there? If it is, once we find it, may I ask what you intend to do? The young man looked down below and sighed. Actually, before we think about what to do, everyone is captivated by the sweet prospect of Devuong Tan's treasure, but they all seem to be overlooking something truly important. Why did a seemingly eternal place like Devuong Tan, along with its loyal forces, meet such a tragic and hollow end? There might be many reasons, but no one can deny the biggest cause was the sudden disappearance of Devuong Tan and its 13 core sects. So why did Devuong Tan and the 13 sects suddenly vanish? What in the world are they plotting, and where are they? No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't come up with a clear answer. Even if I don't know, is it right to just focus on these trivialities? Just when I was full of doubts, I heard an earthquake struck in Tien Vu Kok, so I came to investigate in secret. It's not like I came just because I was curious. And since that day, I've followed the traces of Devuong Tan to this very place. If the witnesses are telling the truth, then Devuong Tan must be under that rubble. The strange phenomena people witnessed then, along with the scale and form, all point to this being Devuong Tan. The man in black was confused, but didn't they say Devuong Tan can move through space? Assuming it was here, wouldn't it have moved elsewhere before something like this happened? The young man shook his head. Not a chance. There are no traces of Devuong Tan ever appearing and then disappearing from a location. This was an accident so massive that the entire Devuong Tan was imprisoned in a place like this. And if someone managed to infiltrate Devuong Tan and cause an accident of this magnitude, the man in black was startled. You mean that Outlander? The young man confirmed. That's right. Thinking of it that way clears up many suspicious points like why there was no sign of the 13 sects or Devuong Tan, even as their affiliated sects were being annihilated. Furthermore, the fact that the time of Devuong Tan's disappearance nearly coincides with when this place was sealed off also strengthens my theory. A battle between a little monster who hunts bounty hunters and Devuong Tan. Aren't you also excited to see what we'll find beneath the destroyed Devuong Tan? Just then, another person approached. I have come to report what I have investigated. Hearing this, the young man exclaimed excitedly, "So you found something?" The man quickly explained, "There is nothing but a pit and some tunnels. We continued to dig down between the tunnels as you commanded, but the groundwater has broken through, so we cannot proceed. Should we retreat?" The young man roared in anger. "Shut up. That's impossible. Keep digging until you find something." The man replied, "We can't. The water is flooding in, making it impossible to continue the survey." The scene changes to another place with endless green mountains rolling under a deep blue sky. On a mountaintop, someone was standing there observing. This person was none other than Bak Huyen Kwang. He stood there looking into the distance, recalling a memory from before. It was when the leader asked where Devuong Tan was. It has been 3 months since they left. He leaped down and sighed in reflection. Thinking back, I feel like I just went through a long dream. The Lord of Devuong Tan and his followers appeared before the masters of the Central Plains martial world, carrying the body of the demonic cult's leader, Huyet Ma Dai De, the very people who were preparing for a decisive battle with the demonic cult. With their strange dark arts and overwhelming martial skills, in a short time they seized control of the Central Plains. Then, under the name of Devuong Tan, they began to rule through violence, forcing loyalty and absolute obedience. Faced with their tyranny that lasted for more than 10 years, the Central Plains martial world gradually weakened to the point of collapse. Unable to ignore the call of the 3 masters, the immortals of Tien Dukan gathered. At that time, rumors about 2 foreign warriors fighting against Devuong Tan also began to spread, from the day they said they would go to Devuong Tan and disappeared. Coincidentally, Bak Dien Tan Wai and his accomplice also vanished without a trace. It might have been a coincidence, but it was also the beginning of the rebellions in the Central Plains martial world. The martial artists of the sects under Devuong Tan were in a panic due to their leader's disappearance. Lacking the strength to resist, some retreated while others were annihilated, until they had completely overwhelmed the leaders of the 13 sects. The masters of Devuong Tan did not appear, and so the dark era under the rule of Devuong Tan ended after 14 years, and the martial world once again belonged to the people of the Central Plains. At this point, Bak Huyen Kwang scooped up some water to wash his face. He had arrived at the bank of a stream at some point. After washing his face to clear his head, he once again fell into thought. In this war, the one with the greatest contribution was the young leader of the Dalang Don Tiet Dalang Nam Kan Thuan. He was that swindler I met in the carriage. If I get the chance to meet him again, I want to formally apologize, but I don't know if we'll ever meet again. According to rumors, there was some conflict during the main battle at Thien Vu Kok, but they'll probably work it out. It's better to just let them handle their own affairs. Thinking back, that was definitely the right decision. But is it really over? He wondered, looking at his own reflection in the stream. Have the monsters of Devuong Tan truly disappeared? Will they reappear and destroy everything again? And what about those 2? Is there a connection between them going to Devuong Tan and the disappearance of Devuong Tan? It would be absurd if there wasn't a connection. If they managed to capture Bak Dien Tan Wai, there must have been someone behind it. But the important thing is, who? And how much did the losing side suffer? I hope they didn't just take each other out. Although, I don't know what condition they're in. But if it's those 2, it's entirely possible. With my understanding of them, they probably left quietly after the battle. But if Bak Dien Tan Wai won, then he must have suffered great losses, which is why he couldn't interfere with the situation in the Central Plains and could only watch from the sidelines. But I wonder how they are now. Will they be back soon? At this thought, he hurriedly slapped himself across the face several times. Why am I having so many useless worries? With that, he turned and walked away. Well, I've already left Tiandukan anyway. Should I take a break and travel the world for a year before I go back? But what if my fears come to pass in less than a year? The scene shifts elsewhere. Deep within the forest, there was a cave. A figure stood before the cave entrance, and by the looks of him, he was no saint. Not only that, but behind him were many others dressed in a similar fashion, and hidden among them was an old man with white hair. This man was none other than Bak Dien Than Wei. Behind him stood another person with eyes that gleamed like a hawk's. One glance was enough to know those eyes belonged to Min Vuong. Meanwhile,